Oh, even if a king can die and he can be buried within this short period, who am I to
do 2 weeks?
I mean, to be extended for like 2-3 weeks, 1 month.
Yeah.
And I believe you'll see a change
Okay.
in many communities, not only in the Luo community. In many communities, you will see a change. Remember, even Ogola had said that the CDF, the late CDF, he even indicated that. So I want to assure you that whatever is happening will impact on the community. It will impact on the community. They start now rethinking the way they, and not only the Luo community, but all the Kenyan communities.
Nation. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've spoken largely greatly about Raila Odinga and his interactions with you, and of course, you know, learning a lot with that, with the kind of stories that you guys had, and also shedding some light on why 72 hours. Because some people are like, for a man like Raila Odinga, we need proper time when it comes to mourning him. 72 hours is not enough. And you see, Mumbi and I were talking there and, you know, trying to figure out whether there's going to be an extension of time based on like what we've been able to witness of late. Yes. But now let's look at, because, you know, you spoke to him, he guided you in 1 or 2 things. Did he mentor enough, you know, of young people to be able to take political leadership in the coming days?
Yeah, as Mombi said, I think Baba has mentored many people, but he did not point that this is my preferred successor. And probably he had his own reasons. It is very dangerous sometimes when you point and say this will be my successor, and then, of course, no one would name a successor. Everyone would want to live for as long as it is. Yeah. The moment you name a successor is like you've retired from politics and all that. So I can say he has mentored so many of them. The likes of Sifuna, the likes of Babu Owino. Most of these politicians, they are courtesy of Baba. Very few of them are actually, you know, independent. Although even the independence also at one point came to depend on Baba. Look at Orengo is also a very seasoned politician, but at one point, without Baba, he had to be shoved aside a bit.
Okay. Just a moment, of course, what you're seeing on the screen are leaders who are waiting for the arrival of the body of that is Raila Odinga. Of course, the leaders are in Parliament buildings. You can see Homa Bay Governor, that is Gladys Wanga, of course, Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo. We can also see Gladys Boss Sholei, among other leaders there, waiting for the arrival of the body of Raila Odinga at Parliament buildings. And of course, we also have Chief Justice Martha Koome there, having a conversation with Homa Bay Governor, that is Gladys Wanga, during this particular period. Okay. So, what would you say is the impact of Raila's demise in the political scene from where you sit moving forward?
From where I sit, I want to assure you there is going to be a lot of political realignment because, you know, Raila was like a glue in ODM party. Remember, there had been some splits of ideas, the young generation, that is Sifuna, Babu Owino and the like. But Baba could bring them all together. I don't know who is going to be able to have that kind of a glue effect in ODM. Remember also there was a group that supported the broad-based government, and there is another one that does not support that broad-based government. So moving forward here, there's going to be a lot of shifting and realignments. Maybe time will tell, but I want to assure you, by the demise of Baba, even the politics of this country is going to really be shaken.
So it's a reset to some extent in the political scene?
Yes,
not just the ODM party, right?
Not just the ODM party. No, it's a whole reset. Remember, this government is their courtesy of, you know, Baba.
Okay.
And not at the ODM person, Baba as a person, because Baba would whip all these ODM people into government and tell them to support the government. I am yet to see who has that capacity to whip ODM as one and follow one route. So it is something very interesting to watch ahead here.
Okay.
Very, very interesting. Because
I want to ask you something,
Yeah.
because initially when you were speaking, you mentioned he was a selfless leader, and that comes with his setting aside of some of his ambitions politically, for the bigger picture, if
Yes.
we call it that way. We say that happened in 2007 when he decided to have that the government of national unity, in 2017 when people are taking to the streets. Then we saw them at the steps of Harambee House actually having a handshake with former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Then just recently, of course, with President William Ruto, people that had said initially they will never work together, but now coming together and be like, okay, the nation is greater than all of us, and it needs to actually, than an individual, I beg your pardon, and we need to make sacrifices for the betterment of the country, and he did that. What do we learn, moving forward, for any young politician in the political scene who wants to pick a thing or two from the man Raila Odinga himself? What do we learn from him?
Number one, things are changing. Things are changing. From last year when you saw the Gen Zs coming up, generations are now changing. In Kikuyu, we call it Itweka. You see, when leaders, pass over or pass on, it is a generation that is going. And you will see other new people coming up. One thing I take from Raila is, by him embracing the young generation, it means he was handing over the baton. And when you look at all these faces, you can see even every time in government, it's the old new faces being reappointed into positions. It is, you wonder, somebody has already made 4 billion shillings. He's already a rich man, isn't it? And he's given a cabinet position. What is he going to do with that cabinet position? There is a young man who was promised, there is a Mama Mboga who was promised, there is a Boda Boda guy who was promised that this government will be for Boda Boda.
Yeah.
Why don't you give that guy, and that guy has the motivation to run up and down, to work for the people of Kenya. But what is a 4 billion guy worth going to do to government? He's just going to, enrich himself more. Actually, for the first time, and I was thinking aloud last night, I think Raila Odinga, even in his death, he has made some people work. Are you getting me, Brian? He has made some people now do really work. These cabinet secretaries and the MPs and who went to get him to India, they had not slept, isn't it? They did not sleep, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they were actually at the Kasarani.
Kasarani.
That's the first time these cabinet secretaries have just worked, real work.
Around the clock.
Around the clock.
Yeah.
And that's why you could see them, they're very tired. I wish they would have the same effort working for Kenyans. So, in another way, even in death, Raila has told them, can you work for Kenyans? Can you work the way you're working? Yeah? So, I'm seeing a shift, only that I'm a bit disappointed that the generation that's supposed to take over and that's supposed to facilitate change, that's a Gen Z, is not even taking voters is not even registering as voters. So as much as they say they want a regime change, they want to change the way things are done in this country, the power is in the ballot, and they are not registering. Last time I looked at one of the updates, weekly update, it was only 20,000, and
about 23,000. Yeah.
IBC was expecting to register by the end of this registration phase 6 million
6.3
Kenyans, and I don't see them going to register. I don't know why. I don't know whether it's because of Kenya we have a culture of last-minute rush.
It could be. So I think the final tally will actually get to determine.
But what I want
that
to tell them is that they should come out and register in large numbers if they would want to see a change of even faces in government. Yes. If they would want to see another government that has the face of the Gen Z, the Mama Mboga and all that. Not that I'm using that as it has been used, it has been misused.
Okay.
But I'm saying if they really want to see change, then they should register.
Okay.
And I'm encouraging them to come out and register in large numbers. That way, I believe they would have honored the fallen hero who has always advocated for their leadership.
Okay. Yeah. Talking about honoring Raila Odinga, and you know, we've mentioned his legacy in terms of what he believed in, what he championed for. Talking about the father of democracy, he championed for democracy, the face of the second liberation in the country, the father of devolution, you know, following the 2010 constitution, his political journey and the people that he's been able to hold, somebody that has been very selfless, like what you put. How do we get to honor this man as a nation, you know, even the state itself, in the long run, and just say, now, this is how we get to honor Raila Amolo Odinga?
Thank you. I'm happy that, number one, we have honored him in his death by declaring a 7-day mourning period, by you know, hoisting our flags half-mast, and by declaring today, 17th, a public holiday. But today is just one day. We would want, and I said it yesterday somewhere, we would want his legacy to remain. And someone's legacy to remain is by declaring a day in the national calendar as a holiday. Why don't we make 16th of every year a national holiday in honor of Raila Odinga? Of course, our Katiba does not allow us to name Raila Odinga Day. Yeah. But you can call it any other name. You can call it Democracy Day, you know. Maybe we have experts who can come up with an appropriate name. Okay.
That is in line with.
Remember, we have the former Moi Day, which was declared Mazingira Day.
Mazingira Day.
Now we want a day where we can be reminding our people about democracy, values for devolution, you know, the rule of law, and we shall be remembering this is the man who fought for all this. He fought for multi-party. Not only him, together with Akina Matiba and all those people who fought for that. We have a day where we can, of course, people will start arguing about economics and all that. Yeah. But we have a day which, it's not a matter that we do a parade, you know, at the Nyayo Stadium, isn't it? But we know that this day is for us to remember where we have come from as a country. You know, we have an Independence Day where we remember we came from colonialism. But we should also have a day in honor of Raila and other leaders who fought for the second liberation of this country. That would be a befitting honor. Another thing is this country should also create and you know, construct a museum in honor of these people who fought for the second liberation. Okay. When you go to a national museum, you'll see the likes of Jomo Kenyatta and the history of Kapenguria. So the same, we should have a museum where, if I want to learn the history and the works of Raila Odinga together with the others, I can go there. Maybe even open up the Nyayo torture chambers down there. We also have a look at what kind of situations they were in. Okay. We were told they were in the basement there. There was a lot of water, you know, so that our generations don't repeat the same. Okay. Because it's like the more we change, the more we remain the same.
Now, let me ask you: Are we somehow repeating the same from where we sit? Because this is a man that, for so many, you know, days of his life, has been fighting for, you know, the rule of law, issues to do with justice. He's been tear gassed, you know, arrested to some extent, like you put in detention and all that. And yet, at this particular time, we still get to see the repetition of that. Are we really learning from history, or are we just repeating itself?
To me, as I've said, the more things change, the more they remain the same. You see, if you get a leader who does not ascribe to the ideas and the tenets of the Constitution, then there's going to have a way of circumventing. Like, for example, the issues to do with abductions. How and why, at this age, should our young men and women be abducted? In fact, it is said Even the colonialists never tortured or abducted, young people. They were looking for Mau Mau, and Mau Mau were adults, So it's like we're even getting worse. And my prayer is that we go by what is in the Constitution, ruled by what's in the Constitution. Because you don't know, tomorrow it might be you on the other receiving end. Yes, it might be you on the other receiving end. People might vote and maybe vote you out. Or even if you, I remember there's a case, I want to give you a situation like the Philippines. Are you aware that Duterte, you remember that president?
Yeah.
He was very ruthless on the drug traffickers and drug addicts. And he used to kill them. Do you know he's in the ICC right now? Actually, he is in custody in the ICC. And that particular time in Philippines, if you would have told Duterte that one day you're going to answer for whatever you're doing, he would have laughed after you. Actually, he would have even killed you again. But today, that man is languishing at the ICC. Very powerful president. He was actually the most powerful president at one point in Asia. In Asia, the Philippines. So what I'm saying, do the right thing, follow the Constitution, stop these abductions, stop the killings. There are ways of handling these young men and women. I mean, Uhuru Kenyatta was there. The abuses were still there. Twitter was there. Facebook was there. Instagram was there. Maybe what had not grown so far was TikTok, isn't it? But we never saw anyone, being subjected to what is being subjected, being done right now to our young men and women. And you see, the more you do that, the more you don't even stop them. It is actually, you're emboldening them to continue doing whatever you're doing. I'm being told there are some laws that have been passed that were assented to the other day. I've not been able to read, but one of the laws, I think, is the Cyberspace Amendment, which you already have that law. I don't know what kind of an amendment that has been put. I'm just hoping is not going to be to curtail the freedoms of Kenyans, because in Nepal, you saw what happened by bringing that kind of a law, a bad law that curtailed the freedom of speech in that country. I would not want. I hope the amendments do not touch on the freedoms of expression, both in the cyberspace and all that. So yes, Raila's demise will really change a lot of things in this country.
Okay. I want us to talk about, his health journey and what we've been able to see, and whether we were given the correct, updates as a nation in regards to this particular figure, because people did demand this when, rumor had it that he was sick. Then you saw political figures coming out and somehow denying that particular allegation and all that. And suddenly we are told that, by the way, the former prime minister is dead. He's a man that, in most cases, has always been very open with his health, and most, getting photos from hospital and all that, and giving an update on in regards to the kind of what he was suffering from and all that. But this particular time, this was somehow different. Well, Kenyans denied information. Yeah,
Baba has been very fit, physically fit. For those who have maybe what I had, from my friend George, Baba used to do gym, he used to practice a lot, and he's largely been healthy according to me. These other details, they just emerged the other day.
Yeah.
And whenever he would be sick, I think he would say. So this time, actually, as you say, it was a bit surprising that there were speculations that he's not well. You remember, speculation started when they postponed the audit in Mombasa. And there was denials. The point of acceptance was towards the very last time, before, again, we are told he has died. Actually, I remember his brother saying that he's going to come and speak to the people. So the heart attack can occur at any one time.
Yeah.
So If someone gets a cardiac arrest, it's a sudden death. And according to the reports that we got and what the doctors say is that as he was walking, he collapsed and he had a cardiac arrest. So who are we to deny that report? To me, I don't think we need to interfere so much with whatever has been said and actually what has been said by the family.
Okay.
Yeah, so may I accept that as a case, because we could be speaking with you right here the next minute
anything happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it will not happen to you anyway. I'm praying so.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kenyans, everything has a reason. Everything has a reason. Even if somebody goes and sits below a construction building and he knows that there's a risk of a block coming from up there and falling on him, you'll hear them saying ni uchawi. Yet it was his negligence. So for this time, I think we have been given the reason and we should just be contented with that reason.
All right. I want to pick your mind on the issue to do with devolved units, because you mentioned he was somehow the father of devolution, fought for the 2010 constitution, saw its birth. The kind of leadership that we have right now and the kind of governance that we have right now is somehow thanks to him, because he was part of that particular process that midwifed the 2010 constitution and now being championed as the father of the devolved units.
Yes.
If we were to honor this Right Honorable Raila Odinga moving forward, as far as devolution is concerned, what are some of the things that you believe we could actually put in place to ensure that devolution actually gets to survive, in honor of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga? And what actually should counties be doing properly to honor this man that we say brought this about?
As you rightly put, what should county be doing? I think the first thing, Raila did not envisage a devolved structure that devolves corruption. He envisioned devolved development. So the first thing that should be done to honor Raila Odinga, all the governors who might be listening to me, is to curtail corruption in their counties and channel the funds towards the right development that is required for the people. Remember, something like health is a devolved function. Right now, people are dying because of lack of maybe medicine in some counties. I'm not saying all of them are bad, but I'm just saying, let them honor this man by doing the right thing. I'm not telling them to do, statues, because that will be, again, misuse of public funds. Let them just honor by looking at what thought did he have when he championed for devolution. And they do what is supposed to be done, what is correct. And number one is to curtail corruption in the counties. Should Raila wake up and find that corruption is no more in the counties, and even in the national government, I think he will be a very happy person. He has been fighting all throughout his life. He's been fighting corruption. Yes. So I think that would be the biggest honor.
Okay.
Yes.
We've been talking, you're talking about the issue of corruption. We've been talking about the issue of, funds, increase of funds when it comes to county allocation. And also, he's been a champion of that, saying that counties should actually be added more money so that we are able to see proper functions actually being delivered to the people and all that. What do we say to that? Would that be one way of getting to honor him, that we ensure that counties are properly funded?
Yeah, that's good. I think he has been a champion that counties get more resources, and he's been arguing very, very openly that why should the ministry, say, of health, which has or controls 4 hospitals, that's the teaching and referral hospitals, get so much billions, yet the counties get so little in terms of the health budget. So I agree with you that one of the ways to honor him is to increase the funding to the counties, devolve the funds from the the ministries to the counties. Another thing is NGCDF.
Okay.
You see, Raila had put his political ambitions and career on the line when he openly said that MPs should not control or should not have NGCDF, and that money should be given to the counties because the functions that they are performing are county functions. And it did not augur very well. Actually, I think it is the last function they had at State House with the MPs. It is true. The work of MPs or their functions are three: to oversight the national government, to legislate, yeah, and to represent the people. Those are the three functions according to the Constitution. And you see, we have what we call separation of powers. So the legislature cannot perform a function of the executive. Even if it is building schools which are in the national government, it is supposed to be the work of the executive to do that. Of course, through the ministries. Yeah? The same happens. They should not come and perform functions of the county government because these are two distinct governments. Yeah? So he was right. That's what our Constitution says. But
it was an unpopular comment to some extent because there's another faction of the political class that doesn't seem to agree with that.
Yes.
And we say it is the right thing to do, but why are we not seeing that being done?
that's another virtue that Raila Odinga had. It must not be popular as long as it's factual and is the correct position and it's lawful. So among all the virtues we are talking about, Raila was not going by popularity. That let me accept this or do this because it is popular with the people. He was biting the bullet and standing with what is right, what is lawful, what is constitutional. And that's why he had to say this. And even when he entered into the broad-based government, it was not a very popular move.
You said you did not agree with that.
Me personally did not agree with it. But nevertheless, he did that, isn't it? So that's another virtue that Raila Amolo Odinga had. And actually, Kenya is very short of this kind of people. The number of people who will not do things that are unpopular are very few. They are very few.
There's some people that will argue and say, okay, his legacy, because those people that are talking and saying Raila's legacy will be tainted just because he shook hands with President William Ruto and entered into the broad-based government. Everything that he's been fighting for, will just be erased. With this particular handshake, he is undoing what he did. Let me ask you, because it has been close to 1 year since what we call a handshake happened between the head of state and the former prime minister. Does everything that he fought for get to be erased by shaking President William Ruto's hand and in just 1 year period of time?
Thank you, Brian. I think I told you I did not agree with him. But I want to take a hypothesis that, for instance, he didn't do that. What would have been the next course of action? Remember, I said, we did not have an IBC. So any eventuality, what would have happened? So there was a lot of uncertainty ahead. A lot. And even we had started seeing some people now even coming to say we are defending our president. You had even seen now the gangs that were being sponsored and all that. So we were actually moving towards an anarchical kind of a state.
Okay. So you say he's moved to come into the middle and have that particular...
I did not agree with him, and even today I don't think I'm still very convinced. But I'm saying, what if he had not done that? So according to him, maybe of course he had more intelligence than I have, isn't it? So what informed him to do that decision is maybe the intelligence that he had. and what he knew that we don't know, and most of us Kenyans don't know. So to me, that particular action cannot change his image because he had done it in the past.
Okay.
Actually, for some of us, after we saw what he did, we thought that at one point he'll still come back to the united opposition and finish this business once and for all.
Yeah.
Remember what he did during Moi's time? So people are like, maybe we don't know, we don't know what Baba's strategy is, So let me not dwell so much on that, but it was like he could not understand.
Mm-hmm.
But he understood better, and maybe he has gone with those secrets
Mm-hmm.
of why, or maybe he has explained to some other people. For me, he never explained to me. I did not have a chance to ask him,
on that
Baba,
conversation.
what really happened.
Yeah.
But I know he must have spoken to some people. Would you allow me to send some condolence to one of his greatest friends? There is a friend of his name is Kamau wa Raila, and he's also a very good friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anyone who has lost a friend, it's Kamau wa Raila. He hails from Murang'a.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I just remembered to tell him, Pole sana, Kamau. We are both orphans now.
Yeah.
We have lost a friend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And talking about orphans, because from what we saw yesterday and from the talks that are happening as far as the political scene is concerned, the devastated faces, and this is not just a man that belonged to his family.
Yes.
To some extent, he somehow belonged to the entire nation.
Yes.
So a lot of people are feeling devastated. A lot of people feel like they are now orphans with the exit of Raila Odinga.
Yeah, we're asking ourselves, who will stand in that gap? The Mwananchi. Who is going to come up strongly and defend Mwananchi the way Raila used to do? That's a big question everyone is asking. I saw when it was announced that he had passed on, women were screaming, young people were screaming, old people were screaming. Who is there to come up and put aside all his interests and fight for the rights of Kenyans?
Okay.
Because now, I don't know, most people are very skeptical. We don't know whether the lack of anyone fighting for us, what will happen? Are we going back to the dark days? What is going to happen ahead? But I believe a leader will just come up.
Okay.
A leader will come up, and he'll be made by the government. The moment the government fights you more, the moment you become emboldened, the moment you become the representative of those people. Although there are some people coming up, and we're seeing, of course, at this particular time during the Gen Z, we are seeing Babu Owino coming up very strongly. We don't know how. Edwin Sifuna coming up very strongly. I hope this older generation will not suppress them, because these are the leaders. This country will require leaders even after 30 years, after all these people have gone. Now, what kind of leaders are we going to have when we suppress them? We need to have to nurture these people, even in the party structures. So I believe someone will come up.
Okay.
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Nature abhors a vacuum, and of course it has to be filled.
But also there are other political, political orphans out there. People who depended on Raila for their political survival. There are people who believe that when Raila, not even believe, actually they knew, when Raila just raises up your hand, the game is over. Okay. You are elected. And you could see them shedding tears. And there are many, especially from Luo Nyanza.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you were speaking about, a lot of political realignment is bound to happen, is that one of the things? Whereby now there's no one to hold your hand and say, now you umetosha.
Exactly.
Just being on the poster with Raila Odinga, that is enough.
That was enough. Yeah. And then he comes to the rally and says, it is Brian. And Brian it is. So this time they have to look for a strategy, because Raila could, tell the people, this is what I want.
Okay.
Now, who do we have right now? Is the brother as commanding as he was, does he command all that constituency? Now that brings another issue.
Okay. And so you raise an important question, and I just want to stay on that a little bit.
Yes.
Now, because yes, he was a national figure, but just like political leaders say, they also come from somewhere, and they have the backing of that particular constituency. He had that constituency, whether we call the Luo Nyanza, that will follow Raila Odinga. He was like quote unquote their kingpin. A leader that will give them direction and will say, okay, this is the direction that you're taking. Right now, from your political assessment, and you looking at that direction in that particular region, with some of the leaders that you have in that region, talk of Gladys Wanga, talk of Anyang' Nyong'o, talk of Governor of Siaya, that is James Orengo, and even Oburu Odinga, who is the Senator of Siaya. Are we looking at a political figure that maybe the region could actually rally behind, or with the exit of Raila Odinga now, Luo Nyanza is up for grabs and somehow divided to follow whichever path each and every other person desires?
In my own assessment, I would say we have those who are radical and we have those who are moderate. Radical in the sense that they felt that they are closer to Baba than any other person. One of them being the chairman of ODM, that is Gladys Wanga. But we also had those who are moderate for the fear of being, being branded anti-Baba. And these are the likes of James Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o. In my view, these two people can command. They can command easier and better. And they can be acceptable across the board, in my own view. Because at one point, Orengo was being taken as if he's fighting Baba, yet I believe he was not. He was just talking out his mind about a broad-based government, and then he had to back down. But in the absence of Baba right now, I know there are many people who are with him, but they had to just be down. So for in my own view, the two, if they can, and you see, Orengo has not been very far from Babu Owino, who commands a youthful generation of those ODM members. So those ones can be able to unite the party if the combination can be done between the three. And even Gladys Wanga being part of them because of women and all that. So if they can come up with a strategy of trying to be together, and of course the people from Coast, like in Abdul Somad.
Okay.
Like
so it wouldn't just be an individual, for the collective, sustenance of this party, in just that particular constituency of the one that Raila Odinga is leaving behind, it will take most of these leaders to be able to just hold that together, not one.
Hold together, but you see, we have to have a party leader who has to command respect within all these people. Who is that person? Because you can't go forward without a party leader. The question is, who is that person?
There's some of the statements and some of the decisions that we said were quite unpopular, but the Right Honourable Raila Odinga went ahead and made those decisions. He went ahead and shook hands despite the opposition from some of his members. Yes. With former President Uhuru Kenyatta, with Mwai Kibaki, with Right Honourable William Ruto. He's done that. Statements that he's made, to some extent leaving others out who are in that particular fold. According to him, he says it was for the betterment of the country, moving on in general and all that. Even the 2017 handshake, it got some of his principals by surprise. Some of
Yes.
them were not part of that. And they were surprised, like, what exactly is happening here? And there was that conversation that we went and saw Raila in, and you people were chickened out, and none of you came actually to Uhuru Park to actually be sworn in as the deputy president or whichever. So we didn't get to see that. So that it was like political betrayal. Why did you chicken out? Then he went ahead and shook hands with former President Uhuru Kenyatta. This time around, he's shaken hands with President William Ruto, leaving the likes of Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka, the likes of Eugene Wamalwa out.
Yes.
Did he make enemies, political enemies, with his, pronouncements and also just decisions?
Of course, there are people who felt betrayed. Even recently, there are people who felt betrayed. On the issue of whether they became enemies or it was just betrayal, that one I cannot be able to say. Because I can feel betrayed by you, but you don't necessarily become my enemy. I just become careful with you next time. So I think I'm not in a good position to answer whether he made enemies, but for sure one thing I know, some people felt very betrayed, very betrayed, and maybe they had said next time they'll be wiser. They'll be wiser.
Learning from some of the mistakes. Okay.
Yeah. Another thing that Raila was able to do, maybe besides that of enemy, he was able to make a lot of friends. A lot of friends. He made a lot of friends in the coast, a lot of friends in the Mount Kenya region, a lot of friends in the western region, even to personal level. He had many friends.
What would you say was his strategy to be able to command that large of a constituency, across board? He goes to Wajir, he's celebrated.
Yes.
He goes to Mombasa and the coastal region, he's celebrated. He goes to Western, Nyanza, Kisii, celebrated. Rift Valley, some parts of it, and even Central Kenya.
That's very true. I think the strategy there and the lesson that I learned from him, having come from a cosmopolitan county, Nakuru is cosmopolitan, just like Kenya it is build bridges with all communities and all people. Don't isolate yourself. That I'm from Nyanza, so I'm going to command, Nyanza. Nyanza alone cannot rule this country. And therefore, he understood the importance of building bridges and having coalitions and friendship with other communities. And when he goes to Wajir, for example, he could adorn their cultural attire. It makes these people feel I am part of you. Goes to Turkana, he adorns the attire. He goes to Lamu, he puts on that kashuka. That's how you bring people together, you understand. And then I think he had also done a lot of research, either through friends, about different cultures. He could understand what they want and what they don't want. And therefore, he was very careful not to offend any community. Of course, through those friends, they could tell him, this is what we like and this is what we don't like. And therefore, even in his utterances, he was careful not to offend any community. And I believe that's why he had all that that following, that big following, the countrywide, At one point, you remember during which election? Was it 2013? Where a map of Kenya was drawn and...
Yeah, we were talking about secession.
Secession.
You can actually divide the country in half.
Did you see that he had even a bigger region than...
Yeah. There was a conversation on who exactly takes Nairobi. Then it was NASA to take, or was it a Code Coalition back then?
Which you would not want anyway. But sometimes it's also good for us to remember. Kenyans, we forget very fast. So when he makes such kind of a decision to now join that government, you could see the danger that was there for this country. Because he said that he cannot oversee the subdivision of this country. Yes. So what was I saying? That's how you could be able to make friends.
Okay.
Yes.
Also, just on another thing that I think we could actually get to engage in, but before we do that, let me just bring you up to speed with what is happening. Of course, we are both live at Parliament Buildings and also the Nyayo National Stadium, where the body of the Right Honourable former Prime Minister, the late Raila Odinga, will be arriving for the funeral service to be conducted by the Anglican Church of Kenya. And later on, of course, we also have the public viewing of the body, that is at, as the body lies in state, following, after the conclusion of that particular funeral service today at the Nyayo National Stadium. So the public will also be allowed to view the body. This is, of course, in continuation of what was happening yesterday, where the public was also allowed to view the body of the Right Honourable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. That was at Kasarani Stadium yesterday. Now, today the service will be conducted at Nyayo National Stadium. And this, of course, it is a state function today. And of course, also at Parliament Buildings, you can see there the choir singing, and I believe I can also see Member of Parliament, that is Millie Odhiambo, being part of that particular choir. I believe that's the parliamentary choir. We also have Dagoretti North Member of Parliament, that is Beatrice Selachi, part of that particular choir, singing as we wait for the body of the Right Honourable Raila Odinga to leave funeral home and make its way to Parliament Buildings for that lying in state. And of course, then later on, it will be transported to the Nyayo National Stadium, where there's a multitude of humanity waiting for him for that particular funeral service. And also after today, the body will be taken to Karen, his home in Karen, for a night of vigil, and also mourners to be allowed to view that according to the Luo traditions. And later on tomorrow, transported to Kisumu at the Jomo Kenyatta grounds for the public viewing once again, then at his home in Siaya, Bondo, Siaya County, where he will be laid to rest. That is on Sunday. And of course, according to Oburu Odinga, that particular service, that particular function will actually be attended by a small number of people, and that is at his home in Siaya, so that they actually give the family the last, the former Prime Minister, the last respect that he deserves during this particular time. All right, as we continue following on this one, let's continue having this conversation in regards to the fallen legend, the political enigma. And we talked about, how he got to garner support across the board. Let me talk to you about why he was a political enigma, why people called him an enigma in matters politics in this country. You've had one-on-one interactions with him. Would you say, it was how he thought, or what exactly?
Thank you. I'm happy to see that finally he's going to lay in state at the Parliament Buildings.
Yeah.
You remember when we started, I was praying that happens.
That happened, yeah, exactly.
That's very good. I'm happy that. Now, you talk about political enigma. Yeah, he was. You see, something I've come to observe about him is that he doesn't rush to make a decision. He is a very observant person. He listens a lot. He used to listen a lot. And by the time he makes a decision, which maybe he doesn't even have to tell you or share with you. Like the decisions that we've just talked about here, during Kibaki's time, during Kenyatta's time, as you say, he was listening to all these people.
Yeah.
And probably most of them were telling him, we shall never join this government. We shall never talk to this person. We shall never do this. So probably that explains why they say they were sidelined. Because behind his back, his mind, he knows the decision he's going to make is good for the country. And therefore, if I continue talking to these people, remember there's a talk at one point during the Kibaki was 2007 election. At one point somebody talked about something, was it Joho, during the last election? He mentioned how somebody decided that it will not go and it will not just go like that.
Yeah.
And that's how the post-election violence started.
Yeah, we can't
I'm not
just
in a
lose like
position-
that.
You heard about it.
Yeah.
I'm not in a position to talk about it because I was not there.
Just
But-
a moment. Of course, what you're seeing on your screen right now, we do have the family of the Right Honourable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga that is at Parliament. We also have, of course, those are the children of Raila Odinga. We have Winnie Odinga. We also have that is Raila Jr. And we also do believe other family members, including his aide, that is was his bodyguard who was with him in India when he collapsed and died. You're saying?
I was saying, probably that explains why he was not consulting. Because if he continue consulting, probably people would dissuade him. So that's why he decided to just go ahead and implement what he thought was right for the country. Yeah. So that was one of his political strategies.
Okay.
And I believe you don't need to tell everyone everything that you're doing.
Yeah.
Because that might be used against you. So I think that was his principle and concept.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it a good one? Was it a good one whereby sometimes you
When
do
it
things in
when it
secret?
calls for very serious matters such as national unity and security, I think it's a good one. That's why even every security matters are secret. We don't get to be told what is being planned. Even in warfare, you don't go to be told what tactic as a country you're going to use, what weapons you're going to use against your enemy, because it will leak to your enemy. And your enemies will use that against you. So, to some extent, it's a good strategy. You don't be so open with everything, especially in politics. Yeah, put your sword behind you.
Put your sword
Don't go, brandishing it.
Okay.
The other one might have a gun,
Okay.
and he'll finish you.
Okay, so some people say it's political betrayal and all that. Yes. And, the issues to do with political betrayal to some extent. So is that a tag that we get to shed at the moment?
A tag that we get to shed? I think to me, you look at the greater good. If 2 people are betrayed and 50 million people survived because of that betrayal,
Okay.
and the unity of this country survived because of that betrayal, so be it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Joel, of course, for your time and coming here to help us mourn the Right Honorable former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Right now, I want to cross over to Parliament buildings, where the body of the late is expected to be arriving anytime soon from now. And of course, there's leaders there, and of course, different leaders in the country who are part of that particular delegation that is at Parliament to just witness that, including President William Ruto, and of course, Wetangula, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly. We cross over to Parliament.
Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, a statesman who touched countless lives, championed the reforms that shaped the democracy, progress and growth of this nation. We Kenyans thank you, Lord, for the gift of your servant. Lord, you alone are the giver of life and every blessing. Grant comfort and strength to his family, relatives, and the entire nation. May your consoling presence to them all bring peace, solace, and hope. Throughout this period of mourning and all the ceremonies, and even after, Lord, relatives, engulf the entire nation and the entire people of Kenya.
As the nation mourns our beloved leader, a hero, a mentor, a patriot, a statesman, and your faithful servant, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, we thank you, O Lord, for the life you granted him to live amongst us, and for his service to this nation and this National Assembly. Lord God, we ask you for strength during this time of sorrow. Continue to comfort his wife, Mama Ida, and the entire family. Also comfort the relatives, the loved ones, and more so the entire nation. In this period of grief, O Lord, we pray for calmness, soberness, and your peace in our nation. And this morning we pray that you guide and strengthen His Excellency, the President of this nation, as he leads us through this moment of mourning. And Lord God, let your peace reign upon all of us. For this we pray through Christ our Lord and Savior. Amen.
We will now progress to the viewing, starting with His Excellency, the President. The rest of us, I kindly request we hold our peace as we allow His Excellency to view, and I'll guide you on the order. Family, let's have the family.
Trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. And I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to live a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around.
His Excellency, the Deputy President.
Down the bay where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town. Had to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. twasema
Ameingia holiday.
twasema twasema
Bado
pamoja na wewe, pamoja na wewe katika safari yangu tatembea na wewe, pamoja na wewe.
And indeed, those were live pictures coming to you from the Parliament building as various leaders and, of course, family members pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, as he is expected to be laid to rest on Sunday. We saw President William Ruto there earlier, and of course Raila's wife Ida Odinga and other family members there. They continue to stream in, paying their last respect. And of course, he has been laid in state at Parliament building, something that did not happen yesterday as was expected due to chaos that, happened in Parliament that led to his body being taken to Kasarani Stadium. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we are expecting a state funeral service at Nyayo Stadium. We did see several leaders as well as from the opposition, Eugene Wamalwa, party leader of DAP Kenya, as well as other leaders. A lot is expected today. And with me right now to continue with this conversation as we continue to monitor what is expected to happen in Nyayo Stadium is, of course, Honorable Joel Cairo, who is the former Speaker of Nakuru County Assembly. And we also have Fanya Mambo Kinodia, who is a political analyst. Let's start with you, Fanya Mambo Kinodia. Thank you so much for being here with us today. You've seen, of course, a lot of leaders streaming in, both his friends, his political allies, diehards of ODM, and of course, those who are his, political enemies, so to speak. What do you make of all these? What does this speak to who Raila was as a leader, as a person?
Well, thank you very much for having me this wonderful holiday where we are celebrating the life of an icon. Raila Amolo Odinga is an icon in our politics, whether you like it or not. Depends on who you are, how you interacted with him, and where you met him and how you met him. Okay. Everybody has got his own definition of who Raila Amolo Odinga is or was to them. But one thing we all agree on is that Raila Amolo Odinga was a fighter, and he fought so many battles. And some of the times there are more people who benefited from the fights he fought than himself. So the fact that his friends are there, the fact that people who were perceived enemies are there, right. The fact that there are people who they were on different sides of the political divide with together are there, shows you that Raila Amolo Odinga was respected and celebrated. He was loved, he was hated also in equal measure, but Raila Amolo Odinga was Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Honorable Joel Cairo, I don't know, you did mention a few things while speaking to Brian Amoy, and of course, we did not, his body was expected to lie in state yesterday. That did not happen, and there's a lot of questions in terms of better coordination by the committee led by Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. Do you see that happening going forward? I mean, we've just seen that the body has been laid in state. That did happen this morning. It is happening. So what should we expect? Are there expectations of better coordination according to you?
I think I had expressed some reservations in the morning, and I was a bit sad that the body had not been laid in state at the Parliament. But I'm happy that that has happened. And what I'm seeing, given the very short time that we have, the coordination should be more swifter. For example, I'm expecting right now that all the preparations in Kisumu have already been done. Security has been put in place, and so that they are able to go with the timetable that is there. So yes, I'm happy. You see, already we are behind schedule. The service was supposed to start at 8, as we had said. So it means you're still lagging behind. They need to use some, there's something called a theory of, what do you call it? Research. This is a strategic way of doing things, to plan. Late time, earliest time. So it seems that we are doing things the normal way. We don't know that this is it's an extraordinary kind of an event with a very short timeline, and it's like now the committee is doing things right now here, next here. They need to have a clear program, an implementation matrix for the remaining hours before we lay down Baba. Right. I thought they would have brought in some experts when they were doing all this. We have experts who, they can even advise you on how aeroplanes, do fly, which routes to take. These are experts that we have them in Kenya. It's called operations theory. They could employ operations theory. so that every step is meticulously calculated.
Okay.
Otherwise, for now, it's like, oh, let's go to the parliament. Oh, now let us clear this. From now on, everything should be put in place. And we have all the resources to do that. I think the government has all the resources. We have all the personnel to do that. Moving forward from this church service, we would not want to see anything lag behind. Because moving by these, even getting to Bondo, if going by what happened the other day from airport to Kasarani took 5 hours.
Right.
It means moving from Kisumu to Bondo might take a day or two if that is going to happen.
Right. And
so we need them to plan.
Right.
And to also advise people on where to be at what time.
At what time.
And in what position they should be.
Of course.
As I told you earlier, I'm expecting that they should advise people to line up the highway, especially going to Bondo, other than, you know, trying to move with a convoy. Okay?
Fanyamambo, what does this say about our intelligence service? And of course, Honorable Cairo has mentioned, you know, the procession to Bondo during the burial on Sunday. And of course, we're expecting various heads of state, including Cyril Ramaphosa from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, and of course, just neighboring country, Samia Suluhu, and of course, Yoweri Museveni from Uganda. I mean, this is something very crucial in terms of security measures that have to be put in place. It's not an easy thing. So what does this say about our intelligence service? Are they going to be able to hack it, given the timelines? And what do you think they could have done better?
Two things. I think they prioritized loyalty over professionalism. That whom do we trust in the process? Who are we going to have in the committee? But these people were not professionals in what they were doing. They were the people in government, holding government positions. That should have been a committee of experts. For example, the Indian Prime Minister is on record as having offered the Indian jet to come and bring the remains of Raila Amolo Odinga to the country. But what do we do as Kenyans? In our typical Kenyan style, we put in very many leaders in an KQ air flight and take them to India for 6.5 hours. Are you aware that the 6.5 hours our people used to get to India is the 6.5 hours the Indian jet would have used to get here? So what would have happened is that they would still have had a decoy. They would have told Kenyans, look here, the body is still alive, arriving as scheduled tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. However, the Indian jet would have brought Raila Amolo Odinga's body and landed at 1 a.m. Yes. Then what would have happened, he would have gotten his military honors at the airport without interruption. And they would have told the media, cover this, but make sure you air it like an hour or two later. So it would have been a state secret. They would have had him, he would have gotten the military honors that he was supposed to get at the airport. Right. And then they would have moved his body to Lee Funeral Home. And then at around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., everybody wakes up and sees breaking news. Raila Amolo Odinga's body arrived, it got military honors, it has been moved to Lee. Yes. When these people are planning to demonstrate and move towards Lee, the body would have been moved to Kasarani. And people would have been told, don't come to Lee, the body is at Kasarani. At the time when they were announcing his demise, they failed to announce and give directions. They said, Raila Amolo Odinga is dead. What do his supporters do? They start moving towards his home, and they really desecrated his home, and that was bad. They should have said, Mama Ida Odinga will be at Uhuru Park today. Anybody who wants to come and give their condolences can come to Uhuru Park. Now, what would have happened? People would have left Kibra and all the other places. They would have found themselves at Uhuru Park as opposed to their home. So when you give information, you have to ask yourself, what is the repercussion of the information I've given? When you say Raila Amolo Odinga is dead, the Luo will say, when we are mourning, we go to the home. But when you say he is dead, but Mama Ida Odinga has just left, she's at Uhuru Park receiving mourners. And then they literally take her there so that now you move the traffic from their home to Uhuru Park, for example. So many things were not clearly thought of and were not clearly thought out. And I hope that that will be taken care of. In Bondo, you cannot say that the motorcade is going to move from Kisumu to Bondo. These are not the kind of people you tell to line up. I'll tell you for free. Mutakuta wameblock barabara mahali na wameasha moto, and they want to hug Raila Amolo Odinga's body and coffin. We are different. We are different. I've always told Kenya, the difference between a Luo man and a Luya man and a Kikuyu man and a Kisi man is as big as the difference between an American and a Russian. or an American and a German, those two people cannot live in the same country. But we try, we do our best.
Right.
That's why when you saw when Mwai Kibaki died, the vehicle that people are seeing on the screen that was carrying his remains was able to move uninterrupted. And they knew a normal Kikuyu person will wave at Mwai Kibaki and let him be and bow, and that's it. But a normal Luo man, a normal Luya man, and we saw when even Kijana Wamala was being buried, is very different from a normal Kikuyu man in terms of how they mourn. So whether we like it or not, we are intrinsically different. We are completely and totally different. And we have to appreciate those differences and plan with those differences in mind. Because you remember when Moi, the late President Moi, died, again, the Kalenjin person does not mourn the same way as the Luo. And that is why the same entourage, given that Moi had led us for 24 years, you'd have expected a violent upheaval. But because the Kalenjin person is a lot more reserved than the Luya person or the Luo person during the burial ceremonies and burial rites, the Kalenjin did not do what was happening. So anticipate, appreciate the cultures. The Luo are not bad. They were just brought up that way. That is their culture. So let us plan with that in mind and say, look here, these are not terrible human beings. They are cultured that way. How do we deal with people who are cultured that way? So they planned for Raila's death with a Kalenjin person in mind or a Kikuyu person in mind.
With the Kenyan in mind.
With the Kenyan.
Right. Honorable Cairo, I don't know what you make of what Fanyamambo is saying. How do we reconcile that the mourners, the supporters of Raila Odinga have the right to mourn him in their own way? You know, we are different ethnically. So how do we reconcile that? We saw what happened yesterday. I believe 3 people, you know, were killed. That's the number we have so far. That's something, of course, you know, Kenyans want avoided going forward. And of course, especially in Bondo, we don't know what's going to happen. So how can we reconcile that in terms of how the security personnel handle the mourners, given that it is their right to do so? How do we reconcile the balance between security and giving them the right to do so?
Thank you. Listening to Fanyamambo, I think I really concur with what he has just said.
Right.
One would have had an 8-hour head start if that offer that was given by the Prime Minister of India was accepted. Would have had an 8-hour head start. Right now we are behind schedule. Number 2, the way these people, the Luos, the way they mourn is not the same way other people like Kikuyus mourn. And therefore, I wish someone like Fanyamambo would have been co-opted into this committee, other than looking at loyalty, as you just said. And I had mentioned that we needed experts to try and even advise. You know, would have even been sort of, you know, some kind of media content trying to sway how the people are going to think, even trying to gauge, even on the ground. The committee would have even sent people on the ground, you know. Right now, I'm hoping in Kisumu, they can get the feelers. What are these people saying? What are they intending to do? You know, some intelligence kind of, and you talked about NSIS, some intelligence kind of, so that as they plan, they are aware. Because the use of force against mourners is unacceptable, actually. The 3 people died, yet they are mourning their departed leader.
Right.
So moving forward, I think they have learned their lesson up to now, and I hope they're going to consult widely. Consult widely, even the wazee wa mitaa of those areas, even Nyumba Kumi, they can sway the way people are thinking about a funeral. You see, when you get out of your small area, and the Nyumba Kumi chairman has already spoken to you that, you know, this is a man of a dignified man. We need to, you know, we need to bury him with respect. If that is done in quite a number of homesteads around there, and then you have these opinion leaders. In every area there are opinion leaders. We have WhatsApp, these bloggers who are influential, some influencers in some area. Even there's no village that does not have an influencer. So in those particular areas, like now in Kisumu, I'm expecting that kind of thing is going to happen, to try and reshape. Tell them, as much as we are showing love, we are actually discrediting the respect of this
Right.
our leader.
Okay.
So they are taught some mindset change, so that even if you see sometimes you can go somewhere and somebody behaves in such a way, the same young people are the ones to tell him, no, you remember we were told not to do that. So we need to bring some mindset change, because we cannot use force. The police, what they know is to use force, is to restrain. So, and these people are many.
Right, but
By their sheer numbers.
where is the line between legitimate crowd control and violation of rights? How is that line supposed to be drawn, given
I
what
think what we are
happened?
lacking so much in this country is crowd control. We've seen areas like Paris, you know, big cities in Germany and all that, where we have millions of protesters, and the police are able to control them. Here, I think, by sheer use of force, you see, force begets force. So, I cannot draw the line, and maybe Fanyamambo will assist me on that.
Right.
It is very difficult to draw the line.
Yes, how do we
Especially
draw
when
the
you're
line,
using force.
I think
Fanyamambo?
let's be fair. Let's be fair. There's a difference between mourning and bad manners. When you plaque the gate of Parliament and take it away, that is actually robbery with violence.
Yeah, it was a crime.
Because that is robbery with violence. There is no nice way of putting it. In fact, the police were extremely measured in what they did, because they allowed those young people to get away with that. It should not be allowed that a young person would come and take away the gate of Parliament and go with it. Hiyo ilienda kupimwa kilo, and that is wrong. It should not be condoned. So that's a situation whereby use of force is allowed, because you are literally stealing from people. Number two, something horrible would have happened at Kasarani had those shots not been fired. The police had really tried to restrain themselves. Can you imagine from the airport the amount of trouble that the police went through? And by the time they got to Kasarani, for them to have opened fire, it was either they opened fire or the casket would have been overrun. Now, can you imagine a situation whereby there would have been a stampede on Raila's body? And remember, some of these young people were on record on their TikTok pages saying that Raila is Ezekiel Sunday. He's a king. And some of them were making it very clear. The idea is to steal the body and hide it and mourn with it for 30 days so that Raila is buried after 30 days. They were saying he cannot control them after he's dead. So I do not justify the use of bullets. But at the point where we feel that his body was going to be desecrated, at the point where we feel that they would have started carrying his coffin and doing all sorts of stupid things, I feel like for the sake of the family, it was important to use a lot of force to protect their beloved's body from desecration.
Right.
So I think that our people also have to be measured. It cannot be one way that we say that all the time we expect the police to be measured in what they do.
Right.
We must also tell civilians to be measured, because you cannot come and disrespect somebody's father's body and disrespect somebody, because this is a father, this is a husband,
Right.
this is a grandfather. Why do you want to touch their body? Why do you want to move around with
Are
their body?
Kenyans too entitled
Why
when
do
it
you
comes
want
to public figures, Fanyamambo? Because we understand there is a petition that has been filed wanting to contest, you know, the burial within 72 hours. Where does that audacity
For me,
come
I
from?
think that's a busybody, to say the least. Who are you? You cannot be more important to Raila than his wife and his children.
Right.
I think for me, what matters right now first is his wife, his children.
It's true.
And what the wife and children say is important is what we follow. So this is a family decision. As a state, we come in and pay our respects and support the family in mourning. In as much as he was a leader who touched the lives of all of us, the family comes first. And that is why even when I saw what was happening at Parliament, at first I felt disturbed. Why is President William Ruto viewing the body before the family? Because burial is a family thing. So family should have come first, and then the president,
But it being
and then
a
others.
state,
It
him
doesn't
being accorded
matter.
a state funeral, don't you think that
Before
was
you
warranted?
become a state person, you are a family person. And Raila Amolo Odinga is more important to Ida than to the state. Raila Amolo Odinga is more important to his children. Remember,
But isn't that the protocol?
No,
I mean,
no.
with the previous...
Go and look, because we've had presidents
Right.
who've been buried even in the United States. Their family.
But what about Kenya, constitutionally?
It doesn't matter. What matters is who has died. To them, he's a father. They'll only have one father. To you as a country, with time, you'll have other big political leaders. Kenya has had 5 presidents so far, and it's going to have more. But Raila, I mean, Fidel and all his family members and Ida have only had one father and one husband.
Right.
And he's going to be the only father they are going to have all their life. So let us just say that burial is a family affair, and everybody else comes to help the family
Okay.
to be able to lay to rest
All
their
right.
loved
Maybe if I
one.
may add on that,
Okay.
I totally agree with Wanyamambo, because, as he says, burial is a family matter. I thought that, there's a tendency to take credit for everything. And sometimes we go too far to try and get this credit, to the extent that we bring some funny protocols, or protocols that are not the right ones. It is the wife who is supposed to have, and the family, to look at the body first, when it's laying in the state, because that respect has been bestowed to their father, and they're the people to receive it as the first. And should that not happen, and even if you go to that big extent or further extent and decide that they're not going to be the first, to me, I thought it should have been even the speaker. Given that we have separation of power in this country, we have the executive, we have the legislature, and the
Right.
Judiciary.
so, and you are in the parliament. So who is the head of parliament? See, it is the speaker. If that was to go by whatever just happened.
Right.
So I join Wanyamambo by saying that protocol has been breached, and probably the culture and protocol department should look at that maybe in future, so that we don't have that kind of confusion.
Right, and of course we are continuing to monitor everything that is going on in Parliament buildings as well as Nyayo Stadium. And of course the military procession is on standby to take the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga to Nyayo Stadium. We have seen that Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi is already there, and he was heading the delegation that went to Mumbai, India, to get the remains of Raila Odinga and bring them back home yesterday. And we are going to be telling you every detail when the military procession does leave Parliament and makes its way to Nyayo Stadium. Of course, President Ruto has already left Parliament as well as Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki, and of course the family members, they are going to be making their way. I believe they've already made their way to Nyayo Stadium, where the state funeral service is expected to go on. And of course we did see Kenyans in hundreds of numbers already there to pay their last respect to Raila Odinga, and as ACK is expected to lead that service that is underway, that is expected to begin any moment from now, once the military procession makes its way from Parliament building to Nyayo Stadium. And of course, Wanyamambo, there is one issue that does come out. You know, Raila Odinga was very vocal when it came to our health system in Kenya, always advocating for a better system. But he went to seek for health services in India. What does that say about our health system?
Thank you. I think it's not just Raila Amolo Odinga. Many African leaders have died abroad. And most of the African leaders who die abroad, in hospitals abroad, die in a hospital that the amount of money they die worth would have built 10 or 20 such facilities even better.
Right.
When you think of any African leader who died in a state abroad, and you hear his worth, how much money he is worth, and the fact that those African leaders have not thought of building a hospital in their home that can take, I was hoping that one day, at least we shall have one African countries where we hear that African presidents go to, for example, Kenya, because there's a hospital in Kenya that meets the standards of the hospitals abroad, and most of these leaders can afford. They go out there. Remember, Raila Amolo Odinga was not seeking for an affordable option in India. He was not looking for a hospital that is cheaper. That was not the question.
Right.
He was looking for a hospital that can do what Kenyan hospitals are not able to do.
Right.
So why we as a country have not invested in having our hospitals get to the standards of those hospitals that we go to seek medical help abroad is a big question. But secondly, I'm looking at the crowd at Nyayo Stadium. I don't know, maybe I'm too critical in my thinking. Have you realized that the caliber of mourners at Nyayo Stadium is very different from what we saw yesterday? Have you realized that they all have a flag and a white handkerchief? Does that tell you something? I know people started being seated as early as 4 a.m.
Right.
And there was a lot of security screening going on. Are we having the actual genuine mourners? Or are we having selected Kenyans coming in? And who selected them and why? Look, everybody's coming in.
Mobilized.
They appear to have the colors of the flag. They all have white handkerchiefs. They are not carrying matawi like yesterday. And their demeanor
Are you saying that
is
these are the
different.
genuine mourners as opposed to what
I'm
we saw
just saying
yesterday?
Kenyans need to open their eyes to what is happening in Nyayo Stadium and ask themselves those questions.
Okay. Interesting. What do you make of that, Honorable Cairo?
Wow. Talking of mourners,
And the reason I said that as he comes in is, there were things that mourners were singing yesterday.
Right.
All of you have them on record. And there were things that they were saying yesterday. I won't say them here because you watched those clips. Just go see what songs were they singing, what words were they saying.
Yes.
To prevent that from happening at the National Stadium, we have to select the mourners who come here. And if possible, we have to mobilize the mourners who come to Nyayo National Stadium and to give them handkerchiefs.
yeah,
Otherwise, the songs they were singing yesterday will be sung here.
Okay.
yeah, Mombi, talking about mourners, allow me to convey condolences from the young people of Bahati, led by Kimani. He just sent me a message here.
In Nakuru.
Say they condole with the family of Raila Odinga for the loss of Raila. Coming to the crowds here, as you just said, we know we are politicians, and we can be able to tell you what kind of a crowd this is. We can be able to tell you this is a generic crowd. It has just erupted. No one has mobilized that crowd. And most of the time, you will not find them with a common item. The only common item you'll find them with are twigs, like you could see, because everyone can get a twig from anywhere. But the moment you see handkerchiefs, flags, somebody has purchased them from somewhere and have given these people. And as my brother here has just said, the chants that were there, we saw chants in Siaya, we saw chants around here. Because of fear of that thing happening in the biggest crowd that is going to be in Nyayo Stadium, then there's a likelihood that politicians have mobilized the mourners that are here. And therefore, some of the mourners that walked from JKI to Kasarani are conspicuously missing in this crowd.
Are you saying they've deliberately been locked out?
I can't say. Maybe some of them have also been mobilized within here, but now there's some motivation, kind of. So, and there's a way they've been told to behave and even chant and sing. You see? Because yesterday they might be singing that. You know the economic times. And today, some, I'm not saying everyone, today, if you're mobilized, you're told to do this. Some. So we can tell you that this crowd is a generic crowd doing this, whatever they are doing naturally without anybody telling them to do. And we can also be able to tell you this one has been mobilized for a specific purpose.
All right, let's assume that's the case, Fanyamambo. How do they control that in a place like Bondo?
The truth is, you know, sometimes when you have a flu and you try to block the nose so that the makamasi stops coming out, or you have a running stomach and then you try to block the exit, instead of dealing with the fact that you have a running stomach, what you are doing is wasting your time. So this is a situation of a country having a running stomach and trying to stitch the exit with super glue or a sellotape and saying, haitatoka. This is where we are. The truth is, there's a lot of disaffection towards this administration amongst Kenyans. And it's going to be manifest in Bondo. It's going to be manifest in the whole of the Nyanza region. There you cannot be able to decide who goes to the stadium and who does not go to the stadium. Once the remains of Raila Amolo Odinga arrive in Nyanza, it's going to be a very different story. The ball game you are seeing here is different from what you're going to see on that other side.
Right.
And that's why you are seeing the state function is happening here. I strongly doubt that our leaders will be present at the Bondo event. That might just be a church affair and a family affair with the state providing security. That's why they're doing it in Nairobi.
Okay.
And there it will be raw emotions. There people will tell one another the truth. Unasikianga kuambiana ukweli. There it will be said as it is. And he'll be laid to rest, and we wish that everything goes smoothly and goes well.
Okay.
And all I can say is this idea of trying to manage situations is as old as politics itself. And we are watching, and Kenyans are clever, and Kenyans are observant, and they have a third eye they can see.
Right.
But for the first time, we are seeing people who carried twigs now carrying white handkerchiefs. Who bought them? Zilipatikana wapi usiku? Kwani they knew Baba was going to die,
right,
so that each monarch aenda katafuta white handkerchief from a retail shop. They must have all come from one source. So,
right.
Yeah.
I believe the military procession is making its way out. According to the pictures we are seeing from Parliament. I'm not sure if he's about to make a statement or what's the clergy. We can see the clergy there from ACK. That is a military procession that is expected to head with the body of Raila Odinga to Nyayo Stadium. You can see those live pictures, and this is just right after the family members as well as leaders, members of Parliament, President Ruto, paid their last respects and viewed the body in Parliament building. Where he was laying in state. That did happen. That is something that did not happen yesterday. We are seeing Speaker for National Assembly, Moses Wetangula, there. So we believe the process is now going to take place in a few minutes, where the procession will take stadium, where various leaders are already there, as well as Kenyans, many Kenyans from various regions who are there to pay their last respects for Raila Odinga. Fanyamambo, we've not seen, we've spoken about who's present, who's not present. We've not seen DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua anywhere. We saw him, he made a post when the reports came out, and of course he has been making messages on his social media platforms, but we've not seen him anywhere, not in Karen, not yesterday in Kasarani. Is he going to show up?
I'll say this, I wouldn't hold brief for him, and I wouldn't say whether he's going to show up or he's not going to show up. He has sent his condolence messages, and he has communicated what he thinks about this whole thing. I guess everybody, as I said, everybody has had their own relationship with Raila Amolo Odinga, and a stage at which, when Raila Amolo Odinga died, their relationship was. For example, God forbid, if Raila Amolo Odinga had died at that stage when he was organizing maandamano against this government, would it have been possible for William Ruto to appear? You see, politics has got stages. And sometimes life can be cut short at a stage where you and I have not reconciled. I'll give you a good example. The Gen Zs of this country are yet to feature here. Because this death happened at a point in time when the Gen Zs and Raila Amolo Odinga had not reconciled. The Gen Zs had not forgiven him for what on their part they believed was a betrayal from Raila Amolo Odinga. So all I can say is the absence of Riggy G is probably an indication of a situation where a section of this country was not in very good time at the point of his death. And I wish God had given him an opportunity to live longer for reconciliation to happen. Remember, there was a time when Raila Amolo Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta had exchanged jabs. In fact, Had it not been for that prayer breakfast where they came and said, you called me Kimondo Kiguruki, and then they forgave each other and they hugged each other and became friends, maybe Uhuru would not have been here because he had called him Kimondo Kiguruki. So I think it's about stages in life, and this is a stage in time when I think the two had not had an opportunity to reconcile. I don't think they hate each other. I think they just have political differences. Yes.
You mentioned something very interesting. Of course, he was, you know, in good terms with the government, so to speak. Yes. I don't know, Honorable Cairo, do you think if he was at odds with the government, would he have been accorded a state funeral, what we're seeing right now, if he was still in opposition, critiquing the government?
First, I don't think. Because we know the kind of this administration that is in place right now. It's a very revengeful administration. It does not forgive. And therefore, actually saying that if Raila was still in the opposition, he would have been given a state funeral, that would not happen. I don't think it would have happened because, I mean, he's getting all this because of what he has brought to the government. And the status quo, the government wants to maintain the status quo. And how does it appease and maintain the status quo? It's one, let us take the responsibility and do a state funeral so that the support that he has brought does not get out. It's one of the strategies to maintain that broad-based government. And of course, there are those who are happy and they are seeing that actually the government is working. But to me, I don't see any possibility of, it's like, for example, right now, God forbid, and I'm not saying it will happen, should anything of this nature happen to someone like Rigiji, are you seeing a situation where Ruto is going to grant him a state funeral after having impeached him, after having all these kind of altercations with him? So I don't believe it would have happened.
Right. And of course, Kenyans continue to ask themselves a lot of questions whether this government is using this, you know, whole thing as a political event, Fanya Mambo. Do you think that there are some using it for their own personal gain or for their own political gain?
Unfortunately, yes. I have seen what some legislators from ODM are doing with this, you know, mobilizing young people, telling them to chant praises in their own names, then coming to appear to quell them, because people are trying to fit in Baba's shoes. People are trying to ask themselves, hata sahi kwa mazishi, you know, unfortunately, when you die, there are people who celebrate, but they'll never tell you. Hata sahi kwa mazishi, who will fill Baba's position? And so there's a lot of people who are trying to milk maximum political mileage out of this. There are people who are trying to steal the show. There are people who are trying to position themselves within ODM and to appear as though they are the ones who will succeed Baba and take the leadership of ODM. But whatever the situation and whatever the circumstances, I mean, ODM is going to be different, whether we like it or not.
Right.
The ODM before Baba's departure and the ODM after Baba's departure are two different ODMs, completely, totally, and 100%.
Right, and from what we saw yesterday in Parliament, it seems like no leader in ODM seems to have a grip like Raila did on, you know, the ODM supporters. I think you saw Member of Parliament for Embakasi East, Babu Owino, trying to calm down the crowds who are the crowd that was trying to gain entry into Parliament. That did not happen. So, how does ODM move forward?
I mean, let's be wise. Let's be totally and 100% wise. Who goes and climbs to where young people are, who are organically, if so to speak, organically there? Maybe he even had his phone in his pocket and all, and you address them from there. Truth is, many of those politicians you see in ODM were responsible for those crowds at Parliament. And many of them were trying to quell them for their own political mileage. Had got nothing to do with trying to bring order. Think that a politician, atifanya mambo amekuja, amekutana na macrowds wa DCP, Uhuru Park anajaribu kuambia, oh, nyamazeni, tulieni. You think they'll listen to me? I'll first bring my own 1,000 young people. and then I'll make them to yell and cause disorder, and then I will come and tell them, hey, and then people will see Fanyamambo has got control of these young people, and they believe in him and they follow him. This is a country where I talk of something called the magic of the 500 bob. There is something that 500 shillings does that nothing else can do. And that's why I usually tell people, as you do all those things, how are you going to deal with the magic of the 500 bob? Because if your opponent has discovered how to use the 500 bob, that does magic. You saw it in Kirinyaga when some women decided to come and demand for respect by disrespecting themselves and, you know, raising their legs on tarmac, and people are asking, okay, you want us to respect you by disrespecting yourself. So it's the magic of the 500 shillings. And some of what you are seeing, you're being treated to, is very many 500 bobs having changed hands. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Mombi, just to add on that, I would want you to look at those clips, the one you're just talking about, and you compare it with the Gen Z protest, which was generic. Just look at it. It's a reenactment of what happened. It's a choreographed reenactment. How comes you are the only one who can climb every time? The first time he climbed, that was genuine. But this other one is a reenactment. Then you also go to Kasarani, and you look at a member, the same member, calming those people, and even showing them a thumbs signal, relax. So it means the same people might have now left this place to Kasarani. And as Fanyamambo is saying, we can tell you this is genuine, this is not genuine. So people create a situation, and then they pretend to come and calm the same situation.
Right.
Because of you see that the succession story. Somebody wants to fit into the shoes of Baba.
And just to cut you short, Honorable, we are seeing pictures of former President Uhuru Kenyatta has made his way, just arrived at Nyayo Stadium. They're being received by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. We are also seeing Governor for Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, and various leaders present. Of course, we are now expecting President William Ruto to make his way as well. We are seeing Chief Justice Martha Koome is present. And of course, Kenyans in numbers are there to pay their last respects for Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Those are pictures coming to you live from Nyayo Stadium as leaders continue to make their way in Nyayo Stadium. We are going to be giving you every detail. Thank you so much for being with us here. You can also talk to us on our various social media platforms, Kameme TV Kenya as well as K24. And of course, Fanyamambo, what is the future of ODM? I mean, there are a lot of questions when it comes to that.
Thank you. I think before I even speak about the future of ODM, I want to speak about the gentleman who's just walked into the stadium.
Right.
The stadium has come alive
You
with the
can
walking
see
in
them.
of former President
Right.
Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It would be hard for you to hate this gentleman.
Yes.
He just carries such an amiable personality that he's creating an ecstatic feeling in the stadium, and everybody is excited about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So we must say he's a statesman and he's loved greatly. And
Fanyamambo, before we finish, and why is it so charismatic that when he enters the whole stadium, you know, bursts up?
Right.
It is because of how he ruled this country.
Right, and there we are seeing Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki. He's just arrived. They're being received by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, and as well as National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula. I believe right now, any minute, President William Ruto is going to be making his way to the stadium. I believe that's his motorcade, if I am not mistaken, for the funeral service to begin for the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Thousands of Kenyans who are there raising the Kenyan flag. Right there we are seeing Chief Justice Martha Koome has just arrived And of course, that process is expected to begin, or that ceremony is expected to begin. There's something you were saying before.
I was just asking aloud, and I was asking my brother Fanyamambo here, because he actually mentioned that when the former president came in, the whole stadium went wild.
Right.
And I'm trying to bring a conversation around there. Why do you think that it has gone wild, even after having retired?
No, I think it's the love they have for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. You see, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, forget about him as president and think of him as the man. People loved him as Uhuru because Uhuru is very amiable. He's very down to earth and very, you even wonder whether he grew up in State House, because this person wakes up and he just does things and you ask yourself, is this the guy who was president? He's so down to earth.
Right. That's true.
And so people love him for who he is. Before they even go to Uhuru the president, it is Uhuru the person. He carries a personality that you can only love. And that's why you're seeing people even struggling to be close to him.
Right.
Oh, that's Mama Ida.
And of course, we are seeing pictures of the family, Mama Ida Odinga and her family members there making their way to Nyayo Stadium. And of course, quite a hard day for the family there, as you can see, the demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And to them, this is not just a leader. This is their family, somebody who was very dear to them, someone who was very close to them. And like you had said earlier, Fanyamambo and Honorable Cairo, you were debating about whether, it was right for President William Ruto to have been the first, to have been given priority to view the body, protocols aside and all of that. There's a lot going on right now. Family members, like I have said, making their way there. We are expecting President William Ruto to make his way in Nyayo Stadium. We are seeing Kenyans in numbers there joining the family, friends of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga to pay their last respect. And of course, the military procession, I believe, has already left Parliament buildings, expected to make its way to Nyayo Stadium. And as we continue to just monitor who's making his or her way in Nyayo Stadium, Fanyamambo, a lot of people...
Mumbi, there's something I wanted to add for what he has just said.
Okay.
Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta is the one who supported Raila Odinga in the last presidential election.
Right. And
many Kenyans remember his words, that Nemoke leader, you will regret. Because, that is the time we had this narrative of dynasty and hustlers and all that. And he even endeared to the people and asked the people to vote for Raila Odinga. But today, people now, when they see him, they remember he had warned them about the tough times that are going to be ahead of them. And I think that's why one of the reasons, when people see him, they remember the words that he spoke. Actually, at one forum, I remember when we were at NDC, people were saying, tell us the direction this time round. We shall not go against you. Thank you.
Yeah. Fanyamambo, a lot of people were talking about, we did mention about, some leaders in Parliament trying to calm the crowd down yesterday. And some people did mention, if you monitored on social media, somebody needs to come out and calm them down. Do you think maybe if former President Uhuru Kenyatta had come out and spoken to them, do you think they would have listened?
Oh, definitely. You see, first, it's no doubt that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta voted for Raila Amolo Odinga. It's also no doubt that he availed resources, he availed his time, and he really campaigned for Raila Amolo Odinga. So he meant well. And even after President Ruto was sworn in, Uhuru would still go ahead and say he's still in Azimio and his leader is Raila Amolo Odinga. Those are words that are remembered. So people from the entire Nyanza region who form the bulk of the mourners here strongly believe that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta meant well for their son. He did what he could, but of course, he also did something that is respectable. He respected the will of the people. When people came and said, we are not going to take what you are giving us, we will take what we want, he said it is fine. And he handed over power in peace. So there's a lot to celebrate about Uhuru Kenyatta, and he continues to be a towering leader that people can always look up to.
Right, right, of course. And the other issue that comes to my mind is, Kenyans are unable to distinguish between, you've seen various leaders coming in, those who did not align politically. Oh, right, that is former president of Tanzania, Kikwete, has just arrived, and of course he is one of the leaders that was expected to arrive today, and of course we are expecting other leaders to arrive at Nyayo Stadium, and of course various leaders. Of course the current president of Tanzania is also expected to attend the burial on Saturday, as well as we are seeing President William Ruto has just arrived there alongside First Lady Rachel Ruto, just making his way in Nyayo Stadium. President William Ruto has just arrived, and the service is expected to now begin officially, as all the family members, all the various dignitaries that were expected to arrive have already arrived. They're making his way is President William Ruto to attend the funeral service of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga there. Kenyans have already made their way in to mourn the demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. There you have it. We are seeing family members receiving President Ruto, of course, and of course we are seeing Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki there, and of course First Lady, and the service is expected to begin. We can see Kenyans raising their flags. So I believe right now the service is expected to start any minute from now. It was expected to begin earlier, but remember that the body of Raila Odinga had to be laid in state at Parliament, where viewing of his body took place. And of course, we are seeing a Wiper leader there, Kalonzo Musyoka. A lot of people were asking, he is missing in action, but I believe he was out of the country. He is back now to join other Kenyans, other leaders in mourning the passing of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. There, a handshake between President Ruto, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, right there. Right, and of course, there's a lot happening, a lot of leaders coming in. I was talking about Kenyans needing to distinguish between politics and not taking politics so much into heart. I mean, given that the leaders who are present right now, the handshakes, it's like, no hard feelings kind of mood.
That's very true, Madam Mumbi. Politics, the governor of Uasin Gishu, Honorable Mandago, said that weka siasa kwa mapafu, put the politics in your lungs. You breathe it in, you breathe it out. Don't take very radical stance, because as Kenyans, everyone has his own political leanings, but we are all Kenyans, one way or another. The same way my brother here had talked about communities and all that. It's like this community and this community is like Russia and UK and all that. We are all Kenyans. At the end of the day, we are one.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to connect that with also the issue between why I think the leader of DCP should actually come out and mourn with this family, because whatever he spoke was not related to the event of now, because somebody tried to insinuate that the rumors that were there about the health of Raila Odinga was being peddled by Rigathi Gachagua.
Okay.
And he had to come out and deny and say, no, I'm not the one. So that to me did not even cause this death. So I would really urge him also, because there's still other opportunities, to show solidarity with the family, and maybe he has even shown it, only that maybe it has not been brought to light.
Right.
But as Kenyans, let's put politics aside. So when you see, or when he intends to go and visit the family, let him be given an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Right, that is the military procession making its way to Nyayo Stadium. Final remarks, Fanya Mambo, as we finalize?
I think for me is to tell Kenyans, let us be united in mourning, and also let us be united in showing respect. Let us follow procedure. Let us follow what you are told. As you can see, the supporters, as I told you, now they're already out there. Right. They are about to do the unthinkable. We hope they will not join in this particular procession, because the only thing they're interested is in the body, as you can see. So we are telling them, exercise restraint, let Baba get his respect.
Right. Honorable Cairo, final remarks?
Yeah, we wish that these events just go as planned, so that we put Baba to rest with his, the honors that has been bestowed to him.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Joel Cairo.
And we wish that the people of Kisumu will behave in a dignified way to send
Thank
Baba.
you so much for being with us, Honorable Joel Cairo, former Speaker of Nakuru County Assembly, as well as Fanya Mambo Kinuthia, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much for being here with us. Gentlemen, let's now cross over to Nyayo Stadium and just for the live coverage of the funeral service of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Sikuweng, it's my natural accent. Me, I don't weng.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi, ningependa niweze kupeana itifaki ama ratiba itakayoweza kufuata kwa kimuktasari. Wakati tutaweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, sote kwa heshima tutaombwa kuweza kusimama, ambapo mwili huu Mheshimiwa Rais utaweza kuzungushwa uwanja huu wa Nyayo, na kwa wale ambao wamevalia sare rasmi za kiserikali kuweza kupeana heshima yao, na wananchi pia kuweza kusimama kupeana heshima kwa mwenda zake. Baada ya hapo, Mheshimiwa Rais, zitafuata tafrija za kijeshi, ambapo Mheshimiwa Rais tutaweza tena kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa, kisha baada ya hapo nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga ataweza kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata, kisha tutaweza kurejea tena na gwaride la kijeshi ili kuweza kuondoa mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani. Kuzidi kuwakumbusha tu wananchi wazalendo tuweze kumuomboleza kiongozi wetu kwa njia inayostahiki, na hali kadhalika tukiwaomba kwa heshima kuweza kutulia, ndiposa tusiweze kumtatiza parade commander atakapokuwa anatoa amri zake. Tutarudi kwenu St. Stephen's Choir na hali kadhalika All Saints Cathedral Choir tuweze kuendelea na kipindi cha burudani. Upande wa pili tafadhali St. Stephen's Jogoo Road Choir, iwapo mko tayari, na All Saints Cathedral Anglican Church Choir, tuendelee tafadhali. Asante sana St. Stephen's Choir. Wakati wote tokea sasa tutakuwa tunapokea mwili wa mwenda zake kuweza kujiunga nasi rasmi mahali hapa. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kuweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, aliyekuwa waziri mkuu katika uwanja huu wa mataifa wa Nyayo. Mwili huu utaweza kuzunguka ili wananchi waweze kupeana heshima yao, na hali kadhalika walio kwenye sare rasmi za serikali kuweza kupiga saluti. Bendi ya majeshi ya ulinzi, mtupe him tunapozunguka na mwili huu tafadhali. Bendi tunaomba mtupe him mwili huu unapozungushwa tafadhali. Iwapo unatupata kwa njia ya mbashara, ukipenda live, tunaupokea mwili wa mwenda zake hapa uwanjani Nyayo, uwanja wa kimataifa ama ukipenda uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, ambapo hivi sasa tunapokea rasmi mwili wa mwenda zake. Hakika wema nazo fadhili zitanifuata siku zote za maisha yangu. Nitakaa nyumbani mwa Bwana. Iwapo unajiunga nasi kwa njia mbashara, hivi sasa tumeweza kupokea mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, ukiwezwa hivi sasa kuonyeshwa kwenye umma ukiwa umevikwa bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni heshima ya hali ya juu ambayo ameweza kupewa na taifa lake kwa majukumu aliyoweza kutekeleza akiwa hapa duniani. Na ni vyema Mwenyezi Mungu ameona tangulie mbele za haki. Tunazidi kushukuru Maulana kwa miaka 80 aliyoweza kutupa tukaweza kuishi na kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, na hali kadhalika tukishukuru yale yote aliyoweza kuchangia kwa miundo misingi ya taifa letu la Kenya. Wananchi wakiweza kupeperusha bendera hivi sasa, wakiweza kumpa buriani kwa heri Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, hii leo ikiwa ni misa ibada, na inshallah siku ya Jumapili tutaweza kumpumzisha. Yakiwa ni mazishi ama ibada ya kitaifa, ndiposa utaona viongozi wote wa serikali wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rais na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto akiongoza taifa kumwomboleza aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na viongozi wa taifa letu la Kenya wakiwa wameandamana naye Mheshimiwa Rais kuweza kufariji wa Kenya, kufariji familia ya Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, miongoni mwa waombolezaji waliofika siku hii ya leo. Asante sana bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. Bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi, tuwe standby kwa wimbo wa taifa. Rais wa pili wa taifa la Kenya Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi, tukaweza kuona ikiweza pia kubeba mwili wa Rais Mwai Kibaki na hali kadhalika aliyekuwa mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi Generali Francis Omondi Ogolla, na hii leo tunashuhudia gari hili likiweza kubeba mwili wa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, likiwa ni gari maalum ambalo linapatikana katika idara ya jeshi kwa sherehe kama hizi. Maafisa watakaobeba mwili wa mwenda zake hivi sasa wakiweza kujitayarisha ili wakabebe mwili huu hadi mahali tutakapoweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa, kisha tutaweza kuketi na nitaweza kumpisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea na itifaki na ratiba itakayofuata ya misa ibada ya mwenda zake. Tunazidi kushukuru wananchi walioweza kufika kuweza kushiriki nasi misa ibada ya mwenda zake, na hali kadhalika tuwashukuru kwa utulivu wenu, na hali kadhalika kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tumeweza kupokea mwili wa mwenda zake ugani Nyayo, uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, tayari kwa ibada ambayo itaongozwa na kanisa la Kianglikana hapa nchini. Haya ikiwa ni ibada ya kitaifa ya mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, mwili wake hivi sasa ukiweza kutayarishwa na Paul Bearers ili tuweze kupokea mahali hapa rasmi. Tutakapopokea mwili huu, gwaride litaweza kuendelea, kisha tupate wimbo wa taifa, na baada ya hapo tutaweza kuwajuza ratiba itakayofuata. Kitazama jeneza la mwenda zake limeweza kufunikwa na bendera ya taifa letu la Kenya, ikiwa ni uzalendo wa hali ya juu na heshima za hadi ya juu aliyopewa mwenda zake. Wakiweza kujitayarisha hivi sasa ili wakaweze kuleta mwili huu, tunaomba wapiga picha wetu tafadhali muweze kuwapisha kwa heshima. With all due respect, kindly tunaomba wapiga picha tuweze kuruhusu gwaride hilo kuweza kuendelea tafadhali. Viongozi wetu wa kidini kutoka idara ya jeshi wakiwa mahali pale, kiongozi wa kanisa la Kianglikana, dini ya Kiislamu na hali kadhalika kanisa la Kikatoliki wakiwa tayari kuweza kutuletea mwili huu mahali hapa. Gwaride mwendo wa kinyonga ama ukipenda slow march, ili tuweze kupokea mwili huu rasmi kwenye jukwaa maalum. Kwa mwendo wa kinyonga kwa umaridadi kabisa, wakiwa wanauleta mwili wa mwenda zake mahali hapa, tukishukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa maisha ya mwenda zake. Mungu wa majeshi mwenye kuneemesha neema zote, neema kubwa na neema ndogo ndogo. wananchi tubaki tukiwa tumesimama, kwa sababu wakati wowote tutaweza kupokea wimbo wa taifa kwa heshima ya kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Sasa tuweza kupitisha mwili wa mwenda zake katikati ya gwaride hili lililoandaliwa na jeshi la nchi kavu. Kisha baada ya hapo tutaweza kuendelea na ratiba ya siku ya leo. Heshima hizi za kitaifa akipewa kiongozi wetu siku hii ya leo. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Asante sana wananchi wazalendo mlioweza kufika kuomboleza nasi na hali kadhalika kujiunga nasi kwa ibada ya mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako hivi sasa nipishe mwenzangu Bwana Mike Gitonga aweze kuendelea na ratiba itakayofuata. Welcome, sir.
Asante mwenzangu Bwana Misango. Your Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces. Your Excellency Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency Aida Odinga and family. Your Excellency Taye Selassie, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Your Excellency Dr. Kithure Kindiki,
Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan and Chairperson of the Youth and Gender Cluster, Your Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, ambassadors, foreign ministers representing various countries, governors present, led by the Governor Nairobi County, Honorable Johnson Sakaja, principal secretaries and cabinet secretaries present, the ODM leadership, members of parliament led by the House speakers and leadership of the houses, the Honorable Chief Justice, the clergy, all mourners present in this stadium and watching from various parts of the world. Your Excellency, with your permission, we will grant an opportunity for heads of states and deputy presidents to pay their last respect to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. At this point, allow me to invite His Excellency Taye Selassie to pay his last respects by the coffin where lies the remains of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
Baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba. Baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba, baba, jeshi ya baba, baba, sini wa baba.
Let me also now invite His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Followed by Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng Ngarang, then followed by His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. After last respects have been paid, we shall then hand over to the church to lead us in the sermon. But first of all, let's allow the distinguished guests who have proceeded to first of all view.
I'll now invite the Professor David Cordia, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Bondo, to now lead us in the service and the homily for this particular session. Professor David Cordia, Bishop, karibu tafadhali. Also to recognize His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Also to recognize Interior Minister of Rwanda, representing His Excellency President of the Republic of Rwanda. So currently we have His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, paying his last respects. Then I will invite Professor David Cordia, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Bondo, to take over the service. Professor David Cordia, kindly you may take over the service and lead us in the sermon.
On behalf of the Anglican Church of Kenya and the Anglican Diocese of Bondo and the entire Christian fraternity and all of us here present, I want to say thank you for all those who have come and ask for silence as we begin this service. So by the divine calling to our episcopacy, I wish to declare this service, state funeral service, for the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga officially opened in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I would like to ask Bishop Jonathan Kabiru of Nairobi to come and open the word.
Basi na tusimame kwa maombi. The Lord be with you. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Mwenyezi Mungu, twaja mbele zako asubuhi ya leo katika ibada hii ambayo ni ibada ya huzuni sana, katika hali ya kusherehekea maisha ya mtumishi wako, kiongozi wetu, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye Mwenyezi Mungu ulimpeana katika ulimwengu huu tangu mwaka huo wa 1945, na Mwenyezi Mungu wewe umeandamana pamoja naye katika maisha yake, akawa ni baraka kubwa kwa familia ya Odinga, akawa wa baraka kubwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Afrika yetu na ulimwengu wote. Na sasa katika kikao hiki tunaomba uwepo wako uwe pamoja nasi, ututulize roho zetu, ufariji familia yake, na ibada hii iendelee vyema, na katika hali zote Mwenyezi Mungu uweze kutamalaki. Twaomba ya kwamba kama watukufu wa nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, ya kwamba neema yako na amani yako itakuwa juu yetu. Kwa Kristo Yesu twaomba na kuamini. Amen.
As we stand, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Kindiki, Mama Canon Ida Odinga and her family, on behalf of our bishops, as the Anglican Church, we are delighted to lead the family, the nation, and the world in honoring a great son of Africa. To begin our solemn service, we will ask the combined choir of All Saints Cathedral, Nairobi, and ACK St. Stephen's Cathedral, Jogoo Road, to lead us in singing 2 stanzas of Bwana ni Mchungaji. Tunaposimama tafadhali. Please resume our seats. Jesus says, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believes in me, though he dies, he shall live, and whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he shall stand at the latter day upon the earth. And though after my skin worms destroy this body, yet in my flesh I shall see God, whom I shall see for myself, and my eyes shall behold and not another. We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we carry nothing out of it. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The grass withers and the flowers fall, because the breath of the Lord blows on them. Surely the people are grass.
At this moment, we shall be upstanding for the bidding prayer. We shall be upstanding for the bidding prayer. We are gathered here at the Nyayo National Stadium to commemorate the life of one of our own foremost leaders, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya and the ODM party leader. We are grateful to Mama Ida Odinga, Rosemary, Raila Jr., Winnie, the late Fidel's family, and the entire Oginga Odinga family for their generosity in sharing Raila with the world. His immense contributions inspire us in shaping Kenya's governance and democracy. We solemnly beseech our Heavenly Father that He may grant comfort and peace to the family at this time of grief. We ask that God may encourage all who worked closely with our departed statesman stroke Pan-Africanist and every person affected by his sad and abrupt death. It is our humble supplication that our Lord God Almighty may grant us the grace to follow his example, to preserve his legacy, and at the last to share in the promise of resurrection at the second coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We pray this in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Colonel Gratol Mwanyanya, the Principal Chaplain, Kenya Defense Forces. I now request that we please sit as we ask the combined choir to lead us in singing "You Raise Me Up," after which Safi and Lamech will bring us the readings, followed by the psalm by Canon Geoffrey Okapesi, the Administrative Secretary, the Anglican Diocese of Nairobi. Choir, please.
Thank you, choir. Kindly let us all stand for the psalm reading. Kindly let us all stand up for the psalm reading. The psalm reading appointed for today is taken from Psalm chapter 90, beginning to read at verse 1. Psalm chapter 90, beginning to read at verse 1. Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout generations. Before the mountains were born or brought forth the whole world, from everlasting to everlasting, you are a God. You turn people back to dust, saying, return to dust, you mortals. 1,000 years in your sight are like a day that has just gone by, or like a watch in the night. Yet you sweep people away in the sleep of death. They are like the new grass of the morning. In the morning it springs up new, up by ever. Evening it is dry and withered. We are consumed by your anger and terrified by your indignation. You have set our iniquities before you, our secret sins in the light of your presence. In all our days pass away under your wrath. We finish our years with a mourn. Our days may come to 70 years or 80 if our strength endures. Yet the best of them are but trouble and sorrow, for they quickly pass and we fly away. If only we knew the power of your anger, the wrath is as great as the fear that is your due. Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom. Glory to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was written in the beginning, so is now, and ever shall be. Amen. Kindly let us take our seats for the first reading.
In presence of God, in presence of God and of Christ, Jesus will judge the living and the dead, and in view of his appearing and his kingdom, I give you this charge: preach the word, be prepared in the season and out of season. Correct, rebuke, encourage with great patience and careful instructions. For the time will come when people will not put up the sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to save their itching ears and want to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside from myths. But you keep your head in all situations, endure hardships, and do the work of evangelist, discharge, and duties of your ministry. For I am already being poured out like a drink offering, and the time of my departure is near. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, I have kept faith. Okay.
The second reading is John 5:25 to 29. Very truly I tell you, a time is coming, and now has now come when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son also to have life in himself. And he has given him authority to judge because he is the Son of Man. Do not be amazed at this, for a time is coming when all who are in their graves will hear his voice and come out. Those who have done what is good will rise to live, and those who have done what is evil will rise to be condemned. This is the word of God.
Amen. We now welcome the All Saints Cathedral 7 a.m. choir to do a special Goodness of God. After which, the Right Reverend Jonathan Kabiru, the Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Nairobi, will come on stage to lead us in the litany through to intercessory prayers.
Thank you, choir. Let us continue in the litany. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather them, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to read and a time to seal and a time to keep silent. Let us join together in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive all who sin against us. Save us from all trials and temptation. Deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. The correct, as we come to celebrate the life of our departed great man. O merciful God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who is the resurrection and the life, in whom whoever believeth shall live, though he die. And whoever liveth and believeth in him shall not die eternally. Who also is holy, not as men with them that serve him, we make. O Father, shall depart this, may rest in him, as our hope is in this, our blood death, and that the general resurrection in the last day, we may be found acceptable in thy sight, and receive that blessing which thy well-beloved Son shall then pronounce to all that love and fear thee, saying, Come ye blessed children of my Father, receive the kingdom prepared for you from the beginning of the world. Grant this, we beseech thee, O merciful Father, through Jesus Christ, our mediator and Redeemer. Amen. The prayers of thanksgiving. We give you thanks and praise, Almighty Father, that you sent your Son to die and raised him from the dead. We praise you in the confidence that you save all people, living and dead. Lord, we pray that you may hear us. We thank you for Raila Amolo Odinga, who in baptism was given the pledge of eternal life and is now admitted to the company of the saints. Lord, hear us. We thank you for our brother who shared the bread of life, of our taste of eternal banquet of heaven. Lord, hear us. We thank you for our relatives and friends and for all who have helped us to enjoy the reward of their goodness. Lord, hear us. We pray that the family and friends of our brother Raila Amolo Odinga may be consoled in their grave by the Lord. We wept at death of Lazarus, his friend. Lord, hear us. We pray for all of us assembled here to worship in faith, that we may be granted, be gathered together again in God's kingdom. Lord, hear us. Almighty God, in your great love, you crafted us by your hand and breathed life into us by your Spirit. Although we become rebellious people, you did not abandon us to our sin. In your tender mercy, you sent your Son to restore in us in your image. In obedience to your will, he gave up his life for us, bearing in his body our sins on the cross. By your mighty power, you raised him from the grave and exalted him to the throne of glory, rejoicing in his victory and trusting in your promise to make alive all who turn to Christ. We commit Raila Amolo Odinga to your mercy, and we join with all your faithful people and the whole company of heaven in the one unending song of praise. Glory and wisdom and honor be to our God forever and ever. Amen. We are so grateful to God for this far that we have come in celebrating the life of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. We have with us the Bishop of the Diocese of Bondo, where the family of Odinga come from. And I take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to welcome Bishop Professor Cordia, who will bring to us a homily at this particular time. We are going to stand and we are going to be read in a hymn so that we can be able to welcome the preacher of the day. Kindly let us stand as the Provost announced the hymn.
When the roll is called up yonder. And as Bishop comes, please we request the marshals in the stadium, if you could kindly help come our fellow Kenyans who indeed are joyous, but are expressing themselves in a manner that probably makes it difficult for Mama Canon Ida and our family, His Excellency the President and distinguished guests, not to quite follow what's going on. We kindly respect our pain and how we are expressing our grief. We graciously request fellow Kenyans in the stadium, could we maintain some level of calm? Baba Raila Amolo Odinga loved peace. Could we celebrate him in peace so that we hear the Bishop speak to us? We stand to sing When the Roll is Called Up Yonder.
And the road is full of
get our seats. My fellow Kenyans, this is the time that God wants to talk to all of us as we give our last respect to our Baba. If he were to be here addressing you, he would start by saying, "Higher, higher," and all will be well. So I'm also saying, higher, higher, and let it be well. To His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and all distinguished guests, Mama Ida and the Odinga family, as we celebrate the life of our fallen hero, I just want us to pay attention to what God is telling us, for that is the purpose for which we came here to have this state service. So I want to ask for your indulgence, friends of Raila, that let's spare a moment just to listen to what God is telling us. Paul, in his address to Timothy, makes it very clear that in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who will judge the living and the dead, and in view of his appearing and his kingdom, I give you this charge. Preach the word. Be prepared in season and out of season. Correct, rebuke, and encourage. Those are powerful words. When Paul gave a strong charge, saying, "Come and listen, for this is my word that I give unto you. Proclaim the things that God has commanded you to proclaim." What the theme of my sermon is the power of the word. God has given us his power in his word, and that word must be proclaimed in order to have effect on us. That power has been given unto us so that the world could be a better place. That power has been given to us so that all of us would be able to live in freedom and in liberty. Power to correct, power to rebuke, and power to encourage. The Prime Minister was given that power, and he used that power effectively. The power to proclaim the new dawn in the Republic of Kenya. The power to proclaim the new freedom where now all of us can be able to say whatever we feel we need to say. The power to proclaim liberation of mankind from the state of fear to the state of boldness. Being given the power to proclaim. All of us, in one way or the other, we have been endowed with that power to proclaim something. when His Excellency is given the power, is also given the power to proclaim certain declarations with far-reaching effects on the entire Republic. Power to proclaim. The question is today, which we are all asking, as we celebrate the life of Baba, is how do we employ, how do we apply the power to proclaim that God has given us for the good of the nation, for the good of all of us, for the good of humanity. Baba is one such politician that never used the power of money to intimidate people or to lure followers. Today we have very bad manners amongst most of our politicians. They have taught our people the culture of handouts, that wherever you are, you must give part with money. And woe unto those who drive big vehicles, they are in trouble. Whenever you are seen, you are only seen in terms of money. What can you be able to give?
Baba Raila Amolo Odinga never used the power of his wallet as a convincing tool to others, but he used the power of persuasion. He used the power of persuasion. He used the power of the word. Let's allow ourselves to be used of God, so that the power He has given us may be the power that is correcting, the power that is reconciling, the power that's rebuking what is evil and what is not evil. We as preachers, sometimes we are also tempted to fall into temptation of compromising the message that the Lord has given us, because sometimes we feel we must make some people happy. I want to tell you for free that God has called all of us only to proclaim His will, and once we proclaim that, we remain stronger than ever before. We become more charged to speak the truth than ever before. How many can fit in the shoes of Raila Amolo Odinga today? How many can fit in that shoes today as I speak? I am addressing you when I'm in the Spirit of God to proclaim that God wants us to do things right all the time, everywhere, so that Kenya could be free and all of us could be free to live in a united nation of our republic. That was the wisdom that God had given him. And I want you today, please, as we honor the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, let's see ourselves as Kenya First, not from the point of view of our tribes, of our classes, of regions where we come from. Kenya is too small to be subdivided into regions. As I conclude, because I was given only 2 hours to preach, now as I conclude, it is hardly a month ago when I had breakfast with Baba. We were with Mama Ida,
and we talked about things touching on the church. And one thing I say, I saw a man who was ready to meet God anytime. I saw in him a man who had made peace with God in everything that he said and everything that he did. I saw in him a man who was ready to walk the journey with the Lord at whatever level. A humble servant that many people never listened to. A man who believed in God that many people did not know. I tell you, as his bishop, he is a person that we have lost. He is a person who was at the heart of our diocese. Some people think that for you to be a good churchman, people must see how you give. Sometimes you give by the right hand, the left hand may not have to know what you have given. A person who knew how to work for his Lord. That is the person whose life we are celebrating today. And I want to say without contradiction, Your Excellency the President, what you have done, this service and this state honor, there is no one who would have deserved this other than the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And when we are proclaiming the word, we should not be fearful. Word proclaimed must have the power to transform, must have the power to make us renewed in our strength for the liberation of our country from those who are looting everything from us, from country level to everywhere. If there is anyone here, I want us to make a testament. I want us to make a testament with the people of Kenya. If there is anyone here, at whatever level, be you a governor, be you an MCA, be you whoever it is who has looted this country, you know you stand the chance of being condemned. So when we are talking about a person of the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga, we are seeing in him those strands of justice which are yet to be worn. We are seeing in him those strands of peace which are yet to be achieved. We are seeing in him the strands of reconciliation which we are yet to see. We are seeing in him the Kenyanhood being at the center of everything else. May God bless you all. May God lift you up as we bid farewell to Baba. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yes, I want us now to pray for the family. Let us all be silent a bit as we commit this family before God. God, you are always graceful. You are always merciful. You are always loving. And you are always caring. This is the family that you had made for us in this Republic of Kenya, to be the champion of democracy, of freedom, of love, of the unity of our nation. You have left Mama Ida remaining to be the mother of all of us. You have left Baba Dr. Buru also to be the father of all of us. You have left this family. They will never lack when we are still there to be with them. We want to commit them all unto you, O Lord, for your special favor, that you touch each and every one of them. You grant them the favor to remain strong even at this time of mourning. Let their celebration be our celebration. Let their grief be our grief. Let their joy be our joy. And let their strength be our strength. May you comfort them all, and may you heal their wounded hearts, O Lord. For all this we ask in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. As we now close, we want to go to the commendation. Our brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, may you go into the hands of God, O merciful Savior. We commend your servant, Raila Amolo Odinga, unto you, O Lord. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon him. May his soul and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace, rest in peace, rest in peace. Amen. Now I want to hand over the microphone to the state MCA, Mr. Gitonga, to take over from here now. Thank you. We can sit.
Professor Kithure Kindiki, who will now run the program as from here. Welcome, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki.
We would like to hear the tribute of our departed leader, the Honorable Raila Odinga. That tribute, the eulogy, will be read by Jaoko Oburu.
I am honored, Baba, to read your eulogy. May the Lord give me peace and give peace that transcends all understanding to us, your orphans. Raila Amolo Odinga is truly a once-in-a-generation leader, a man whose ideals transcended politics and whose legacy will shape Kenya's destiny for generations to come. President William Ruto announced the demise of former Premier on 15th October 2025. On the 15th October 2025, the mortal journey of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga came to an end. But his spirit is immortalized in the story of a life that began on the 7th of January 1945. For 80 years, he embodied resilience, boundless optimism, a will to test limits, ventured into new frontiers and imagined new horizons, all in a steadfast love for country. He was a leader who never wavered in his belief in the good of his people. Raila Odinga lived a life of purpose. He chose to fly high, urged the nation to dare, and challenged Africa to fight for its place in the world and retrace the dreams of the continent's founders. Over the past 3 years, we have witnessed an outpouring of emotions of a nation gripped in grief. Africa has grieved for him. Indeed, the world has grieved for him. Our nation and a world struggling with the question, did we really know him in his fighting to find hope in his enduring legacy? Raila Odinga may not have been there to fight the country's war for independence, but he bows out as an undisputed leader of the national rebirth of the Kenyan nation. He easily became the bridge between our generation and that of our grandfather, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who fought for our country's independence from colonialism. He learned at the feet of Kenyans and Africa's most revered leaders. He witnessed the liberation ideals and struggles of Pan-African heroes, including our grandfather Jaramogi, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Gamal Abdel Nasser, and Kenneth Kaunda, among others. He followed and internalized Nelson Mandela's struggles and agreed with his philosophy that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. That the brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. Raila conquered fear and mastered courage. Possibility of death in pursuit of an ideal was not a reason for Raila to retreat, for he also internalized William Shakespeare's words that cowards may die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. It is from that perch that Raila began his own long walk for freedom and liberation, applying himself to the cause as a debt owed to past and due to the present generations. Many times he appeared to be on a cause much larger than himself, a mission almost impossible, but he seemed to be the way he loved it. He gave his life for it. In emulating the giant steps of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, our grandfather, and the spirit of selflessness that ran deep in his heritage, Raila Odinga, just as his father once declared that he could be no freedom for the release, without the release of their leader Jomo Kenyatta, proclaimed Kibaki Tosha, a declaration that propelled NARC to bring an end to KANU's 40-year rule. This defining act was emblematic of the man himself. Raila Odinga was Raila Odinga. He never cared what others thought about him or his actions. He cared whether people bought into his vision and mission. Once he felt he had the mandate of the people, there will be no turning back. In the process, he became Kenya's ultimate political prisoner and one of Africa's best-known freedom fighters, a dedicated and down-to-earth servant of the people of Kenya, a headache to the corrupt elite, and a beacon of hope for those struggling for freedom, not only in Kenya, but across Africa and beyond. Generations to come will honor him and offer gratitude. Raila Odinga cared deeply about Africa and worried eternally about its decline. For that, he applied himself to peace and reconciliation missions across the continent whenever called upon. During the 90s, he worked closely with the International Republican Institute as a resource person for peace and conflict resolution in the then war-torn countries of Mozambique and Burundi, and offered similar support to peaceful electoral processes in Nigeria and Zimbabwe. He mastered Africa's conflicts and the forces and issues behind them. The highest executive position he ever rose to was that of Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, following the signing of a National Accord and Reconciliation Act 2008, which created the office to facilitate power sharing after the controversial 2007 elections. Earlier, he had served as Member of Parliament for Lang'ata constituency within the city of Nairobi from 1992. However, the hallmark of Raila's life and career was not in executive mansions and offices. It was in the struggle for freedom and democracy in Kenya and across Africa, many times telling the continent's dictators to set their people free. It earned him outright enemies, cynical friends, and admirers in Africa and beyond. It is this record that saw him appointed Special Peace Envoy of the African Union in February 2011, following the post-election crisis in Cote d'Ivoire. He juggled politics, entrepreneurship, scholarship with ease. Besides his career in politics, Mr. Odinga is also a successful businessman and entrepreneur, having founded the flagship family business, East Africa Spectre, a manufacturer of gas cylinders for Kenya and the East African region. Subsequently, he founded Spectre International, also known as the popularly known as the molasses plant. Before that, he had taught at the University of Nairobi's Department of Mechanical Engineering between 1970 and 1974, and served at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, which he was instrumental in establishing. Even as he pursued all these careers, Raila understood that social, political, and economic changes in a country came through politics, and that although all politics is local, politics is also substantially international. So even as he appeared to be rabble-rousing in the trenches of Kibra and Kondele, he understood that an hour comes when he needed to dust himself off and sit in boardrooms or take a plane to global capitals to negotiate politics and policies. He did that effortlessly, moving from dusty Kamkunji grounds to a meeting in diplomatic circuits of the country within the hour. It was normal for Raila to be tear-gassed, water-hosed, and even shot at, only for him to show up at the boardroom for meetings with his tormentors as if torture at the field did not happen. He understood the place of man-to-man negotiations in the quest to influence policy and power. Raila disagreed fundamentally with many politicians about the state of the Kenyan nation and how to transform it. But those disagreements never stopped him from sitting down with those he disagreed with or sympathizing with the views of fellow politicians. Raila believed in political parties as vehicles for advancing democracy and good governance. It is upon this belief that he was founder member of the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, FORD, later FORD Kenya in 1991, the National Democratic Party, NDP, in 1996, and the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, in 1997. And in 2005, his present political vehicle, the Orange Democratic Party of Kenya, ODM. In 2013, he led his party into coalition with other parties to form the Coalition for Reforms and Democracy CORD, on whose ticket he ran for president. He challenged the election results at the Supreme Court, which ruled in favor of his opponent, he accepted the verdict and took up the leadership of the opposition. He contested the 2017 presidential election on the ticket of the National Super Alliance, NASA, which election ended up being nullified by the Supreme Court, but he stayed out of the subsequent contest. Mr. Odinga was again picked by his coalition, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party, for the presidency in 2022, whose results were confirmed against him by the Supreme Court. He accepted the verdict and has led the opposition coalition. Raila's early life prepared him to be a consummate African and citizen of the world, with early education in Kisumu and Siaya before leaving for Germany, where he began his high school education at the Herder Institute of Leipzig. He later transitioned to the Otto von Gutenberg University in Magdeburg, in the then East Germany, where he obtained a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, specializing in production technology. In February 2024, Raila visited and extensively toured the two institutions, reliving his days there and recalling that when he arrived in Otto von Guericke, there was not more than 5 black students in the whole college. As a leader, Raila believed in and exercised unity, selflessness, sacrifice, collective leadership, humility, honesty, discipline, and hard work. Other than Kenya, Raila's other greater love was Africa. He celebrated the continent's potential and mourned its poverty. He mourned the death of leadership on the continent and felt the pain of its people being left behind by less endowed regions of the world because of failure of leadership. Indeed, the last major political project Raila quietly embarked on just days before his death was a third biography dedicated purely to Pan-Africanism and what needs to be done to take the continent forward. In October 2018, Raila was appointed as the African Union High Representative for Infrastructure Development in Africa. He moved into the position with the swiftness and certainty of fish in water. He named the continental highway networks corridors, railways and airports as if they were in Kenya. He was at ease with Africa's trade deficit figures in comparison to other parts of the world. In politics, Raila communicated the importance of reconciliation, forgiveness, and putting country over self. He forgave his jailers and worked with them to move the country forward. He emphasized that building a progressive country demanded leaders rise above anger and desire for revenge. He also believed strongly that preservation of a nation requires the triumph of pragmatism over ideology, that when the nation is under extreme threat, leaders must embrace extreme compromise. He believed power was not an end, but a means to an end. It should be used towards the desired end. He believed that power should be used to ensure the existence of the nation, not the demise of the nation. He wanted power to be used to ensure progress, prosperity, and peace of and among nations, and not for any causes that would yield contrary outcomes. We will cherish Raila's memory in the heart of our nation, and I believe in the hearts of many African nations. Fare thee well, our champion, our freedom fighter, our Baba. You have fought the long fight. You have finished the arduous race. You have kept the unshakable faith. Your work here is done. The struggle continues. Rest in peace and eternal, rest in perfect and eternal peace. Thank you, Baba. Long live the King!
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going now to receive the following family members to eulogize their father, Winnie Odinga, Raila Odinga Jr., Rosemary Odinga, and later on, Mama Ida, and Mzee Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga will close that chapter on the family tributes. Karibuni.
Hello? 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 Mimi leo sina mengi ya kusema. Niko hapa na watoto wangu. Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza anaitwa Safi. Na huyu ni wangu wa pili anaitwa Senai. Niko na mandugu zangu huko nyuma, Junior na Winnie, na my cousins pia wako hapa. Leo ni siku wa uchungu mwingi sana kwangu mimi. Najua nyinyi pia mnasikia uchungu mwingi sana. Kwa sababu hata baba alikuwa baba wetu, alikuwa baba zetu sote. Naomba niseme machache kwa Kiingereza tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, of course all protocols observed. I'm a bit today I'm feeling very, very sad. I did not anticipate to speak today. And there's so much I can say about Baba, but at the same time, we don't have enough time for me to say it all. To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well, and my children and my siblings. I remember the day I received the message. I was seated on the table, just finished my breakfast. And then my brother Junior called me. And he asked me where I was. And I told him, nimekaa kwa meza, I'm seated at the table. And then he asked me to sit down. And I asked myself, now do I sit on the floor, or sitting on the table, or the seat at the table is good enough? I was so confused. But then Junior then told me that our father was no longer with us. Until today, it is still very difficult. Ni uchungu mwingi sana ambao tunahisi kama familia. Na leo hii tunakuja na nyinyi pia, ndio tuombeleze na nyinyi pia, Kenya mzima na dunia mzima. Nataka tu kusema asanteni sana kwa kusimama na sisi, na tutaendelea kusimama pamoja, na Mungu abariki Kenya mzima na bariki dunia mzima. And thank you all. Asanteni sana. Mungu atupe nguvu. Mama, Mungu akupe nguvu. Thank you so much. Sina mengi ya kusema.
Sawa. Haya. Haya. Okay. Tulia, wacha nisome. A tribute from Raila Junior Odinga. My beloved mom,
my sister Rosie and Winnie, my extended family, excellencies, distinguished guests,
my fellow Kenyans, since I learned of my dad's demise, I have organized over how to best mourn him. My father was many things to me, to many people, but to my siblings and I, he was simply Dad. Dad embodied resilience, courage, and unwavering commitment to the ideals of freedom and justice. He always stood for what he believed was right, sometimes at great family cost and personal cost as well. He was my hero. And his legacy lives in me, in my siblings, and in all those whose lives he touched. I am my father's son. And that is why I will continue to fight for values he believed in: justice, fairness, and service to others. I am very alive to the fact that my brother Fidel is gone. I remain the gentleman of the family. Dad, I want you to assure you that I will take care of our family, Mom, Rosie, Winnie, and your larger political family too. Erokamano. Aya, hii sehemu, the refrain is Asante Baba. Nikiinua flyweight, mnasema Asante Baba. Tujaribu mara ya kwanza. Asante Baba. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for giving me your name and for never heaping the weight of it on me. Asante Baba. Thank you for the beautiful childhood that through the challenging times. Asante Baba. Thank you for believing in me, encouraging me to speak up and to try new things, for always hearing me out. Thank you for standing by me even when I fell short or outright failed, and for always showing me grace. Thank you for your wisdom, your guidance, and your unwavering love, not just for me, but our entire family. Mama, Fidel, Rosie, Winnie, Yvonne, Lion Amolo Odinga, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Thank you for grounding me in ways more of our people and encouraging me to be a man. I will deeply miss our family moments, our laughter, our conversation. I will miss watching Arsenali with you. I miss Arsenali! Aya, wacha nimalize. I thank God for you and for everything you have meant to me. You have run your race with honor, and may grace now lead you home. May the ancestors receive you and rest well. Nindikwe, Baba, Aheri, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Joey, Joey, Joy. Wacha nimkaribishe dadangu Honorable Winnie Odinga. Karibu Winnie.
Hey. To fellow mourners and all protocols observed, I don't know who I'll miss more, my dad or my superhero. I've been the luckiest girl in the world because you are my dad. Only 3 other human beings were as lucky as me: Fidel, Rosie, and Junior. Dad, you are light, steady, unyielding, and deeply human. To the world, you are known by many names. Growing up, they call you Aluo. And then when you started work, they started calling you Jaramogi's son. And at some point, they started to call you Tinga. At another point, they started to call you Agwambo. Briefly there, they called you Nyundo. They called you Jacom. They called you Baba Fidel. But in the end, they called you Baba. To me, you were simply Dad. A man whose presence froze rooms around the world. Our home was the Vitendawili testing ground, filled with trivia, quizzes that challenged the 4 of us, in a good way sometimes. When I learned that you willed to be buried in 72 hours, I laughed. Good old Dad. Testing and planning for all of us, even on the grave. I can see you now laughing in your heaving manner. I can see you laughing at all of us, knowing that your wish will be done. To my fellow mourners, I learned from him that love for country is not just in words, but in sacrifice. That justice must be pursued even when the path is lonely. The true leadership is service and not power. Millions of you are in despair, but take heart, because he left a plan for you too. He led all of us, he taught us, he carried us. We know what he expects from us, and we shall rise together in his honor. I watched him at his best. I watched him fall and rise again, each time with grace, forgiveness, and hope. At home, he was gentle and humorous. He loved storytelling, music. I think you know the favorite song. Down the bay, the mountain top, where the sun shines on a mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my world is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town. Dad loved his grandchildren. Safi, Fidel's son Alai, Junior's son Lion, Sanai, and Jaramogi. He loved you with all his heart. Even in the busiest moments of national duty, he would send me to check on all of you. I now know it was to remind us to stay grounded, for me to teach you how to dream boldly, and to always stand firm for what is right. Today, as we celebrate his life, I choose to remember not only the leader the world knew, but the father I loved with every fiber of my being. The biggest part of me died on the 15th of October, 2025. But the spirit of the lion roars on forever. Fellow mourners, I was with him in India when he took his last breath. He died in my arms, but he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day he was waking up and walking, and every day he would do 1 round. The next day he would push 2 rounds. That morning he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride. And you must be proud of that. You all must also walk with your heads held high and walk strong and proud that he As a family, we want to thank all of you, from Turkana to Lamu, from Isiolo, Mandera, to the shores of Lake Victoria. Asanteni sana. The king is dead, but long. Joey! 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 Rest in peace, Dad. Asante.
Excellency, Republic of Kenya, our First Lady, and all protocols observed. I have a very heavy heart to say farewell to my dear than a brother to me, my friend. He was my age mate, he was my advisor, and he was my confidant, and he was everything, including business partnership. We grew up together more or less as twins, because the difference between me and my brother is only 1 year and 2 months. And unfortunately, my brother passed on my birthday, which is 15th October 1943. When we were growing together with my brother, we were in Bondo in Sakwa, though we were born in Maseno. But during that time, we were only 3 boys. And our mother was a disciplinarian more than our father. But my brother Raila knew how to cook. Our father's mother told us that you, my boys, you are also my girls. You must learn to fetch firewood. You must learn to cook. You must learn to prepare everything, including washing clothes and ironing and so on. Raila was best at all those things. The other thing Raila was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But Raila was always number 1. He was always number 1 in class. And I also want to tell you that Raila was a sportsman. He was a sportsman. He used to do what we were calling triple jump. He used to play football and he used to do pole vault. But I was better than him in jumping and in pole vault. I want to tell you that my brother loved justice from the beginning. He loved to hear news. And one day he was late in school, and when the teacher asked him what he was doing, he said he was still listening to the radio. He wanted to hear news. And he was only at standard 3, standard 4. So Raila was a no-nonsense man. He entertained no mediocrity. Raila did not want mediocrity. If you came across him with lies or something mediocre, his left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the later Gola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you the story of Raila the whole day, but that is not my intention today. My intention is to tell you that even though my brother was almost the same age as me, but younger than me, I can tell you that I respected him as my leader in the political arena. And I want to thank my party, ODM, for making me the acting party leader of ODM, the oldest and the largest party in East and Central Africa. I will take that mantle with vigor, and I must assure you, my colleagues, that I will not disappoint. Even though the shoes of Raila are too big to be filled. But I just want to try my best. I want to try my best. But now I would like to inform you that I'm also with my wife. My wives, I'm a general. I have 2 of them. If I don't introduce them to you, they might feel jealous and refuse to give me food. Yes, my elder wife, Dr. Anne Ayo Oburu, is here. And come. This is the lady who took me out of boyhood. She is a doctor, she is a pediatrician, and she is the one with whom we grew together. But I thought that now, at my age, I don't want her to scratch me, I don't want her to massage me, so I brought her helper, Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu here works with NSSF, and she is also an accountant by profession. So thank you very much, Your Excellencies. We have come here to mourn. Tomorrow we are moving home, and we shall talk to you again when you come to Bondo. And I thank you all for listening to me and giving me this opportunity to listen to you. But please, keep the spirit of Raila burning. We are going to keep the spirit of Raila burning. You can see Raila has siblings. You can see Junior has spoken here very well. You can see Winnie is there burning. You can see Rosemary is there burning. And you can see their mother, Ida, is here. Ida, please keep the family together and make sure that the fire of Raila keeps burning forever and forever more. Thank you for listening to me. Oh, let me leave it. Asante, my brother, rest in peace. My brother, rest in peace. Greet for us, my dad, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, our mama. Greet for us, our mama, our mother, Mama Mary Oginga. Greet for us, our father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, all our brothers, Agola, Osewe, and Odima, who left before us. And greet for us, all of them. And I'm sure God the Almighty is going to welcome you with his hands there, because you were magnanimous, you loved God, and you loved people. That is what God also expected of you, and you have done your best. Rest, my brother. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and Her Excellency Lady Rachel Ruto, the former President, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the visiting President, the visiting president past and present, the deputy presidents, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and watu wetu wa Kenya kwa jumla, hamjambo. Today is a very unique day. It is not every day that I would be standing here to say something Raila Amolo Odinga. For those who don't know me, I've got a very long name. They call me Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga EST. Now, these names don't just come like that, but they are names that are given. I cannot forget the name that the public has given me called Min Pin. That name is a very heavy name because it is a name that puts a lot of responsibility to the honor of that name. I'm also gotten the name of Peace Ambassador. Even before I say something else, I'd like to say something about peace. One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive situation. For that reason, I appeal, today I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace. I know you are all concerned, I know you are all mourning. Can prevail not only here in the stadium but also in the rest of the country. Coming to talk about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. I first met Raila way back in the early 70s, and we got married in 1973. For that reason, I've lived with this man for 52 years. Many of the people that I see or who are in this stadium could have easily be our children. No wonder you call him Baba. That name did not come from nowhere, but came from the experience and the life that he has lived with and relationship that he has had with some of these people. During our union, we were blessed by 4 children. First, the first child was called Fidel Castro Odhiambo Odinga. When Fidel was born, I was a bit hesitant the way he gives the name. I said, why do you call him Fidel? Then he said he was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the 2 names together,
and we call the child Rosemary. It also has a meaning to us.
When it came to the third one, and he named after his best friend and his cousin called Raila Kembo, with whom they shared the name. So we ended up with Raila Oginga Odinga. Last, there was a big gap, and I'll explain to you. Last came the fourth child. The fourth child, when I went to the hospital, and you know those mothers, you know, you end up somewhere in labor ward. And I was watching the television. And on the television, that's the time when Nelson Mandela had come out of prison. It was he's been there for 27 years. Raila also had been in prison, but that's not why we named her Winnie. And I was watching the television, I could see Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela holding hands as Mandela walked out of the gates of the prison. By then, I didn't know what kind of child I was going to get. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela. And therefore, Winnie Mandela arrived. And that's the fourth child. I see when you look at this naming of the children, I know these days you can name your child anything that you want, but I'll appeal to those who are still having babies. Give your child a meaningful name, because you name them people you never saw, you never heard of, simply because it saw the name written somewhere. There's nothing wrong with giving our children the names of the people who in our lives we think are the heroes. Our life was not smooth life. Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope, because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on. Now, that forgiving spirit was not only in the home, but is something that has spread to the Kenyan. You've seen how many times he has tried in the elections, but that forgiveness is paramount. So please don't carry grudges from one generation to another and from one group to another. We are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. We are sisters and brothers. We must learn to forgive easily and build together Kenya. Towards the end, I'll not say everything. I would like to say everything, but time would not allow. And a span of 52 years is not a short time. I hope that when I get another opportunity on Sunday, I'll be able to say more. But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans, to live in peace. He kept on repeating that. Let's have repeat it. Raila hated dishonesty. He hated dishonesty. He hated greed. The greed that have affected the main fabric of our society. The greed that leads to stealing from the public coffers. The greed that leads to corruptions. That's the kind of thing that Raila would not have liked to see. So, you people, you Kenyans, I'll tell you more. But I thank you. I thank you, those who have come and those who are watching us from other places. I thank you for standing with this family. I thank you for being here for us. And I thank you for helping us to mourn Raila. And for the people of Kenya, I wish you well, thank you, and may God.
We are the first part so that we can allow a second part that is going to take place in the afternoon. On behalf of Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga, who has been the co-chair of the National State Funeral Committee for the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, I want to thank the people of Kenya and the people of the world for mourning our departed leader with dignity. I would like to just clarify that Senator Oginga has spoken in two capacities. First, as a member of the family, and secondly, as the interim acting party leader of ODM. Your Excellency, fellow mourners, we recognize there's so many mourners who have come to mourn today, and we respect all of them and thank them for making time. Allow me, Your Excellency, to do two things and then we will conclude. The first is to acknowledge that the leader that we have lost in our country was not just a leader in Kenya. He was a regional leader, he was a continental leader, and he was a global leader. And that is why you see the kind of dignitaries that are present here, whom we recognize for their presence. But we have also received formal condolences from global leaders from around the world. Allow me, mourners, to acknowledge those condolences from heads of state and government of foreign nations. We have the condolences of the President of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has sent formal condolences and has sent her Vice President, who is present, the Foreign Minister of Tanzania, who is present, but we acknowledge the formal condolences from President Samia Suluhu Hassan from Tanzania. The Tanzanian delegation is also joined by the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Kikwete. We also have condolences from President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. We have the condolences of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. And President Kagame, in addition to the condolences, has sent the Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is present here to represent President Kagame. The President of Somalia, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, I think has arrived after we had received his condolences, and maybe the President will acknowledge him. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia also sent his condolences. The President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Gele, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama. The President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. The President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio. The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. The President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. The Prime Minister of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi. The President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. We also are in receipt of the formal condolences of the following global leaders whom I want to mention and acknowledge. The Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. The Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf. The Head of the European Union Delegation to Kenya. We also have the condolences of the Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Dr. Wokne Geneyehu, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Veronica Nduva. And finally, I want to acknowledge also the condolences that we have received from the following. Senator James Rich, who is the chairperson of the United States of America Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We have the apologies of the Minister for International Development and Africa, Jane Chapman. Condolences from Italy through the head of mission, through the deputy head of mission of the Italian embassy, the High Commissioner of Australia, the High Commissioner of Canada, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, the Ambassador of the Czech Republic, the Ambassador of Switzerland, and the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, we now would like to hear the condolences and the remarks from two other speakers. As we close this session, let me acknowledge all the people, fellow Kenyans who have come to join us and join together in mourning our departed leader. Let me recognize our delegation here from the state side, the arms of government, all the arms of government, and the two levels of government are represented here. We are led by His Excellency the President, William Ruto, and the First Lady. We also have our retired President. We have the speakers of the two houses, the Chief Justice, members of the Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, the military command led by the Chief of the Defense Forces. We have our governors, senators, MCAs, and the ODM fraternity. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize, because you have permitted me to do so, in our presence, the names that were read, just for the purpose of record. The President of the Federal Republic of Somalia is here, His Excellency Sheikh Mohamud. The President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia is here, His Excellency Taye Salessi. The Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango, is here. The former President, the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, is present. Mohamed Thabiti, Foreign Minister of Tanzania, is present. Rebecca Jadeng, Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of South Sudan, is present. And the Honorable Vincent Biruti, Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is representing President Kagame, is present. With those many remarks, allow me, fellow mourners, to request our former President, the fourth President of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, to come and greet us and say pole. Mr. President.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Asanteni.
Nianze tena niseme Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yote ya mwenda zetu, rafiki wetu, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto na First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, viongozi wa nchi za kigeni na majirani ambao wametutembelea kuja kuomboleza na sisi, waombolezaji wenzangu, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Tuko hapa pamoja kama Wakenya kusherehekea maisha ya Mkenya mwenzetu, kiongozi, rafiki yangu, lakini mimi nilimpenda kama ndugu yangu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, vile tumeambiwa hapa, tulimjua kwa majina tofauti tofauti: Agwambo, Jacob, Tinga. Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba. Tulimuita baba kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alipenda nchi yake Kenya kuliko kitu kingine chochote. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote. Na testimony hiyo yaoneshwa na marafiki tofauti tofauti ambao ukienda kumtembelea kwake nyumbani ulikuwa unawakuta huko. Marafiki kutoka kila kona ya taifa letu la Kenya. Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako. Leo hii Kenya imepoteza kiongozi. Historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari 1. Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini, haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari 1. In short, nasema vipi? Nasema hivi, Raila ametuacha kimwili, lakini ndani za roho yetu, ndani ya spirit ya Kenya, ataendelea kuishi miaka na miaka tukisonga mbele. Wenzetu, Raila alipenda amani. Raila alipenda umoja wa taifa letu. Raila alifurahia akiona Wakenya wakiungana, wakishirikiana, wakijenga taifa lao pamoja. Raila alikuwa mtetezi wa haki ya kila mtu. Kwa hali ambapo alikuwa anaona hakuna haki, Raila ndio alikuwa wa mbele hapo kuhakikisha ya kwamba haki zimepatikana. Na wenzangu, nawaambia hivi, tunawakumbuka wakina Mzee Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Odinga kwa kutetea uhuru wa nchi yetu. Na kila mara tukiimba wimbo wa taifa tunasema tunatalinda uhuru wetu na damu yetu na jasho yetu. Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Tutasonga mbele tukizingatia hizo haki kwa sisi ambao tumebaki na wale ambao hawajazaliwa. Hivyo ndivyo ndugu yetu angependa kuona, na hiyo ndio njia ya kuona legacy yake kama kiongozi wa taifa letu. Wenzetu, sio siku ya mambo mingi. Nimekuja kuomboleza rafiki na ndugu, lakini siwezi nimalizie nisiposema ya kwamba hata kama leo tuna huzuni na tunaomboleza, lazima kama Wakenya tuchukue nafasi hii, kwa sababu Raila hangeweza kutenda yale ambayo alitenda kama angekuwa amesimamiwa na mama nguvu wa kazi, Mama Aida Odinga, na watoto wake Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yake yote. Kwa Wakenya tunawashukuru kwa kutupatia Raila atumikie nchi na kwa kumuunga mkono ndio awe na nguvu ya kututumikia sisi wote. Yangu ni kusema, ndugu yangu, uende vyema. Wenzangu, kastori kadogo tu, sio kubwa. Unajua saa ingine baada ya kazi tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini, tunapewa kitu kidogo hapo. Kwani mnacheka? Mimi kitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa ingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema, unajua wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapa, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua, I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, ni kuombee kwa Mwenyezi Mungu akurehemu, akulaze na amani na wenzako, ukijua ya kwamba twakumbuka wewe na yale ambao umebakisha tutaendelea nayo, na familia yako sasa imekuwa yetu, na tutaendelea kuwalinda na kuwachunga na kusimama pamoja nao kwa wakati wote. Nasema lala salama ndugu. Mungu awabariki familia yako na awafariji na awapatie nguvu, na Mungu aendelee kuibariki Kenya hii yetu, Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa jumla. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Sasa nilisahau kidogo kutambua uwepo wa mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi, jaji mkuu Martha Koome, na aliyekuwa makamu wa rais wa zamani Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, hata yeye yako area. After the end of this ceremony, the security agencies led by the Kenya Defence Forces will make announcements through the military MC on the procedure that is going to be followed, because immediately after this, we want mourners who have come to pay their final respects to our departed leader to have as much time as possible in an orderly manner, in a dignified manner, to view the body of our leader. And we want that exercise to begin as soon as possible, but we want to appeal for order, for calm. We have enough time. We are not in a hurry. Everybody who has come here today for that reason, will get a chance. As a committee that has been working on this, we want everything to go right. So please, our military, our security agencies will help us coordinate that so that we have security in the stadium as we pay our respects to our departed leader. Before we do that, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, now to invite the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, to come and address us. Mr. President, sir.
Fellow citizens, friends of Kenya from across the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every once in a generation, there comes a leader whose impact transcends their moment, whose courage inspires change, and whose vision shapes destinies. My brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, was one such leader. Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Ward Mary, Ward Nyar Alego, Agwambo, Tinga, Jacom, Enigma, Ward Bean, Baba, the man in whose honor we gather here today, belong to that rare, irreplaceable breed of human beings. My dear brother Raila Amolo Odinga, as we bid you farewell, we do so with the deepest gratitude as a nation and as a people. We grieve your loss. We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were. To Mama Ida and your children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, as well as the larger Odinga family, led by our elder brother, Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, please accept the nation's most heartfelt condolences on this immense loss. Kenya stands with you in this moment of sorrow. We share in your inexpressible grief, but we also share in your pride for your husband, your father, your brother, and your kin, who belonged not only to you, but also to us. Thank you for sharing him so generously with us as families and as a nation. Amolo may no longer walk with us, but his spirit lives within every Kenyan and every African. Such was the depth of his influence and impact that even in his absence, his presence endures. Fellow citizens, we gather here today not just to mourn the passing on of Baba, but celebrate his purpose, his vision, and his ideals. He walked among us as a man, but he also charged among us as a movement for change, a movement for justice, and a movement for inclusivity and a movement for a greater and better Kenya. Allow me, fellow citizens, at this solemn moment to also speak as an ordinary Kenyan, a father, a brother, and a fellow traveler in the journey of our nation's history. I have come a very long way with Baba. When I stood by him with the other Pentagon members at a defining moment in his and our nation's history, I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government. To you, Baba, I owe you, and I am truly and eternally grateful that our paths crossed and that we shared this journey together. We have been both collaborators and competitors, friends and rivals, but always patriotic Kenyans, united by a dream greater than ourselves, a dream bigger than any partisan divide, a dream of a united motherland called Kenya. As I have reflected on Raila's legacy following his passing, I have entertained no doubt in my mind that history will judge him fairly and kindly, because whenever the nation needed him to rise above self, he always did unreservedly. Whenever Kenya needed reason, he became the voice of reason courageously. And whenever the country needed a hand of reconciliation, he offered it without hesitation. Perhaps one of the greatest lessons he taught us was this: in the noble task of statecraft and nation building, there is room for all of us, competitors and collaborators, rivals and allies, bound together by one higher purpose, the greater good of our republic. Fellow citizens, those who worked closely with the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga know that he was irrevocably stubborn in his vision for a just, prosperous, and united Kenya, a nation where opportunity belonged to all and justice favors none. In Tinga, Kenya found a reformer, a moral compass, a reconciler. He proved that progress demands both courage and patience, that we must be stubborn on the vision, but agile on the details, adjusting our means, our plans, and our strategies, but never compromising our mission. The gentleman we are bidding farewell today gave more to this country than most will ever. He endured years of imprisonment, exile, and political struggle for not the privilege of power, but for the principle of service. He bore the scars of his struggles with dignity and calm poise, and turned pain and suffering into purpose. Jacom was also at home in the humblest of homes and at ease on the grandest of global stages. His heart belonged to the people. He shared in their pain, rejoiced in their victories, and never lost faith in the people's goodness. Fellow monarchs, one of the Honorable Raila Odinga's favorite songs was Jamaica, Farewell by Harry Belafonte, a melody of longing and gentle sorrow. He often broke into a dance and with a big smile sang, "Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountaintop.
Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountaintop. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town.
Thank you very much. Today, those words ring with profound meaning, significance, and impact. Our elder statesman, the Honorable Raila, is sailing on a ship, not to Jamaica, but to home beyond. He will not be back with us for many a day. He leaves behind many little girls and boys, not in Kingstown, but here in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Mandera, in Vihiga, in Mombasa, in Kakamega, in Wajir, and in every village and valley across our land. Baba has finished his race. He has kept the faith. He has served his people and humanity. It is our solemn prayer to the Almighty God that the soil of the land which Honorable Raila so tirelessly served shall embrace him with grace, that the nation he sacrificed for shall eternally cherish his memory, and that the people for whom he fought for shall carry his dream forward. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, when a man of the stature of Baba, a towering patriot, a relentless reformer, a visionary statesman, and a selfless servant of the people departs from among us, when a mighty bongo tree falls among us, we are left in awe of a life so immense in purpose and impact. And in that quiet moment of both boundless gratitude and unfathomable grief, we are rightly bound to ask, from where shall another like him rise? Ladies and gentlemen, there was and there can only be one Raila Amolo Odinga, a man of great courage, a man that made sacrifices, and a man who had a big heart to forgive even when he was wrong. May the Almighty God comfort his family, and may the soul of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga rest in eternal peace. Asanteni sana na Mungu atubariki sisi zote, and God bless our great nation. Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the dignitaries who have come to condole with us. Asanteni sana, tutawaona mbele katika safari ya kumpumzisha huyu shujaa kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Asanteni.
Na sasa naomba sote tubaki tumesimama ili tumalize rasmi kwa wimbo wa taifa. Wimbo wa taifa. Na kwa sasa naomba tafadhali tuweze kuketi na kutulia ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyoona mwili. Lakini kwa sasa, for the exit protocol, we'll have His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto together with Her Excellency, the First Lady, to progress and leave, followed by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud,
Basi alivyosema mwenzangu ni kwamba wananchi wazalendo tutaweza kupewa fursa ya kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake. Tafadhali tunaomba tuweze kuruhusu familia na itifaki zingine ndiposa tuweze kutazama mwili huu.
We'll also have His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to exit, followed by His Excellency the Deputy President. The rest, we are kindly requested to relax kidogo ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyotoka. Na sasa nitamkaribisha mwenzangu Misango ili aweze kutuelekeza, especially for those of us who want to view the body, how we are going to do that so that it's orderly. Misango, karibu.
Asante sana wenzangu. Basi wenzetu wanapojitayarisha, studio ningeomba utupe ule wimbo wa Otio Talingalinga tunaposubiri maafisa wetu kuweza kujitayarisha tuweze kutazama mwili huu kwa heshima. Shujaa huyu aliyelala aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, na wanajeshi wako hapa ange kuwaomba wananchi kwamba tuna muda hadi hata ikifika saa ngapi mtaweza kutazama. Tunaomba tu taratibu wa kutazama mwili huu tafadhali. Basi viongozi wetu wa kidini tutaomba muweze kuongoza familia waweze kuondoka ili sherehe zingine zitakazoongozwa na jeshi letu za kutazama mwili ziweze kuendelea.
Tuweze kutulia ili mwili utayarishwe kwa kwetu kuweza kuona. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tutulie ili wale ambao wanaotayarisha mwili wa mwenda zake waweze kutayarisha ili tuweze kuwaelekeza vile tutakavyoendelea na hiyo hafla. So kindly let us be patient as we also allow those who will be preparing for us to view an opportunity to...
All right, of course, that is the conclusion of the state funeral service of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, on this particular split screen, you can see dignitaries and also members of the family actually leaving the venue where the service was actually being conducted. Now, Kenya thronged the Nyayo National Stadium to witness this particular event where it was the final send-off of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And of course, it started early in the morning, where we saw the procession actually starting from Lee Funeral Home all the way to Parliament buildings, where the former Prime Minister was laying in state with the President and elected leaders, viewing his body at Parliament buildings. Before that particular cortege left the Parliament buildings all the way to Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, it has been a military honor with the military actually taking charge of this particular procession and this particular funeral service that was conducted in honor of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Across the road, of course, so we did see some members of the public accompanying that particular procession all the way to the Nyayo National Stadium. And at that particular moment, we also saw the military taking charge and actually, carrying the body, becoming the pallbearers of this particular procession of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Now, there was a sermon that was conducted by Bishop David Kodia, and of course it was a sermon that targeted mostly on the political class, looking at the history of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and the kind of man he was, challenging the political class to take charge and to try and fit in his shoes, asking them who exactly amongst you can actually fit in the shoes of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, talking about their interactions and what he hated and what he loved. And just to quote him, he did say, God gave Raila Odinga the wisdom to unite Kenyans. How many can fit in his shoes? As we honor him today, let's see ourselves as Kenyans first and not our regions where we come from. Kenya is too small to be divided into regions, and this being very important at this particular moment where the political scene in the country seem to be somehow divided. And you're just talking about that, whereby this is a man that has been considered to have kept the nation first, the interest of the nation first, as opposed to his personal interest, and not wanting a nation that is divided. This, of course, different people, including political pundits, have argued that it can actually be traced back to how he's been able to manage politics in the country, especially with the famous handshakes that we've been able to witness all the way from 2007 to 2017 and now to 2022. We also witnessed President William Ruto talk about him and how he came to stand with him at his time of need, putting aside his political interests and just focusing on the issues that are very important to the nation. And of course, all that happened at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, we also saw the bishop talk about talking against the issue or to do with handouts that has been witnessed greatly in the country, whereby politicians have been using handouts to try and convince the public to actually follow them. He says that Raila Odinga was not a man that believed in handouts to be able to convince a public to follow him in whatever form or issues that he was actually championing for. It was a powerful sermon. Looking at the social media platforms, people have come out to celebrate the bishop, that is Bishop Professor David Kodia of the Archdiocese of Bondo, for this particular sermon that he says was touching on mostly the political class and also just the life that Raila Odinga did lead when he was alive and the different interactions that they've had together. And also just the kind of man that he was also as a church person, because he said he was a man that was giving mostly to the church, but was not one that would, go around announcing to the public in regards to what he has done. He says he gives with his left hand, but the right hand shall not know what exactly has been done by the other hand. That is the sermon that the bishop was actually, giving to the public, calling on the political class to emulate what Raila Odinga was and how to honor his legacy and how to fit in the shoes that he has left behind. The issue of Kenya First, whereby the nation became more important than an individual. So calling on everyone and all the political class to actually be people that emulate this man that we have lost as a nation, and that is Raila Odinga. We also saw summons, or rather tributes from members of his family, and that comes from his children. Talk of Rosemary Odinga. We also saw Raila Jr. talk about his father. We've seen Winnie Odinga. We've seen Mama Ida Odinga, and also the brother to the late former Prime Minister, that is Oburu Odinga, actually come to the podium to talk about the former Prime Minister. And just to look at what some of his children did say. Also, Raila Odinga say he always stood for what he believed was right. at great family cost and also at a personal cost, and says that he remains the gentleman of the family at this particular moment, trying to take charge of the family following the demise of his father. And he did say, I will take care of the larger political family. I will continue to fight for what you believed in, which includes justice and the rule of law. And this has been very great, during this particular period, because a lot of people that spoke of his legacy in regards to what he fought for, what he believed in, and that the proper way to actually get to honor the former Prime Minister is to ensure that most of the things that he believed in actually get to be fulfilled and should not be watered down. Right now, we can see that the members of the public are being allowed to actually view the body of the former Prime Minister. This also scores one of the plans, one of the plans that the committee had laid out in what was going to happen after the funeral service was conducted at the Nyayo National Stadium. Members of the public would then be allowed to view the body of the former Prime Minister. Then later on in the evening, the body will actually be transported to Karen, at his home in Karen rather, where there will be a night vigil before its transportation to Kisumu tomorrow. That is the Jomo Kenyatta grounds at Mamboleo, where the public will also be given an opportunity to view the body from 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. Then from that particular moment, the body will then be transported to Bondo, I beg your pardon, Siaya County, where he will be laid to rest on a Sunday. Of course, we did see his brother yesterday talk about the session, that particular session will actually be attended by close family members, and of course a few friends, so that they actually get to give the former Prime Minister a befitting send-off for the man of his stature. Now, those are live pictures coming to you from the Nyayo Stadium, where members of the public are currently viewing the body of the former Prime Minister. This was also done yesterday at the Kasarani Stadium, where we saw also members of the public being given an opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. We did see also Winnie Odinga talk about the father and just dispute some of the rumors that we've been able to see on social platform on how the former Prime Minister did die. Of course, Winnie Odinga did say that the father died in her hands, that is in India, gave a short, gave a tribute, and also was able to sing his favorite song during that, when she was actually giving her tribute to the former Prime Minister. He said she stressed on the issue to do with justice and service to the people, talking about justice must be pursued even when the path is lonely. She says this is what she learned from her father, and says service is not in words, but it's also in action, stressing on some of the things that she has witnessed firsthand in regards to what Raila Odinga has done and also what he stood for. He said he was gentle and humorous and walked with pride, and that he also died strong and died as a gentleman. Winnie did say that Raila Odinga, during his battle with health, of course, made an effort to make rounds every morning, especially at the hospital as he was getting his treatment. And he said sometimes he would make 2, sometimes 3. And on that particular day when he died, he had made 5. And he called on the nation to be very proud that Raila Odinga did die strong, and also just not what we've been able to see on the social platforms. That's what she was actually disputing. Of course, we saw also Oburu Odinga, that is the brother to the former Prime Minister and also the Senator of Siaya County, that is Oburu Odinga, talking about recounting on the issues on how they grew up together, what sort of person Raila Odinga was, and the kind of family that they come from. And of course, says that there were 3 boys. One, of course, died, and Raila Odinga was the second born, saying that Raila was a sharp student. In most cases, always emerging number 1, and he, on the other hand, was an average student. Sometimes he would come number 5, 4, 3, and at times 2. But Raila Odinga was smart at everything that he did, all the way in how they've been raised. That he was a man that was very good when it comes to doing house chores at home. That is how they were raised by the mother, because they were told at a very young age they were also the sons, and at the same time they were the daughters of that particular home, and they had to learn to do everything from cooking, to washing clothes and all that, and he was always the one that will defend them whenever there was an attack from their peers as they grew up. He also said that he was a no-nonsense man and did not entertain any mediocrity. That is the tribute that Oburu Odinga did give in regards to Raila Odinga. He also did talk about the leadership of the ODM party moving forward, saying that he is honored to have been given that particular mantle to act as the interim chairperson of the party, and moving forward in regards to recounting that it is not easy for him to be able to fill the shoes that Raila Odinga has left behind, and no one can fill those particular shoes, but he will attempt to lead that party. And also just saying that the age between him and Raila Odinga was not that much apart. It was 1 year and 2 months, and that his brother was his party leader. He was his friend, he was his everything, he was his confidant, and also he was his business partner, a man that he says he's going to miss greatly, because it is with a heavy heart that he was actually giving this particular tribute. And despite him being older than Odinga, that is Raila, he actually did respect him so much as his party leader. And of course, there's been that conversation in regards to what exactly happens and who exactly takes over the mantle of the ODM party. But right now we have an interim leader in that particular party, and of course we will see, continue following up on that and see exactly how things unfold, and whether they're going to be another leader that will come later on, or the Oburu Odinga will take that particular mantle until the end. Of course, we also saw Mama Ida Odinga eulogize her husband as someone, great. They've been married to 52 years, and calling on Kenyans to mourn Raila Odinga in peace. She reflected on their lives together, what exactly that meant for her, how it shaped her as a person, and also just Raila Odinga himself, and also their naming of the kids. It was very interesting to look at that, and how his firstborn son, who's Fidel Castro, and how he acquired that particular name. According to Ida Odinga, she says that it is because Raila Odinga did admire so much Fidel Castro, and that's why he named his son, that is Fidel, after Fidel Castro. And of course, we also saw how Rosemary was named, and of course it is after the mother of Raila Odinga and the mother of that is Ida Odinga. The mother of Ida Odinga, of course, was called Rose, and of mother of Raila Odinga was called Mary, so the name came to Rosemary. Also Raila Jr. and how that came about, and also Winnie Odinga. They say that was named after Winnie Mandela, and it was during that particular period when Mandela was coming out of prison, holding Winnie Mandela's hand on one side when she was actually at that particular moment going into labor, before she actually knew the gender of the child. Now, Mama Ida Odinga did call on Kenyans to mourn Raila Odinga in peace, and he says the country should, as we continue to honor him, that Raila Odinga did hate disunity, and he hated greed. And he says that greed is the reason as to why the country is so much into issues to do with corruption. So moving forward, that is something that as a nation we should actually get to reflect, if at all we are going to honor the man, the legend, the enigma, and sometimes they say the myth, that is the Raila Odinga. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki also spoke and says we've lost a leader, a global leader, not just any other leader. That, of course, looking at the kind of tributes that have come in from different heads of state across the globe. Some have been here, attended the funeral service in person. Others sent their representatives and also sent their tributes. And the Deputy President read those particular names of individuals and leaders that did send their tributes, which include Burundi, of course, we've seen Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and also the Gambia. And of course, so those are some, just to name but a few of individuals that, according to the Deputy President, did send their tributes, and of course some of them were not able to attend this particular funeral service of the enigma that is Raila Odinga. Uhuru Kenyatta, that is the former president, of course, a close ally of Raila Odinga, especially in the run-up to the 2022 elections, spoke mostly in Swahili, praised Raila Odinga as somebody who did not, of course, choose people, or rather who was as somebody who was so much inclined to making sure that a nation is united and not divided. He did not, he wanted a united nation, and did not says that the history of the country cannot be written without the name of Odinga appearing at the top, putting some things that include devolution, issues to do with democracy and the fight for human rights. Are some of the things that this man Raila Odinga did champion for, and he actually called on the nation to honor him by ensuring that his legacy is not maligned, and that some of the things that he fought for actually continue to thrive. And those are things that include democracy and, of course, issues to do with devolution, the fight for human rights. Uhuru Kenyatta was talking about the cases of abductions that we've witnessed in the country, the extrajudicial killings, and, of course, the use of excessive force when it comes to matters protesters in the country. Of course, we've witnessed that in the past few months from 2024, when Kenyans took to the streets in regards to the Finance Bill 2024, all the way to 2025, as we marked 1 year since the protests that were led by the youngest population in the country were marked in the country. And of course, those are some of the things that Uhuru Kenyatta spoke about and said, as we honor Raila Odinga, we should ensure that his legacy lives on, and that most of the things that he fought for are not watered down by some of the things that we are doing right now, calling on Kenyans to stand up and actually defend some of these things and stand against the use of oppression to suppress dissent in the country. And of course, also we did see President William Ruto talk about Raila Odinga greatly. He said he owes him his rule, rather, and says that they stood together in the past, and that he had no idea that later on he will also come to stand. They will be on different opposing sides and also just come together and work together for the great of the nation. According to the president says, my brother Raila Odinga, I owe you. You helped me steer the nation and my leadership. And of course, this is in regards to the handshake that was witnessed between the two leaders back in July 2024, after the Gen Z protests in the country. And of course, Raila Odinga at that particular moment was heading to the African Union Commission. He was vying for that particular seat as the AUC chair. And we did see them come together that gave birth the broad-based government that we've been able to witness of late, with the different people from the different sides of the political divide coming together to shake hands and now work towards the greater unity of the country. He also says that Raila dreamt of a united motherland, and his reflection on that is that we need to ensure that we are a united country and we are not divided based on where we come from. He says history will judge him fairly, and that he became the voice of reason whenever the country needed a man to stand and steer it in the right direction. He also says Raila Odinga was a stubborn man in his vision for a just Kenya. And this is a reflection that most of the speakers that stood to speak actually got to talk about, that he was a man that believed in the rule of law and justice, and that in order to honor him, we need to actually ensure that we follow through with what he was fighting for. He says that Raila Odinga, this is actually President William Ruto, that Raila Odinga was a moral compass and a reconciler. And he never compromised. We say that we should never compromise on our mission, even if sometimes we are pushed to the edge. That was the president talking about Raila Odinga. And of course, we also witnessed different leaders, or not different leaders, but the song that Raila Odinga did enjoy during his time on earth actually being played to be able to mark this particular day. What you're witnessing right now on screen, of course, like I said earlier, is that members of the public are once again being allowed to view the body of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga, at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, thousands of Kenyans did attend this particular final funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church today. Let's talk about some of the leaders that came and to pay their last respect to the former Prime Minister, and of course some of the dignitaries that we had today were Taye Selassie, that's the president of Ethiopia. We also had Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, that is the president of Somalia, who was here in person. We saw the fourth president, the fourth and former president of Tanzania, that is Jakaya Kikwete. We also saw the vice president of that nation, that is Tanzania, Philip Mpango, who was in attendance to the funeral service here in Nairobi at the Nyayo National Stadium to pay their last respect to Raila Amolo Odinga. South Sudan did have its vice president, that is Rebecca Nyadeng de Mabior, who was representing President Salva Kiir. We also did see other leaders who, for example, Rwanda did send a representative, and that is Vincent Biruta, who is the Interior Minister. And of course, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki did say that we witnessed there are quite a number of tributes coming in from different leaders across the globe, the continent. We did witness Burundi, of course, Nigeria. We've witnessed Sierra Leone, Zimbabwe, Gambia, South Africa, to name but a few, some of the leaders that sent their condolences. Of course, also India, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, did send also his condolences to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And today is the third day as far as this particular session is concerned, because Raila Odinga, of course, died on Wednesday, and his body was repatriated from India on Thursday yesterday. Today, Friday, is the state funeral service that has been conducted at the Nyayo National Stadium. Part of the program that includes that is what you're witnessing right now, that is the viewing of the body, and that this service has been conducted by the Anglican Church of Kenya. The bishop that was leading this was, of course, we did have Bishop Professor David Kodiam of the Archdiocese of Bondo, who reflected on his times with Raila Odinga and the kind of person he was. What I've said earlier is that he gave a sermon that most people believe it was a powerful sermon targeted to the political class in general and what they should do when it comes to living right and doing the right thing in the political scene, challenging the political players to come out and see whether they can actually fit in the shoes that Raila Odinga has left behind. His biggest thing was talking about the issue to do with handouts, which has been synonymous with our Kenyan politics, and how that is affecting the growth of the nation and just the principles that some of the leaders need to be abiding by. Now he has been termed, that is Raila Odinga, as a champion for democracy in the country. Has been called a father of devolution. He's said that a man who set aside his ambitions for the greater good. On the issues to do with democracy in the country, of course, Raila Odinga is one of the faces that I believe to be the faces of the second liberation in Kenya. The struggle that they went through at that particular time, leading to the birth of a multi-party state. And of course, that is one of the things that a lot of people believe that the shoulders that we stand on at the moment were actually the shoulders of this individual who championed for what we enjoy, the freedom of speech and all that. Talk about the issue to do with devolution. They say he's the father of devolution after championing for the 2010 constitution. Right now, the current state, because they say Raila Odinga believed that power should not be centralized, but it should be devolved, giving counties enough resources and also the power to be able to develop, moving away from the centralization of power that largely saw development go to regions that were more inclined to the head of state, whereby if a region was not supporting the head of state, then there was no development in that particular region. And in most cases, that is believed that those regions that suffered most were the regions that were opposition regions. So the devolution aspect of it came to cure that. And even at the time of his death, he was talking about that, talking about leaders not going to State House to be able to beg the president for development to come to their regions, because it is provided for in the constitution. It is not a favor that the state should be doing to a certain region. It's just that money should be devolved and some of these functions devolved to see that those particular regions get the development that they do need. He was talking about that, and earlier on we were talking about some of his unpopular statements, that they say this is the man that he was, that his statements at times were very unpopular, but in retrospect, when you look back, you realize that he meant good for the country. So as a champion for democracy, there it is. As a father of devolution, the issue to do with the 2010 constitution. Even Kalonzo Musyoka the other day was speaking about it and saying that we will remember Raila Odinga as somebody who gave us the 2010 constitution, who gave us devolution, and was a very great champion for issues to do with the devolved units, calling on more resources to be allocated to the county governments to allow them to be able to deliver services to the people. He had also come about on the issue to do with the NGCDF, which was a hot debate in the country. And right now, we just, there's the hope and that particular feeling that even in his death, some of these things that he championed for and had not seen them achieved actually get to be pursued from all fronts, both in government and also the opposition, right? So they say that his legacy far exceeded his weaknesses as an individual, whereby, yes, he was not a perfect human being, but at the end of the day, he created a legacy, a political legacy for that particular matter that, of course, will be emulated. One of the things that most of them have talked about has to do with the issue of also having a very long, the largest political party, and a political party that has existed for a minute here in the country, and that is 20 years of the ODM party. And we did see that the nation, or rather the party, was celebrating 20 years in different regions. Those are the Kisii celebration. We also see the Mombasa one actually being postponed a little bit. We also see those are another one that's supposed to be in Nairobi. And this was to be done all the way until the 16th of November. Now, with this particular disruption a little bit, of course, there will be changes in regards to marking 20 years of the ODM party, but we also expect that to resume as far as that is concerned. All right, and just still on what we are able to witness at the Nyayo National Stadium, of course, members of the public, they are passing by the coffin of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, viewing his body, as that opportunity actually is granted until later in the evening. And like we said, that after this particular session, then the body will be taken to Karen, at his home in Karen, whereby there will be a night vigil. And of course, from there, we'll also witness the body being transported to Kisumu, that is tomorrow very early in the morning, because the viewing of the body at the Jomo Kenyatta Mamboleo grounds is expected to start at 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. And that is to give the residents of that particular region an opportunity to be able to view the body of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Now, he will be laid to rest at his home in Homa Bay County, and that is in Bondo. Yesterday, we witnessed the for that to happen. And of course, all this is being done in regards to his, in line with his last will and testament, where he wished that he actually be buried within 70 after his passing. And the planning committee, of course, is working around the clock to ensure that they get to respect his last will as before last will and testament. But of course, even we witnessed the daughter talking about it and says when she heard that the father wanted to be buried within 72 hours, she laughed, because that was the kind of man that he was. Sometimes just giving people surprises, and all that is what we've been able to witness during his stay. Right now, I want to engage my guests in studio. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right. Welcome to continued coverage here on K24 and, of course, Media Max in general, also Kameme TV, as we continue to cover the funeral, and rather the death of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Let me get from you what this means for you and why it stands out for you.
First of all, my name is James Kamau. I come from a certain party by the name the We Alliance Party. And people like Raila Odinga, when they fought for second liberation. Back in the 80s, when Kenya was one was under one party, they were able to come out very well and of course change the political situation of our country. And people like us, no matter how young we are, no matter where we came from, we were able now to get the chance and of course to work and get a political party registered. So I can say what now we have now as young people, people who are from maybe different from, not from political families, they are able to come out well and of course register a political party and be in the platform of being in the governance. Yeah. Okay.
So because one of the things that we've been, you know, the Right Honourable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has been remembered for, for you moving forward in regards to this, what are some of the lessons that young people need to pick from the kind of man that he was and the kind of life that he led in the political scene, even you in the political scene?
We have to realize that now power belongs to the people. And all the power that Raila Amolo Odinga have came from the people. You see how his supporters, even up to now, the way they are. He is that powerful man because of the power he has from the people. So I can tell our young brothers, including me, all the power that we want to get maybe from the from joining the government or joining what, we have to know that we have to raise that power from the people. Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the kind of legacy that for you as an individual, you believe we should, just away from, you know, the champions of democracy and what we've been able to witness, and also the issue to do with holding the hands of young individuals. Do you believe, from where you sit, that we've done enough as a nation and even just the political class, even as he dies, that there's been enough when it comes to holding the hands of young people into the political space?
I have been following Raila Amolo Odinga since I was a young man, a young boy, and I can say this for sure, he has held a lot of young 2007, people like Babowino, all those people have been created by Raila. They all accept, they have all accepted that without Raila, most of them could have run the way they are. So in a way, one way or the other, he has been able to shape our future leadership in our country. Even our current president, William Samoei Ruto, he was under his wings in 2006, 7, up to 2009, when, of course, they parted away from each other. Politically, I can say he has been able to shape our future, creating a young leadership, and I can say for sure he is an enigma for real. I met him just once. I was a presidential candidate in 2022. I was among the 16 people who were shortlisted to go to Bomas. I met him, but not in person. We were 16 of us. We have met our returning officer, Chebukati. Of course, I was unable to talk to him, but somehow I was really
in the same space with him.
Yeah, I was a bit happy meeting him in person, but we never talked. We were with our returning officer, the late Chebukati. He sat there. We met during pre-registration of presidential candidates. I was among the aspirants, but somehow I was unable to get cleared by the IEBC. So that's only the way we met. I met him there. It was just, we were just there in one big table. We were being talked by our returning officer at the time, Chebukati. So I never got the chance of course meeting him in person, talk to him, because I was an independent candidate. He was, you know, DM, and it was so busy. But I was a bit happy, you know, meeting someone that I have been watching TV for almost my entire life when I was young.
How was that feeling for you during that when you are just in the same space with Raila Odinga, and how would you describe his demeanor for you?
You see, at that time we were not able to talk, but I was so happy that I have met someone who is well known all over the world, all over Kenya, someone who has championed our constitution. He had done it all. Now I was with him in the same table, and of course he was with his assistants. We were not able, of course, to talk, but I was very happy. It is only that I never got the chance to be cleared. I could have competed with with Raila, but somehow I was unable to get the clearance level, and of course to be in the same ballot with him. But I was very happy.
Let's talk about what he leaves behind, because people say it is a rich legacy. From a young person's perspective, how do we honor him properly?
Making sure devolution works. Making sure that everything is not from Nairobi. That we're able to strengthen to devolve even 60% of our national budget to county levels, the way he was saying, because there's no need of us like having Kura, Kera, doing almost the same, and we have the same department in county government. Let's county government get the big share, building our, the way he was saying, he was talking about. Let's of course eliminate things to do with CDF. Let Parliament be oversight authorities, the way he was talking about. That's all what I can say, that we can be able now to remember Raila well. He was a champion of real devolution and Parliament being real oversight authorities there.
Are we lagging behind when it comes to that?
Of course, there's duplication of execution of duties, having counties doing roads, national government doing roads. We need now to have clear guidance, and the executive, the national executive, should be left maybe with very little performance. We should devolve almost 70% to our counties. With that, now we can say in years to come, maybe in years to come, we'll be able now to say that each and every person is able to decide their own destiny. Someone in Mandera is able to have his own governor. Someone in Murang'a, someone in Nairobi is able to perform their duties of voting and having, yes, yeah, that's how we can be able now to honor our hero Raila Amolo Odinga.
Okay, that is on the aspect of devolution. Let's talk about what I believe Uhuru Kenyatta was talking about today, and has to do with the rule of law, issues to do with justice. We've seen, because Uhuru Kenyatta was calling on young Kenyans and young things that Raila Odinga fought for go to waste or be watered down by what we've been witnessing in the country as far as abductions are concerned, extrajudicial killings and excessive use of force. How do we ensure that as the young people at the same time?
We have to know we have our constitution that guarantees people to demonstrate. And if in any chance the ruling government or the ruling man, you know, the president or all that, when they deviate from the rule of law, people, all power belongs to the people. People can go back to the streets, and we know Baba, that is where he used to get more power. When he knew any government was deviating from the reality, you saw it in 2014, 2023, he was able to come out well with his supporters and of course mobilizing all Kenyans, telling them, let's come out, let's condemn this, let's condemn corruption, let's condemn this and that. Yeah, that's how of course we can be able to carry on his legacy. If the power, the ruling power, if the ruling government thinks that they can be able to deviate from the rule of law, people are still the supreme. They can go to the streets and of course stop everything and making sure that we are able now to follow the rule of the law. Yeah.
Talking about people, because you see, 2024 did shape the nation's politics with what we witnessed as far as opposition is concerned. You know, the young people coming to the street and saying enough is enough, this is, we will not tolerate this, and you know, moving forward and all that. Right now we are witnessing the death of a political enigma that we'll call has been the face of the opposition politics. Demonstrations in regards to objection to oppressive roles and also just the laws that were being by the state at that particular time, you know, the former governments and also the current one, and how people have come out to be able to take matters into their own hands. When you look at that as a young person, where does the
government, of course future government, that if you deviate from rule of law, people are still supreme. And you cannot entirely force people to do what they do not want them to be done, even if you are the president. That people have that power, people are willing to come out to, like last year, 2023 it was an opposition-led, was people. Now I can see people have been able to learn from Raila Amolo Odinga, of course, that they can be able to come out well, out. Talks about each and every person, especially Gen Z, and of course people who are below maybe 40, they are very much aware of their rights. And if you try to deviate away from that, people will of course come out and of course they will force you to follow the right way. Yeah.
All right, just still want to bring you up to speed with what you're watching on your screen, and that is the body viewing. We did witness the funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church of Kenya, led by Bishop Professor David Kodia, who led that particular service for the past about 3 hours before we saw tributes and also speeches from different leaders and also just the family. President William Ruto, we also did former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and of course Deputy President Kithure Kindiki giving their tributes during that particular funeral service. And of course the plan was, after the service, we witnessed what you're witnessing right now, and those are people viewing the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as before his body is taken to Karen in the evening for a night vigil at his home in Karen, then where it will spend the night. Then tomorrow morning it will be taken to Kisumu, and that for another session of our body viewing, where Kenyans from different parts of Western Kenya are expected to actually make their way to the Jomo Kenyatta grounds in Mamboleo for that particular viewing of the body. That will happen from 9 a.m. in the morning all the way to 3 p.m. in the evening at the Jomo Kenyatta grounds in Mamboleo, that is Kisumu. Then from there, we will see Raila Odinga's body being taken to his home in Bondo, Siaya County, where he will be laid to rest on a Sunday, and this is in line with his last will, where he wished to actually be laid to rest 72 hours after his passing. This, they say, is the mystery that this man was, that even to his family members, some of them did not have this particular information, and that of course we gathered when we had Winnie Odinga speak about it and say when she heard about it, she laughed, because this is the man that was her father. Most cases pulling surprises left, right, and center. So Raila Odinga will be laid to rest on Sunday at his home in Bondo, Siaya County, and of course we'll witness also different leaders making their way in that particular regard. Today, of course, was the third day of this particular morning, and of course we've seen directions that have been given by the head of state as far as that is concerned. That includes flags have to be half-mast and a 7-day period of mourning, and state officials have also removed the flags on their vehicles to mark the respect for the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We do understand this has been a state funeral. The military has taken charge. We'll also witness a gun salute. We're not sure whether it will be a gun salute or the firing of rifles, but it will be, he'll be given that particular honor on Sunday when we lay him to rest, and that has to be a 19-gun salute. That's what we've been able to gather so far. Right, as far as information is concerned, that is what will follow from this particular moment. Of course, what you're witnessing right now is the viewing of the body at the Nyayo National Stadium, where this particular session started in the morning. His body left the funeral home, was taken to Parliament buildings, where it laid in state, where we saw President William Ruto and other elected leaders, especially members of Parliament and the Senate, viewing the body from there before it was taken to the Nyayo National Stadium for the funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church. Then later on, the public viewing of the body, what we are seeing right on our screens, are people being given an opportunity to be able to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga before it is transported to Kisumu and later to Siaya County for his interment. Hi. Okay, let's get back to the conversation in regards to moving forward, I think politically, and also just the future of what we've been able to see, whether people are going to come up to try and take this particular space that was filled by this man. Do you believe there's room for an individual to be able to fill the shoes that have been left by Raila Odinga? Because some leaders say he has left big shoes. We don't think there's an individual that can be able to fill that.
From my own thoughts, I think it's hard to have someone who can be able to consolidate that kind of a power genuinely, because it has taken Raila Odinga more than 30 years since 1992 we have been doing all this. So creating such kind of a euphoria will take long.
But do you understand that can young people tap into that and moving forward? Not immediately, of course, maybe in the coming days and years.
I think from my own thoughts, it's a bit hard to have someone who can be able to control that kind of a power. But we can, of course, now have a clear way of, there's no one man who controls regions now. That regional people are free now. Because now if you go to maybe Western Nyanza, Mombasa, and all other areas that use control now, I think it's hard now to have someone, just an individual controlling it. Now I think there's an open gap for people now to come out. That's why we're saying, like us from the We Alliance Party, now we can now, of course, start mushrooming all over the country now, of course, getting, politics is all about being popular and, of course, getting the large number of votes. So I think now we have a chance. I'm not saying that we have a chance because of him, but now I think there's an open chance now. And people now can start now creating their own number around voters. And maybe in 2027 we can have a new realignment of politics now without the old guard now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I believe now for us.
What does that realignment look like in your eyes?
Personally, from our own party, we have discussed this matter a lot with the National Executive Committee, from which I am in, and we are thinking of. We have an open now. We have an open political dispensation now that we can now take, not that advantage as such, but in reality that is how politics is. It's all about numbers. We have now to try and, of course, to galvanize the vote that used to control, and, of course, the popularity. Although it's hard to be Raila Amolo Odinga, it's very hard. You can even, what Ruto said today, in any generation there's one man who comes out. It's hard now to have that kind of a man. Now it's about now people knowing how to talk to the people, getting the chance, and, of course, getting that popular vote, and maybe we can have a new way of life in politics. Yeah.
All right, and just even as we continue that, I'd like to ask to reflect on some of the speeches that we witnessed today. And one of the speeches that I did say earlier on was, or rather the sermon that people consider that very powerful in regards of how it was done and who did it. And of course, that was Bishop Professor David Kodia of the Archdiocese of Bondo. I just want to read some of the things that he said today, and that was Raila was a politician who never relied on money to intimidate or win followers. He never used the power of his wallet to convince others, but instead relied on the power of persuasion. Today, many of our politicians have lost this principle, promoting a culture of handouts. But also he says, God gave Raila Odinga the wisdom to unite Kenyans. How many can fit in his shoes? As we honor him today, let's see ourselves as Kenyans first, and not our regions where we come from. Kenya is too small to be divided into regions. Now, this is the part. This is the sermon that he gave, and he also said, if there is anyone here at whatever level who has looted this country, you stand the chance to be condemned. This is just some of the quotes that we've been able to gather from that particular sermon by David Kodia, who was the lead bishop during this funeral service. What do we learn from this? If I engage you on that one, especially on the issue to do with handouts, because that is what has been able to define the politics that we do in this particular country, whereby if you don't have enough money, then people say, how exactly do you expect me to vote for you?
Now it's upon the voters, and we saw it last year. People are more than willing, because people have accepted, they have known now well that without having a good governance, it will one way or the other affect you, no matter who you are. So it's upon us, the people of Kenya, to realize that getting some cash that you can vote someone, who can go to rally for someone, in one way or the other it will affect you negatively. So it's us now to scrutinize our own leaders, people like us who are coming out, to become leaders, the future leaders. Look at us, look at what we believe, look at what we are saying that we're going to do to you. Is it viable? Is it something that you can be able, of course, to live with it? Because if you continue this issue of getting some things that you can vote for someone, it will always end in the same way. If you look for the past 10 years, for the past 13 years since we now have the new devolution government taking place, if we have been electing good governance, we have seen it. Counties with good governance, like Makueni, we saw the transformation. So it's upon now the voters to realize that we have to use to be very wise in terms of people we elect, because in one or the other it will affect us negatively or positively. As we go to the next election, Gen Zs, of course, the new leaders are coming out. If you ask someone like me to give you like the way other politicians are doing, we can't be able to do it, despite me having all that vision, despite me having all the qualification. But if you ask me to give you or to give you this and that, I won't be able to do it. But if you allow me, you give me that chance, listen to me. Do you think what I'm saying is real? Is it realistic? Can it be able to work in our country? Judge us as the upcoming leaders from perspective of what you can be able to do, instead of looking what we can be able to offer to you, because at the end of the day, I cannot be able to give you what you want. But if you judge us from who we are, maybe we can have a new Kenya, a new change country, and that's my take.
Are we moving to that direction? Because, you know, one, it is wishful thinking, because what handouts that we are talking about has defined the politics of this country. I remember there's one presidential candidate, aspirant, I beg your pardon, who the other day said, okay, I'm coming to the table, but I want you to help me contribute for my election. And some people are making fun of that and say, okay, if you don't have the money, then why are you running for office? Right now, seems to be that is what has been able to be defining the kind of politics that we've been doing in this particular country. Are we likely to move to that, the kind of person that, according to the Bishop Raila Odinga, was that never believed in handouts in this coming election, or is it something that we'll have to wait until maybe 5-10 years from now?
You know, the biggest problem in Africa, not only in Kenya, is people being poor. And we say, when someone is poor, they make some decisions that are, of course, are a function of where they come from. If right now I have everything, I have my work, I have my job, I have my everything, it will be hard for me to take a certain route in terms of voting or in terms of following someone. But if I'm very poor, I'm vulnerable to be given some cash. And that's the thing with our country. We have more than 40% people who are not working. So all these things, people who are willing to go out there and give them cash, they know that if we use money, these people, they are very much vulnerable because they are poor. Now that's the problem. Unless we create a society where people are able to get their needs in terms of workforce, they are getting work, they are getting employed, they are getting almost everything. I think that's the time that we'll say now we are having a purely election based on facts. But as per now, people are still poor. If you go to certain areas, people are cannot even be able to feed themselves. And the people who are ruling us, or the people who want to become leaders who have money, they know those are the gaps that we're going to utilize to make sure that we, as from our party, the We Alliance Party, we are saying this, we will go to the people in open hands. We will explain to them, this is our agenda. This is Kamau's, this is the We Alliance agenda. We are going to do, in case we form the next government, we believe we are going to form the next government, we will campaign ideally on what we can be able to do. We will bring the facts to the people that in a county like Kitui, there is this and that, we can be able to utilize this. In a county like Murang'a, there is this and that, we can be able to utilize this. In a county like Mombasa, there are these opportunities. We believe from our own expertise level of qualification, we can be able to do this. If people listen to us, and we believe that they're going to listen to us, and we get the chance to form the next government, of course we can. That's what we believe, because we are a registered political party. And every political party is registered to form a government. That's the main cause of registering a political party. We will go to the people on that, on what we can be able to do, and we give them real facts that we have a landmass of 585 kilometers, we have not utilized this, we have not utilized this, we can be able to do this. Can you listen to us? It's upon the voters now, because all power belongs to the voters. If they will take that route, listen to different ideas, they make a judgment that is based on facts, maybe we can have a new way of living in Kenya. Yeah.
So it all starts from now re-educating the voter,
the people,
in
yeah.
regards to what the leadership will look like in future if at all we take this particular direction.
Yeah.
What kind of positivity are we expecting from that, you know?
People are realizing, not all, there are still people who are, of course, ignorance is still part of human being. You know, we are human and sometimes we ignore. But if we can, as the people of Kenya, accept the reality of the matter, that someone cannot use 100 million to campaign to become a governor, and the first thing he will do is to recover his money. It's upon you to make that conscious decision. Are we going to support someone who will, of course, start stealing from us, of course, grabbing this and that to recover his money? Or are we going to give people with vision, people with real visions, because visions are different. You know, I can come and tell you, no, I can this and that, and maybe in reality I cannot be able to do it. And people who have gone on there, maybe to university or master's level, they know there are things that they are facts and they know that you cannot be able to do them. If we give you something that with the facts, you say, oh, in Kitui we have landmass like that 1,000 square kilometer in Kitui. We have 1 million people. We have a potential of this and that. It's you people to believe, to see whether what we are saying is real. Yeah, and that's what we're going to do as the We Alliance Party. That is our stand. That is our stand as the party. That will go to the people, open to them and tell them, this is who, that and that, yeah.
Are you fielding a presidential candidate?
Personally, I'll be running for president of the Republic of Kenya from the using the We Alliance Party, but we are democratic. We will be very open. If we get someone who will be able to beat me in the party primaries, I will support that person.
Okay, so let me ask you this. In 2022, you are an aspirant.
I was an aspirant, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not cleared to vie.
Yeah.
Why?
We were required to have 48,000 signatures from Kenyans, 2,000 per counties, at least half of counties, which is 47 divided by 2, which is 24 counties, 2,000 signatures and photocopies. I was able, at that time I was independent candidate, I was able to get 46,000. Only one county that I missed, that was Kisii County, from my deputy. It was some mistakes here and there of feeling well. So when they were trying to look at the system, I missed in one county. Now I can say 3 years I have been able to traverse the country, having 24 offices all over the country. You know, that's the requirement of registering a political party. Having all the members. Now we have more than 60,000 members within our party. Now I believe we can be able now to get the signatures from the party perspective, not just from Kamau's perspective. From the party perspective, we can be able now to get enough support. Yeah.
You let me. I'd like to bring it back to what you're looking at today and what you're celebrating today. You're looking at a man today that tried at the presidency close to 5 times and never won.
Yeah.
Or it's debatable on exactly what happened.
Yeah.
You are taking that particular shot. When you look at his legacy, what he did, how he led it, what do you learn from it, even as you want to go for the top seat?
First of all, you have said he had tried 5 times, but do you know he is all his plans, I said 2007 about Majimbo, when we were young at that time. Majimbo came 2010. Although it was not a pure Majimbo, it was his own dream. And now we are living on devolution now because of his own dream. He never became president, but in one or the way, he was able to shape our own way of governance. You know, now we are having 47 governance because back in 2006 and 2007, when we were young, we used to hear that if devolution comes to a country, of course Majimbo, you'll be required to have an ID to go to another county. This was propaganda. But Raila Amolo Odinga was able to conquer that propaganda. And by 2010, Kenyans, including those who never voted for him, more than 65% voted for our new constitution. Within 2 years, they were able to believe on his manifesto of having a devolved government. and he never became the president. But in one or the other, because of what he was campaigning about, came to realize in 2013. So, politics, not even politics, in everything that we do, from study, from doing all what, we just try our luck. You give your all out there. You give your all. And that is what Kamau and the We Alliance Party will do. We will do our all like the way Raila Amolo Odinga used to do. You giving your all and letting people be the judges. If they will see their favor on me and they elect me or they elect another person from the We Alliance Party, that's what we'll do. But we'll follow the same principle of Raila Amolo Odinga. Giving your all. Never giving up. Yes.
They say, people that have known Raila Odinga say, he has been, he had a vision for a united country, a united nation. What vision does the We Alliance have moving forward?
Having a united country?
What is it that you'll say, we as We Alliance, this is what we stand on, this is what we want to see in this country, this is what is amiss, and this is what we'll sort?
First, our slogan as the We Alliance Party is power to the people. That's our slogan. That is what is registered with the ORPP, the Registered Political Party. Power to the people. The way Raila Amolo Odinga believed on power, that is what we believe. And you cannot say people are powerful if you have not been able to give them enough economic activities to do. Because you cannot have 40% of 50 million people having no employment gains, no meaningful employment gains in our country. We have to empower people. And that's what we are saying. We will look at all the chances, all the gaps that can bring changes in terms of economic activity in our country. Personally, I'm an economist. I graduated at University of Nairobi. I've gone all the way to master's level doing development studies. I have done all this because I really wanted to understand how can we utilize the factors of production to bring better changes in our country. If you look at all the factors of production, there are 4: land, labor, capital, and of course entrepreneurship. Can we be able to empower people using our 4 factors of production? And through that, people will be able now to be making conscious decisions if they are empowered. Yes.
Right. Just a recap on exactly what we are witnessing today and what is happening on your screens. Of course, the body viewing of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga continues at the Nyayo National Stadium. The public has been allowed to view that particular body, and of course, you can see, security officers and also NYS just there guiding the public in the better way to go about it, so that we make sure that each and every other person has an opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister, who has been described as a political enigma and the father of devolution and the face of the second liberation and democracy in the country of Kenya, with other people giving him nicknames when it comes to different issues that they believe is associated with. Some have called him an enigma, some have called him Agwambo, others have called him Jacom, and all those names, of course, just in relation to what they believe he was and what he stood for in different times. And of course, Baba has been the common one, whereby now people believe he was the father of the nation. Now, each and every person, according to that is Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, will have an opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister before he's taken to his current residence for an overnight vigil that is tonight. And later on tomorrow morning, he will be transported all the way to Kisumu County, whereby the public will also be given another opportunity to view his body, and that is to the larger where he comes. Opportunity to be able to view the body of the former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Now, the Raila Odinga, of course, will be he will be laid to rest. That is on Sunday at his home in Siaya, that is Siaya County, and of course his home, of course, is in Bondo. And of course, just as we continue to bring you up to speed with what is happening in the country, a recap of what we've witnessed today in regards to the speeches and the final, the funeral services that we saw today was different leaders giving their tributes to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga and what was happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. We also want to take a look at some of the statements that were said. And of course, we start with former President Uhuru Kenyatta, who called on the Kenyans to be very vigilant as far as this is concerned, talking about hatutakubali kama wa Kenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yote. Raila alitetea kurudi nyuma. And of course, those who are some, that is one of the statements that he actually did say. It also talked about historia ya Kenya haiwezi kuandikwa bila jina la Raila Odinga kutajwa kwanza. Raila alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila, alipenda wananchi na Wakenya wote kwa moyo wake wote. I don't know, Director, do we get to listen to what he said? All right.
Nianze tena niseme Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yote ya mwenda zetu, rafiki wetu, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto na First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, viongozi wa nchi za kigeni na majirani ambao wametutembelea kuja kuomboleza na sisi, waombolezaji wenzangu, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? Kama Wakenya kusherehekea maisha ya Mkenya mwenzetu, kiongozi, rafiki yangu, lakini mimi nilimpenda kama ndugu yangu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, vile tumeambiwa hapa, tulimjua kwa majina tofauti tofauti: Agwambo, Jacob, Tinga. Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba. Na tulimuita baba kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alipenda nchi yake Kenya kuliko kitu kingine chochote. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila, na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote. Na testimony hiyo yaoneshwa na marafiki tofauti tofauti ambao ukienda kumtembelea kwake nyumbani ulikuwa unawakuta huko. Marafiki kutoka kila kona ya taifa letu la Kenya. Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako. Leo hii Kenya imepoteza kiongozi ambaye historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. In short, nasema vipi? Nasema hivi, Raila ametuacha kimwili, lakini ndani za roho yetu, ndani ya spirit ya Kenya, ataendelea kuishi miaka na miaka tukisonga mbele. Wenzetu, Raila alipenda amani. Raila alipenda umoja wa taifa letu. Raila alifurahia akiona Wakenya wakiungana, wakishirikiana, wakijenga taifa lao pamoja. Raila alikuwa mtetezi wa haki ya kila mtu. Kwa hali ambapo alikuwa anaona hakuna haki, Raila ndio alikuwa wa mbele hapo kuhakikisha ya kwamba haki zimepatikana. Na wenzangu, nawaambia hivi, tunawakumbuka wakina Mzee Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Odinga kwa kutetea uhuru wa nchi yetu. Na kila mara tukiimba wimbo wa taifa tunasema tunatalinda uhuru wetu na damu yetu na jasho yetu. Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Hatutakubali yarudi nyuma. Tutasonga mbele tukizingatia hizo haki kwa sisi ambao tumebaki na wale ambao hawajazaliwa. Hivyo ndivyo ndugu yetu angependa kuona, na hiyo ndio njia ya kuona legacy yake kama kiongozi wa taifa letu. Wenzetu, sio siku ya mambo mingi. Nimekuja kuomboleza rafiki na ndugu, lakini siwezi nimalizie nisiposema ya kwamba hata kama leo tuna huzuni na tunaomboleza, lazima kama Wakenya tuchukue nafasi hii, kwa sababu Raila hangeweza kutenda yale ambayo alitenda kama angekuwa amesimamiwa na mama nguvu wa kazi, Mama Aida Odinga, na watoto wake Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yake yote. Kwa Wakenya tunawashukuru kwa kutupatia Raila atumikie nchi, na kwa kumuunga mkono ndio awe na nguvu ya kututumikia sisi wote. Yangu ni kusema, ndugu yangu, tuende vyema. Wenzangu, kastori kadogo tu, sio kubwa. Unajua saa ingine baada ya kazi tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini, tunapewa kakitu kidogo hapo. Kwani mnacheka? Mimi kakitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa ingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema, unajua wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapa, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua, I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, ni kuombee kwa Mwenyezi Mungu akurehemu, akulaze na amani na wenzako, ukijua ya kwamba twakumbuka wewe na yale ambao umebakisha tutaendelea nayo, na familia yako sasa imekuwa yetu, na tutaendelea kuwalinda na kuwachunga na kusimama pamoja nao kwa wakati wote. Nasema lala salama ndugu. Mungu awabariki familia yako na awafariji na awapatie nguvu, na Mungu aendelee kuibariki Kenya hii yetu, Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa jumla. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Right, that is the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya, the Right Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, speaking during the funeral service of the late former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. In that particular statement, of course, are calling on Kenyans not to allow the legacy of Raila Odinga go down in be watered down by some of the things that we'll be able to witness in the country. And of course, we're still trying to make sense of exactly what is happening in the country as we bring you up to speed with what is happening on the ground, and in the coverage of the funeral of former Prime Minister, that is Raila Odinga. Here in studio, of course, I do have Suba Churchill also joining us for this conversation. Thank you so much for making time. Let me start with this one. What is your reflection of Raila Odinga before we even come to the speech of Uhuru Kenyatta?
Thank you very much. I've known Raila Odinga for many years. Beginning when I was a student leader at the university, later on being part of the reform movement. I came into represented the students' movement in the Citizens Coalition for Constitutional Change that was formed in 1994. Later in 95, at the invitation of Bishop, retired now, Zablon Damburi, I joined the National Convention Planning Committee that, you know, for 2 years was instrumental in planning for the first National Convention Assembly that was held in April 1997 at what was then called the Limuru Conference Center. Still a student at the university, but who had already been part of the reforms. Earlier on, I'd interacted with Raila, though he was not formally part of Safina, but as a founder member of Safina, teaming up with lawyer Muturi Kigano, Richard Leakey, Paul Muite, and later on linking up with Mwangi Kiunjuri in Nanyuki, where we got arrested at the Sportsman Hotel and even held in custody for a few hours. I've known Raila as a champion for democracy and good governance. Raila, who has rested today, went through a lot of transformation because later on, as part of the reform movement, we would call for mass action. We formed the NCC in Limuru in April of that year. As a young student, we had also earlier on held our own National Youth Convention at the Sports View Hotel Kasarani in February 1997 to harness the input of young people into what they wanted the Kenya to be and the overhaul of the constitution. And later on, we interacted with Raila as at the NCC. We had our offices at Riverside Drive. Our first mass action activity was to be at the, the historic Kamukunji grounds. And we fixed the date when we were at Limuru, and we said, on this particular date will be with or without a permit. And remember those days, the security and management of public gatherings were under the provincial administration, not under the police as it is today, because it was brought under the police under the Inter-Parties Parliamentary Group reforms of 97, ahead of the year's election. And so it was the DOs and the DCs who decide who meets and where and how. But we had decided at Limuru that those are the laws that we were going to defy. So it was basically a civil disobedience movement, that we are not going to recognize laws seeking a permit from the provincial administration, yet those are the laws, the very laws that we wanted, done away with. Remember, there was still the Chiefs Act, the Chiefs Authority Act, under which, chiefs were at liberty to invade homesteads, confiscate chicken, say the president as a fundraiser, and so on and so forth. We still had, permits for TVs and radios, which you had to obtain from KBC. It's the only outlet that used to give permits for, any electronic media. And I remember as late as, that 1997, buying my first TV set at the Sony Center that used to be along Kenyatta Avenue. The first flat screen, that's when I was able to afford my own TV. Yeah. I put it in a taxi at the back seat and drove straight to KBC for the permit before taking it to where, as late as 97. That's what you did practice. Yeah. As a young boy, of course, I was born in Nairobi, but my father had this, rule that, once you finish standard 3, you start your standard 4 in the village, because he thought the influence of the city life and most of Eastlands would mess us up. And today, of course, in retrospect, I admire what he did. So everybody in our family would start schooling in Jogoo Road Primary, those kindergartens and so on. But from standard 4, you go to the village. Okay. And some of us were the last generation to use the OTC. You know, today people talk about OTC, that stage, but they never used those buses. I used them. And I remember even when the founding president of this republic died, I was 6 years old. And I still remember how we were hurriedly, you know, prepared to travel to the village. As children, we had learned to see the signs whenever we were traveling, we were about to travel. But on this particular occasion, we never saw the signs. All we saw was, you know, being prepared in a rush, and people rushed, boarded an OTC bus, and off we went. And so the Raila Odinga that has rested is one man who one would describe as indefatigable. An indefatigable champion for good governance, for respect for human rights, all those things, attributes that you had His Excellency, the immediate former president, say about him. And even those who would, you know, you would compete with for positions either as MP or as president, knew that he was a man to reckon with. He was a worthy opponent. And he's not one man who you just, you know, confront and think you'd beat hands down. And of course, you know, for the 5 times that he contested, he presented the most formidable challenge. With some instances where a section of the general public believe that he may have been cheated of his victory. But all that, of course, is now water under the bridge. Raila has undergone a lot of transformation, because even as we, in 1997, when we had the IPPG, Raila is the only politician, leading politician, who refused to join the bandwagon of the IPPG, because he thought it was going to pacify the public. He thought it was going to come up with cosmetic changes that were not go far-reaching, that were not going to fundamentally affect the reforms, and he refused, even when other leaders, you know, joined the fray. And of course, there was the German ambassador to the Republic of Kenya then, Bernard Musselberg, who facilitated, you know, this discussion, because he thought at that time, perhaps, that, you know, Kenya needed that kind of, you know, minimum reforms to facilitate the year's election before we embark on comprehensive reforms. By the time we were embarking on comprehensive reforms, Raila again had gone a lot of transformation, was working with KANU, and was the chair of the parliamentary committee on reforms. So when some of us joined the negotiations for the 1997 Constitution of Kenya Review Commission Act, under the stewardship of Bishop Sulimeti, now retired, some of us, including Professor Kivutha Kibwana, Erastus Wamugo, Reverend Timothy Njoya, and so on, decided to boycott because we thought things were not going the right way. But you know, where Raila is involved, you boycott at your own risk. And so we would be there at Safari Park. We knew when tea was being served, knew when lunch was being served, but we were not at the meeting. And our strategy was to deny them the quorum, hoping that they would not be able to proceed without our presence. At some point, I think they got fed up with us. You know, the usual civil society posturing, hardline stances. Then Raila told them, we cannot hold the whole country at ransom just because some people are boycotted. I mean, revise the quorum rule. And before we realized it,
initially, what was the quorum?
You know, the quorum was such that you know the usual threshold of course, the standard, the international standard for quorum is 1/3. But for purposes of, you know, as matters serious as we were discussing, we had raised it to 2/3. Then they said, by the way, our quorum is way beyond the internationally recognized, you know, quorum standard. So they lowered it to 1/3. And by the time we were realizing, they had a draft bill that was quickly taken through Parliament, because there was now political will to jump to go on with the reforms, and we were felt left out. Later on, despite having boycotted the talks and missing out on the critical components of the law, because our requirements were that we want representations of all these segments of society, women, youth, so that they are reflected at every organ of the review process. By the time the bill was passed, a lot of that had been removed. Remember, Moi had this notion that Wanjiku is completely clueless, has no idea what we are talking about, and that was the source, the beginning of the generation of the mythical Wanjiku that we keep on talking about. So I met again Raila at Bomas when I was elected as one of the 23 delegates representing the NGO sector, and particularly representing the youth. And I'm elected to chair at the Bomas conferences 203, 204, the technical working group on citizenship and the Bill of Rights. So what you see under the chapter on citizenship and the Bill of Rights passed through our committee and was debated, reviewed, and adopted before presentation to the larger plenary under my stewardship alongside His High Excellency Governor Cecil Mbarire of Embu. We were the two co-chairs of that committee. Now at Bomas, one time I was making a contribution because when you were chairing these committees, you were part of the steering committee of the conference. So we used to meet every morning at 8 ahead of the main plenary at 9. We'd meet for 1 hour. So then there was a debate on the report of the Committee on Transition. How do we transit from the old constitution to the new? And then I raised my hand because we wanted to thrash these things so that we are able to guide the larger meeting. Remember, there were over 600 delegates and almost 200 observers. So I raised my hand and said that we have a government in place under His Excellency Mwai Kibaki that had been elected on the basis of the old constitution. In my view, I thought it would be disruptive to insist that some of the new structures we were establishing under the Bomas draft had to take effect immediately. So I gave my view and said there are certain provisions that should take effect immediately. Bill of Rights, everything. But on matters touching on the structure of the executive, we have a government that was elected and went to the people and was given a mandate on the basis that, they'll be in charge of the executive. These positions that we are proposing, and which in my view are very good, may have to wait. Raila was not happy with that.
Which positions were you proposing then?
Of course, there was the position of Prime Minister, an executive one. That, if you look at the original Bomas draft, it more or less reduced the presidency to a quasi-ceremonial position. Now, my view was that having elected Kibaki, and Kibaki was one of those who, particularly in his first term, was elected by an overwhelming majority and given, a mandate, a popular mandate that was celebrated not just in Kenya but across the world. And so I felt that, this position of Prime Minister and deputies would eat into what he, as a human being, felt his mandate that was given by the people. Apparently, Raila was not happy with that. So immediately after the meeting, he pulls me aside and said, "Look at you. I thought you were revolutionary. I thought, who told you?" And then I say, "But Your Excellency, these things can cause resistance to a document that is generally good." And so there are people who will oppose it on the basis of some of these provisions. Can we therefore, find a mechanism of transiting into this executive arrangement after the subsequent election? Look at you. I thought you were progressive. I've always admired you. But look at this. So that is the Raila then. Now, when you look at the Raila of today, that you see the transition. There are many incidences that I can enumerate when I interacted with Raila. When we were at the NCC, for example, we would come and say, you know, reaffirm, you know, the resolutions of the Limuru conference and say on this date we are going to Kamkunji with or without a permit. But Raila would ask that, you know, the resolution was good. I supported it. But how do we make sure that this is going to Kamkunji with or without a permit happens? Because the regime is brutal. The regime, first of all, will immediately embark on scaremongering tactics, intimidate people, make people fear. And he said, you know, from his own experience as a politician, there are people who will come, yes, but only after they are assured that there are already people on the ground. But there must be an initial group. Definitely there will be police, GSU. But who is this daring group that will go and make sure that they enter Kamkunji with or without a permit?
So that group will then attract the public.
And Raila would say, would ask that question, nobody would answer. And that gave me a glimpse into Raila's organizational acumen, which a lot of these other politicians seem to lack. Then when he was frustrated, he would assume the question, but after everybody else had gone, Raila, of course, would step out with them as if going. He would even occasionally drive away. But at some point, he seemed to have a way of making a U-turn. He would come back. And then he said, Suba, come here. Where are your colleagues in the secretariat? I would call Captain Mbati. I would call Charles Wambugu Karaoke, who was our team leader. And he would say, there's a question I kept on asking here, but none of my colleagues was answering it. And that question will determine whether we succeed and crack the regime, because this regime must see a people determined to enter Kamkunji with or without a permit. That's when they listen to us. Then we will tell him that as a secretariat, what we have planned to do is to print flyers and say, you know, come one, come all, list some of the reforms that we want to done. He says that's well and good. It will contribute to creating tension, but that does not get people to Kamkunji. Then, looking at us, you know, and apparently seeing how, you know, probably helpless we are and clueless, he would offer. Said, leave it to me. I will make sure that there are 100 people from each of the 7. Nairobi then had 7 constituencies. They are not being split into the smaller units they are. Today, I think they are 14. And he would say, leave it to me. How they get there is none of your business. But you mobilize the others. But there will be a group there of 700 people at the time we have designated. So then people would build onto that group. Because
so the mobilization was initially now to attract the larger crowd that will
exactly, because he said, unless you have your own nuclear group, a daredevil group that will come to Kamkunji with or without a permit, nobody will step into Kamkunji. Then that group, and you know, there were a group that, you know, would not, you know, they would not come after taking Ketepa. They would come after taking their own stuff.
Yeah.
High on something, and they are ready to die. So this group would come, start a fight with the GSU, overpower them, and then take center stage and start, you know, dancing and playing music and so on and so forth. Then others would start calling, because now the modern mobile phones started coming in. There were not so many. Most people still had the pagers and so on, but people would hear that there is a group in Kamkunji. And by that time, KTN TV had started, you know, as had come already up as an alternative media. And people then would join. All these other politicians, James Orengo and others, Paul Muite, would call, and once they are told the crowd is big, then they would come. And of course they would be cheered, because you are also, you know, they know your credentials, you are part of the Young Turks and so on. But then I would ask myself, all these people are coming and being cheered, Jim. do they know whose crowd, who is the owner of this crowd?
Yeah.
and that crowd was always Raila's. But he still had a way of not, taking advantage that is his crowd. He would let everybody. Because the reform then needed the solidarity and support of everybody. So that's Raila for you. More recently, after the Bomas draft, and then we realized that the regime then had lost interest. To be honest, at some point, the Kibaki administration lost interest in the reforms. Because they were now in power and they were seeing a new constitution as disruptive. I've already told you about the positions that had been proposed at Bomas. And Kibaki and his people didn't quite like it. Kibaki was also not in favor of the kind of devolution we have. Because whenever he would come to functions, constitutional reform functions, he would talk about strengthened local authorities. And as far as Kibaki was concerned, he seemed to have been comfortable with the local authorities as we had, only that he wanted those people elected or in charge of those local authorities to be capacity built to understand their roles. Okay. Now, this empowering devolution that we have was not Kibaki's cup of tea. And so those were some of the reasons why there was a bit of resistance. And of course, which culminated in the post-election violence that again, saw the rebirth of, the constitutional making process. And so we formed a lobby group after leaving Bomas. We said now that the regime has frustrated, because when we adopted the entire draft, a lot of government officials had walked out, lied to Kibaki. The likes of Kiraitu Murungi had walked out. The likes of Koigi Wamwere had left the conference. Kiraitu Murungi, not Kiraitu, Mirugi Karaoke, my former lawyer when I used to be arrested in the 90s at the university and so on. So when the draft was presented, by the time the draft was being presented to Amos Wako, who was the Attorney General, Amos Wako received the document and said, I've received it as delegate number, not as the Attorney General. In essence, he was saying, it's not the government that has received this document.
Okay.
Later on, the document was went through some changes. You remember the Kilifi draft under Nyachai. Then the 2015 referendum that rejected that Kilifi draft. We formed what we were calling Bomas Katiba Watch. And we were saying the only way we can keep the spirit of the Bomas draft alive is to go back to the people and educate it about it. And so we, together with Martin Shikuku, the late, another delegate called Leslie Mwachiro, we had an office here in town at Uni Africa House, Orierogo Manduli. But behind us, Raila would support our activities, because our activities were not the type that were done in seminars. We used to convene public rallies. And I remember him joining us at Afra Stadium in one of our rallies, Bomas Katiba Watch rallies. We used to convene public rallies the way politicians do. In any case, most of these people that were part of Katiba Watch were politicians. Isaac Ruto, the former governor of Bomet and so on. Yeah. And I remember him hosting us at Chepalungu. We did a rally in Eldoret at Kipchoge Keino Stadium. We did a rally in Nakuru Afra Stadium, Kisumu. We used to go across the country, Tononoka grounds in Mombasa and so on. So one day when Raila comes to the Afra Stadium one, we were hosted at the hotel owned by this former KANU politician. I'm forgetting his name. And so we had lunch together. And then we went to Afra Stadium. And fiery as we had been, fresh from student politics, called the regime names and so on and so forth, then, start to build up. When Shikuku finished and invited Raila, Raila's speech was a complete anticlimax. And they said, then we started whispering, as he was speaking. I said, what's going on here? Apparently, Raila had started talking with Kibaki on how to move the reform process forward. Okay. But he does not tell you. You know, it's
So he's
happening
doing
at
that
that high level.
Mhm.
He's there. You have made very fiery speeches, called the regime names, and so on and so forth. Kibaki then would, we used to derisively call him Kegwoya.
Yeah.
It's a name, of course, his own people had given him because he was not, you know, confrontational and so on. He was perceived as a coward. And of course, he used to associate with people like John Michuki, who you know, again, during colonial days, as Adio and so on, had such names as Kimendero and so. So all those, you know, came up in the rally. When Raila spoke, it was a complete anticlimax, very reconciliatory. So we were saying, what's happening here? And the guy left. So that
He didn't offer any explanation to you?
No, he didn't. But later on, you know, because as activists, we also gather counterintelligence. The state will always gather intelligence around us. But we also gather counterintelligence. We realized that at times, you know, they would get into a phone call with Kibaki and say, you know, they're already discussing how to move the process forward.
Okay.
And of course, that was not to happen until we had the post-election violence. So I had occasion to work with Raila. Have seen how he transformed over the years. From one fella who, you know, I remember him telling me at Bomas, that who told you chaos is bad? It is from the chaos that order is established. I still remember those words. And one day when I'll write a book, because I'm planning to do so, I'll take Kenyans through what, in my view, are critical moments of Raila's transformation. From the perceivably, you know, aggressive man that he was in the 80s and 90s to a more, you know, reconciliatory and you know, peaceful, peace-seeking, peace-building man that rested, you know, on the 15th of October 2025.
Okay.
Yes.
That's such a rich history, and of course we can just listen to that in the kind of man that he was, because, you know, some people didn't get to experience that. So would you, and I want to touch on the issue of you know, somehow having conversations in regards to taking the process forward, like what you're saying. And when people were eulogizing him, and of course there's some people that said he's the kind of man that will see, you know, set other things aside and say the country is more important, so let's seek peace, let's seek this particular issue. We've been able to see that. And the reason as to why I asked the question of he never offered any explanation in regards to why has he changed the kind of tone that he was using is because most people believe, even with the handshakes, there's no explanation that comes. We just see him going to shake hands and all that. How has that been able to shape the kind of politics that we witness in the country right now?
Yes, you know, today, I think a little bit older. I'm also, of course, growing old. I'm not the student leader who represented the students in the reform movement in the 90s. You know, I've come to realize that when you are pushing for change, there is an array of tactics you can use. There's a continuum, you know, diplomatic, negotiations, mediation, you know. But then when the party you are dealing with is intransigent, of course, then you resort to outdoor, aggressive tactics that, you know, we used to resort to. So Raila apparently knew then when now to go diplomatic. And because he was one of the key forces behind those agitations, it was him that those people in leadership would reach out to and say, look, what is it we are haggling about? Is it the Chiefs Authority Act, detention without a trial, and so on and so forth? All these reforms that we were able to achieve in 1997 under the Inter-Parties Parliamentary Group process. But he would not explain because, today in reflection, of course, he never told us why he does not explain, that just in case, you know, there was an attempt to trick him into surrendering the agitation, you know, if he had explained to you, you would all lay your arms and say, hallelujah, we have achieved it. So maybe that is why he used not to explain. Yeah. But again, you see, when we were able to adopt the 2010 Constitution, there is a way in which, as a country, we achieved a milestone. We crossed the Rubicon, as they would put it, in such a fundamental way that a number of these other things on how to implement it may not have required the kind of aggressiveness that we had in the 80s and the 90s. And so for Raila, if there are things he could pursue through the judicial process, like he attempted to do in all the instances that he ran for presidency from 2013, and which he would now, say, the country is more important. More recently, barely a week before he passed on, Raila made a very, very profound statement and said, in an attempt to explain why, parry off the criticism, because there are people who began to characterize him as a traitor. And he said, we better have a country with a government than a country without a government at all. Because, come to think of it, when Raila, kind of came to the rescue of the Kenya Kwanza administration, it took a lot of Kenyans by surprise. But what they didn't realize is that given the level of influence that he has always wielded since 97, he controls a critical constituency. Perhaps the most aggressive. You have even seen the level of aggressiveness even in the morning, as they continue to mourn him, pending his interment. So Raila has had reached a level of maturity where he would be able to see things probably while seated that the rest of us cannot see while standing on the mountain. And so he knew when he had come to realize that compromises are part of the democratic process. That, you can, make several demands. I see trade unionists, WASU, COTU at times, doctors, going for ABCD. We want ABCD. But Raila had reached a level where if he got A and B, he would want to pause, because pushing for C and D immediately after getting A and B, first of all, might create national fatigue. People get fatigued. You remember his agitation post-2022 elections in 2023. There were Kenyans who thought that his activities were disrupting business and so on and so forth. And so he knew when to read the signs. And I think those are some of the things that, when now the Gen Zs came up in 2024, he realized that we were first of all, going to reach some kind of a dead end, a cul-de-sac, where there would be a constitutional crisis. Because what does the Constitution say? The Constitution that some of us wrote in Bomas say that in the event that a president is not able to serve for whatever reason, and of course what the Gen Zs were doing is not part of what is contemplated, but it would have led to a situation where President Ruto, just like his Madagascar counterpart has done, flees. What does the Constitution say? The deputy president steps in. In those circumstances we were in 2024, there was no certainty that the Gen Zs were going to allow the deputy president.
It was
exactly. Now, what does the Constitution then say? That in the event the president and the deputy cannot serve for whatever reason, the Speaker of the National Assembly comes in line, acting for 60 days, within which a fresh presidential election must be held. Now, that Speaker is the same one who had presided over the passage of the 2024 finance bill. Were the Gen Zs going to allow him to? No. What then takes place? The president by that time had, as the commander-in-chief, invited the military to come and protect critical installations like State House. Now, when the masses come in numbers that I saw in 2024, not even the military can contain them. Even a loyal military will try, shoot, kill 1 or 2, 3, 4. Then, as they continue to surge, the military says, Your Excellency, this situation is no longer tenable. I remember in this country, this Asian country, I'm forgetting the name, where, you know, as part of the Arab Spring, Sri Lanka, when the president, you know, asked his handlers to escort him to the palace, they said, you know, Your Excellency, it's not easy. Today we can't go to the palace. And then they say, so what do we do? And then, you know, in a very conversational way, they are talking to him. He's their commander, but he's saying, you know, Your Excellency, you know, you've been in this position for a while. You have friends across the border. You know, they are making very critical suggestions that, you know, they can only guarantee your safety by escorting you outside the Republic. And when, you know, he came to his senses and looked at them in the eye, he made a phone call. And luckily, he was told it is okay, you can come over. And that's how the people poured into the palace. Some even were photographed lying on his bed in his master bedroom. You also this, you are in the media. That's how the guy left. So this kind of situation is what Raila had foreseen and said, yes, you are saying Ruto must go. And then what next? His elder brother, who has also spoken very well about him, a few days before Raila, you know, had what has become known as a handshake with Ruto, spoke at the golf course in Kisumu and said very profound things that if somebody was sensitive, you say, is this not Raila's brother? And you see the one saying these things. Could it be possible that they have discussed this over, you know, a plate of ugali and samaki? And he was saying, both Ruto and Gachagua are not good people. But a Gachagua presidency would be disastrous for Kenya. Now, that was very profound. People are expressing their fears. Now, what happens when military takes over? Ordinarily, the first people they round up or come to place under house arrest would be the Railas of this world, the Uhurus of this world, because those are the people with the capacity to mobilize citizens against them. Raila had foreseen all that. And so when he came back from Dubai and was saying why he did what he did, he said, Uhuru called me and told me to talk to Ruto. Now their interests as an elite group comes to the fore. Because you are bringing up something, a mongrel they have never dealt with. You know, you are placing the country under, today, of course, Madagascar is under military rule. Luckily, you know, they have a judiciary that, you know, realized that the only group that can, you know, lead the country at this point in time is the military. So they have that colonel there who has promised to, you know, ensure that there is a return to civilian rule in 2 years. As to whether that will happen, only time will tell. But if history is anything to go by, it becomes sweeter and sweeter until when they realize it is no longer possible to govern in military fatigued, they change into civilian clothing and come back as civilians, yet, you know, with a military mindset.
All right. Kamau, let me engage you on this one. We talked about the history of Raila Odinga and how exactly Churchill, you know, met him and the kind of person that he was during those particular interactions. We've also seen, you know, different leaders come to the forefront in terms of trying to mourn Raila Odinga, what they've been able to say about him. We've looked at a clip, and that is the speech of former president, the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. Moving forward in terms of even agitation, you know, trying to agitate for reforms in the country as young people, is given an example of what the Gen Z were looking at. They're looking at we are leaderless, we have, you know, I don't want to say formless, but we are leaderless,
tribeless,
jobless, and all that. Everything less. Yet there wasn't that what next after all this agitation. As young people, what do we learn from the leadership of this man that we've lost today?
I think the most you can learn even from what he's trying to explain about Raila Amolo Odinga is that first we have to put our country first. Despite our differences, despite we are from this, we are from that political differentiation, that we have to come together as a country. That we have one country. If we fail, it's not only one party going to fail, we're going to fail all of us. So it's upon us, the people who want to become the future leaders, to realize that we must put our selfless out there. That when Kamau from the We Alliance Party moves out there, he knows as long as he won't, maybe we're getting to get power, or maybe to form the next government, there is a state. We have 45 tribes. We have to connect well. We have to protect our own country, because this is all what we have. As you see what he has said about Raila, sometimes he was compromising, not because he wanted to join the government, but because of the love of the state. If we have a failed state, it will affect each and every one of us. So I will say this and follow the Raila. Even if we are getting power from the people, we must guide them well. About the Gen Zs, it is us, the people now who want to form, of course, who have formed the new parties or the parties that are here, to convince them well that we can play within the system. That the power that we are talking about, us having more than 60% of voters belonging to maybe between 35 and maybe 18, where most of us belongs, that we can have that power if we can be able to consider that power in a very civil way. We go to an election with one choice, that we want to have change within the system. That we have a registered political parties, we'll have majority of parliamentaries, we have majority of Senate, we have majorities in county governments, MCAs, and this is very much doable, because with the way the things are, we can be able to whitewash these people. The people now who have not even overstayed, people who have now a disconnect of what people want. Because if you look like last year, what happened during the Gen Z's demonstrations, the main reason that of what happened in July 25th, it was because of that disconnect. That Parliament and the people who are there ruling, they had that big disconnect, that they are not so much aware of the people. They are saying that people are coming with the Ubers, they are rich people who are, but at the end of the day we came to realize these things were serious. We almost lost the country because of that ignorance. Now it's us, and especially these guys, they have played their own role. You have seen in 1997 when we were just maybe young, very young. They have done all that, they have done all these reforms. Now it is us to take that advantage of what they have done. The same way Kenyatta did. Mau Mau fought, and who became the president? It was Akina, of course, Kenyatta and the group. Now it's upon us. These people, they have fought their battle. They have brought the reforms. Now we can be able to go out there. Now it's time now to mobilize our young people, tell them we can work within the system. In the 2027, we'll have new parliamentaries, the way I said, Senate and all that. Even we can even have the presidents, because we have the majority.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want us to look at what the young people should be focusing on in terms of what are we fighting for. What are some of the reforms that we believe as the young people, this is where they generate, we want to go next. Because from what Churchill has explained to us, we're looking at constitutional reforms, all the way until we got the 2010 constitution. So there's that particular agenda that we're looking at and say, okay, the future of the nation needs to go to this direction. These are some of the things that we need to work with or work against. From 2013, of course, after 2013, of course, now it's been the issue of, devolution, and all that. Let's hold the devolution, together and make sure that we actually devolve units get to succeed and all that. When we now say that the young people should take the mantle or the baton, what is it that they should be looking at and say, this is what we need to change in this country?
If you look at the main agenda that we are completing about last year was about having a working system. A working system can be able to uplift our country by making sure that we're utilizing our resources well. If you look at the most of what we were asking last year when we were demonstrating, it was all about better life, better country. But with the limited resources brought by the ruling class, we cannot be able to achieve that. So it's upon us to bring those reforms, now economic reforms. Because now look at the constitutional reforms, we have devolution, we have all that. Now we want a system that can be able, of course, to end the corruption, and without having a proper parliamentarians who want to bring that change, we can't be able to do it. Now we want to bring people who are reformed, people who want to that. But as from the reality, the parliament that we have now is not equal to that task. They have failed. The EACC has failed. Almost everything is failing. Now it's upon us now to bring another authority, a reformed authority, that we say we want to end corruption. Yeah, we want to utilize our resources well. Yes, how can we do it? Now we are able to accept that. Not these people who, not like the way people last year, you say you want this and that, they do not want it. You want this and that, you don't. Now you have to go to the city to do that. Now we want people where we can be able to sit down. We talk about, we have minerals in Laikipia, we are talking about Laikipia, we have minerals in Taita Taveta, we have minerals all over, but it's not being utilized well. Now without having that kind of leadership, we will not be able to do it. So it's upon us to convince now our fellow young people, these things is so close to us. All what we have been fighting, all what our brother here, older brother have been fighting for, is very much closer to us now, more than ever. Okay. That we can be able now to, we have even that we know very well, that more than 60% of registered voters, they are below 35. That it's only, if we can only be able to constitute it in a very civil way, you don't even go to the street, by making sure that we are registered voters, we have registered voters, having a better manifesto that can be able to convince even the older generation that we'll take care of you as you've taken care of us. We will bring the changes, economic changes, that can positively affect you, that can positively uplift us, and we'll have a better country. Okay. Yes.
Churchill, from being the first of the second liberation, all the way to birthing the 2010 Constitution, now we're looking at a generation that is coming up and saying, okay, we need a future that works for us. From all these things that you've narrated to us, from what you fought for, where do you believe you have reached and that the next generation should pick from, and what they should be focusing on as their next agenda?
Looking at the youth uprising of 2024, and of course, even as we seem to enjoy relative peace, there's this feeling of that what they had started agitating for is still not yet done. This is a generation, the Gen Z and a bit of the millennials, never engaged quite intimately with the second liberation. They never quite experienced the dictatorship that characterized Moi's rule, 24-year rule. Moi started off very well, but after the 82 attempted coup, things changed, and he became a little bit more draconian in his approaches and tactics. The challenge now, despite the good constitution, is getting some of the values and principles embedded in our hearts, so that they become norms. You see, a value is something external, it's abstract, it's a principle. But when you begin to practice it, it becomes a norm. So one of our greatest challenges, even among that generation, the Gen Z, by the way, they are some of the most discourteous people you can come across. At times you go to places where they throng and even, they are standing on the passageway, but they don't care. You better find your own way, you navigate. Yeah. So I find them very discourteous. The other day, I was traveling from Kigali, and at times I just jumping into a bus, the fun of seeing the countryside and so on. And then there is this Gen Z who boarded a bus, the same bus in Kisumu. And he boards the bus. Of course, the bus had some extra seats that were not occupied. And then he boards the bus, but he boards the bus at a time when those who had come from far, there was this old man who had boarded the same bus in Busia, had gone out for lunch. So the old man comes and say, young man, I was the one sitting here. And they say, but there are many seats, so that's Gen Z for you. They have that sense of entire, but back to what you have said. So one thing that worries me, and which we have not done very well on, even as people who, came up with a new constitution, is to educate, because people don't just embrace things they do not know. Do they know these values of human dignity, values about respect for rights, your duty as a civilian to do the right thing and register as a voter? So today the IBC is struggling with a target of 6 million, but by the end of this week, I think they had registered only 20,000, which is a pittance compared to the target. So how do they take it as a duty? Or is it just about rights, without the corresponding responsibility that comes with it? Okay. And it is because of that challenge that today, even if you cross to the other side of Nairobi, you cross Tom Mboya to commercial side, you see a sense of, disregard for order, where we have created a situation where people come as vendors or hawkers, sell wares, and leave all the trash where they were sitting. I mean, at what point will we say, I'm the one who has generated this trash, let me collect it and put it in there?
So there's not that responsibility
exactly.
from the Kenyan population.
And then you see people spitting all over. You see people littering all over. People throwing stuff from the vehicles, As people wait to travel, probably the shuttle has not filled up to capacity and so on. So people get hungry, of course, and then there are hawkers vending, so you buy your eggs and so on. And then at times they throw it at you. I say, what country is this? So we must come to a level where, as we embrace these values so that they become norms by practice, we also embrace a sense of responsibility and say, if we want a clean Nairobi, then I have my role to play. I have my role to play not just by generating the waste, but also collecting it and putting it. One day I got into a conversation with a lady whom I suspected to be one of the touts along Accra Road. And I said, I watched her eating stuff and then throwing it away. I said, are you sure you would do that at home? I said, no, of course I cannot. But why are you doing it here? Then she says, there's somebody who is employed to do that.
I am paying taxes.
In fact, she said, they are earning more money than I earn from this hustle. I said, now, if you had not thrown it there, the city will employ less people. More money will be left for development. And it will impact more positively on you. So you see, that's an education process. You are taking somebody through the paces. We have so many, nominated leaders in our county assemblies. There's a proposal in the Senate today that for us to achieve the 2/3 after the election, a given number of the gender that has not been elected enough will be nominated. Yet as a country, we can go to the polls with the 1/3 gender principle in mind and say, for us to be fair, we are going to vote for so and so and so and so that not many are nominated, because once they are more are nominated, they eat into our money, as salaries, as office maintenance, as staff, and in the end, less is left for development. And so that education has not happened. And I think part of the challenge we had as civil society actors is that even the donor community, when we adopted the constitution, remember it's around the same time that the Kenya's economy was reclassified into a low middle income. Now, when such things happen, donors consider you not under crisis. They would rather go to countries like Somalia, South Sudan, that are still facing very, very serious, governance challenges. And so a lot of donor funding shifted. But of course, you and I know that the worst happened in this year when, the American people, in their wisdom or lack of it, re-elected Donald Trump, who came in and dismantled the United States Agency for International Development. And that has therefore put us in a situation where we are unable to educate the younger generation so that they can remain, focused on implementation of the constitution, because what we have today is a constitution without constitutionalism. In other words, the ethos that the constitution espouses are disregarded, and people want to do things the old way. And of course, as a country, we also entrusted, leadership to people who are never, champions of the very constitution, but that is part of the democratic process.
All right, let me ask this, because now you're talking about, the issue of, even educating people in regards to how do we, take the next direction and make sure that we actually live within the constitution that we actually did champion for since 2010. My question would be, this man that we are mourning today, does the nation understand what role he played, and are we going to miss him? Are we going to see another one like him, if at all what you've talked about is anything to go by?
A lot of education has happened since Raila died. The 2 days, Kenyans have come to realize there are people who are learning that this man even spent 9 years in detention. A lot of Gen Zs didn't know that because they never lived through it. I've had occasion to observe elections for the African Union, and it has taken me to about 28 countries in Africa. So one day, as we were observing elections in Johannesburg, as an election observer, you at times just wander around the polling station to assess the environment, whether it's an environment that is enticing or that will discourage voters and so on. So as we were walking in the football pitch, we saw young boys playing, and then we went to engage them, and we asked them, we know you are too young to vote, but if you were old enough to vote in this election, which party would you vote for? We were just chatting with them, and of course they were, minors and so on, but of course very knowledgeable. Yeah. And then, then they look at each other. Then, there were all these parties in South Africa in that year's election. And then one of them, who was a bit courageous enough, says, I would vote for this party called, and then as he was hesitating, his colleague says, KISS. There was a party formed by the white minority called Keep It Short and Simple. Now, as young boys, of course, they were excited by the romantic name of the party. Yeah. But then, as election observers, we said, look, these young people never experienced apartheid. So, for them, it is the name. Yeah. So we were not surprised that they... So when we were doing our report and meeting the ANC, because when you go to observe elections, you meet different political actors, and particularly the major ones that are likely to be the main contenders. We told the ANC that, in some decade or two, you people will have to convince people why they should vote for you. Because as more generations come, they will not have experienced apartheid. They may not remember that it is ANC that fought for the freedoms they enjoy now. The racial segregation, that even the school where we were talking to them was once purely white, just like our own St. George's here, where the likes of Professor Magoha are the first Africans to attend as learners. So that is also happening with the younger generation in Kenya. And a lot of people, from what I've seen in social media, are learning a lot. And they are getting to learn that Raila is not as bad as they had painted him. That this guy perhaps did more than they were able to do in 2024. Even though they thought at some point that he betrayed them, they also now remember that, apparently this guy had just mellowed over the years and changed his tactics to fit within the prevailing context. Because you see, the tactics you use against colonialism may not be the same tactics you want to employ against a fellow black dictator, and so on and so forth. And so a lot of learning has happened in the last 2 days from when Raila was announced to have passed on. And a lot of learning is going to happen up to the day, of course, beyond his interment. And we hope that the younger generation now will pick a lot of lessons to learn. That even though today they may be the revolutionary type, just like we were in the 90s, some of us are now able to understand and explain some of the things we have seen you know, Raila do in his last days, including, you know, the famous or infamous, depending on which side you belong to, handshakes, the compromises that he has had to make, even when, for example, in 2008, when he believed that his victory was robbed of him, you know, he later on made some compromises that, you know, cost him dearly, because even under the so-called Grand Coalition government, you know, there is a way in which politicians, you know, slighted him. At times he had to fight for basic things like protocol, you know, and so on. The basic trappings of power that make politicians, you know, light in the face and so on.
That's why we got the Nusum Keka.
The Nusum Keka and those kind of things. Yet, you know, there are a lot of Kenyans, including myself, who believed that he should have been the one deciding who takes which mkeka. Yet, you know, he had to fight even to get the small piece that he felt he was being denied and so on.
Okay. And right now, I want to bring you up to speed with exactly what is happening. And what you're seeing on the screen, of course, is the viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. And we also have a change of program that has been released today in regards to what is going to happen, because I had informed you earlier on that after the viewing of the body at the Nyayo National Stadium, the body of the former Prime Minister will be taken to his home in Karen here in Nairobi for an overnight vigil. And as far as that is concerned, we do have a communication here. Let me just read it to you. The National Funeral Committee wishes to announce to the public that due to unavoidable circumstances, the body of His Excellency, the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, will not be taken to his current residence for overnight stay as earlier planned. Instead, after public viewing that is currently going on at the Nyayo National Stadium, it will be taken back to the Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for airlifting to Kisumu tomorrow, which is Saturday, 10th, 2025 in the morning. And we apologize for the inconvenience caused. That is, of course, a communication that has been, released just a few moments ago for the public in regards to a change in programming as far as the plans of the funeral of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga are concerned. Let me just read that again. A change in program. It says the National Funeral Committee wishes to announce to the public that due to unavoidable circumstances, the body of His Excellency, the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, will not be taken to his current residence for overnight stay as earlier planned. Instead, after public viewing that is currently going on at the Nyayo National Stadium, and of course you can see that on your screens, it will be taken back to Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for airlifting to Kisumu, that is tomorrow morning. They apologize for the inconvenience caused. And of course, that is information coming to our newsrooms at this particular moment, that the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will not be going to his home, current residence rather, tonight as earlier communicated, and rather it will be taken back to the Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for tomorrow's airlifting to Kisumu. And of course, like we announced earlier, the rest of the program still remains intact, that in Kisumu, it will be viewed at the Jomo Kenyatta grounds, and that is in Mamboleo. Of course, that particular session will start from 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and later on, the body will then be taken to his home in Bondo, Siaya County, where he will be laid to rest on Sunday, this coming Sunday, of course. All right, let me come to you. I want us to reflect a little bit on what happened yesterday and the kind of reception that Raila Odinga got, and also what we are just witnessing right now. What does this mean to you as just Kamau and as a Kenyan when you look at the events of yesterday and also what you're witnessing today?
That when people have belief on you, they'll go to extra mile to give you that respect you deserve. Because for the past 25 years, or not even 25 years, you know, that time we were young, as he was explaining, between 90s, early 90s, even late 90s, Raila was doing his things with the people. Reforms, new constitution, campaigning for Mwai Kibaki, his own five with the campaigns, the presidential race. He was there for the people. And the people gave him that last respect just as he was with them. So I can say to the leaders now we have, for you to reach that level, it's hard, as everyone is talking about, it's hard to be like Raila. But now we have to be a service to the people. That when we talk about a certain issue, even if they will not vote for you, what you believed on, they will still carry on. The way I give an example of 2007, Majimbo was a rally that was against Raila. But in 2010, we were able to adopt part of Majimbo, his own belief. No matter how people were against it, they still adopted his own way of governance, the way he wanted it. Look now where we are going now. We are talking about ending the CDF from our constituencies and making sure that parliamentaries are just there to oversight, represent and all that. He started that discussion, although we have lost him. Now people like us who have some sense now, we can now be able to carry on his own vision, because at the end of the day, parliamentarians should not be CDF managers, they should be oversighter, they should be all that. That love of his, what he wanted to do, is what we can say now we can carry on. And I want to answer my senior brother here. I'm sorry for your experience with Gen Zs, but we have good young leaders upcoming. We might have some people who are doing some mistakes here and there, and that is part of our society. But for us, we want really good change. We want a country that can, of course, give us better life to our families, and that's why we were fighting last year. We're not fighting just to become this and that. We're fighting to have a better nation. I'm sorry for your experience with Gen Zs. I know you have some Gen Zs back home. They are well educated, they are well informed. But in our society, we still have some, even this year, he's still young just like us. And I believe you're a good citizen. We want a better country. So, we want to form the next government, not just next government, we want to be part of governance in one way or the other. We want to bring these changes now, using our own number. And now it's upon us, people who want, of course, to be in the leadership, to convince our fellow young people that we can be able to change our country. Some that is, we have to be willing. But because each and every one of us, we are human, we want to live a better life. And we can only do this by working towards it, not destroying our country. So I'm sorry for that. And these are good people.
I've pointed even why perhaps that's happening, that we have not been able to take them through. Luckily, during the Gen Z revolt, they had their own way through artificial intelligence of dissecting the constitution. And so they have started learning about those values. Our challenge as a society, and this is now beyond even the Gen Z, is to live those values, make them part and parcel of our day-to-day lives, so that you know, when I'm out there, I know that this space is not just mine. You know, even if it is space I've rented, I know it is a common place that is used by others. And so, you know, being mindful, what our leaders. And one beautiful thing that, you know, we will give to Raila before even he's interred. You know, this is one gentleman who constantly made reference to the dream of our forefathers. There was no incidents where Raila would start addressing people without, you know, constantly referring to the vision that our founding fathers of this republic had, not just as Kenya, but as Africa. You know, the dreams of, you know, Jomo Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, Jaramogi Odinga, Kwame Nkrumah, and he would cite all those. And even when he was contesting for the AU Commission chairmanship, which I took the time to go and observe in Addis Ababa, you know, that was the dream he had. That went beyond being francophone or anglophone, and that was Raila for you. But you know, he lost on account of you know francophones ganging up against the perceived hegemony of the anglophones, and so we are tied to a situation where the AU apparently will be led by francophones until the day they'll say we will now allow an anglophone to lead it. So Raila was that visionary who would encourage us to see beyond where we are born, and he used to really get thoroughly frustrated whenever, you know, he was interacting with people who are unable to think beyond the locations where they were born. And that's why, you know, even during his campaigns, Raila was the type who would go to some very insecure corner of the country. I remember one time taking his people to Baringo, you know, at the height of Moi's, you know, power. And when he was contesting in 97 and later in 2002, he would go to even where he knew the crowd could be hostile. And at one point in Baringo, I remember him, you know, not even sure whether he wants to land his aircraft because it might cause an accident. People are agitated down there. They don't want you to land. So how do you do? But he went and safely landed the aircraft somewhere and then, you know, walked on foot despite, you know, people calling him names and times throwing stones. So he was that brave guy who would go out of his way and even put his life at risk to tell people that, you know, when all is said and done, you could be a member of KANU, I could be in the opposition, you may perceive me to be a threat to your person or a person from your ethnic community being in power, but in the end, just like Mahatma Gandhi would have put it, it does not matter which book is being read. Whether it is the Bhagavad Gita for the Hindu, whether it is the Quran for Muslims, or the Bible for Christians, the common denominator, it is that we are all worshipping the same God. And so the Raila was that type of person who, you know, used to go out of his way, even as a presidential candidate, to visit those corners of the country that people who are looking at things from a broader perspective would not bother to venture into.
Okay. Just, of course, bring you up to speed once again on what you are witnessing and the latest development in regards to the funeral program. And of course, there's a press release that has been released. Of course, we want to take a look at it that makes changes to what was originally communicated, that after what is happening at the Nyayo National Stadium, which is the viewing of the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, then the body was to be taken to his current residence for an overnight vigil and then transported to Kisumu County, that is tomorrow. So that communication has been, that particular plan has been changed, and now the communication that we have is that the body will be leaving the Nyayo National Stadium and be taken back to Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for tomorrow's airlifting to Kisumu for the public viewing once again from 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. The body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will leave Nyayo National Stadium after what is happening at this particular moment, which is the public viewing, and be taken back to Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for airlifting to Kisumu tomorrow. Churchill, how do we best honor Raila Odinga as a nation, as a people, as a generation that is coming up? How best do we get to honor this man?
Of course, Raila has been honored in many ways already, even before his passing. But perhaps now that he's gone, as a country, we may want to reflect on how best we can honor him. We have here in Nairobi the former Mbagathi Road, named Raila Odinga. Perhaps some people may say, you know, that's a bit hidden. Raila, you know, given the prominent role he played in the second liberation, perhaps need a more prominent, you know, city recognition within the city center. That's for the, you know, county government of Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, and any other city for that matter. To think through. We already have, you know, in Homa Bay, Raila Odinga Stadium. We might, now that he has gone, you know, when we were in school and being trained and going through lectures and being trained on how to write our citations, we used to be encouraged to cite authorities that have rested, and the reason was that you can cite an authority who later is still alive and then changes his mind on the same subject. So we used to be encouraged to cite authorities that have left us. So now there'll be, you know, But I think if you asked me now that you've raised the question, we may want to encourage institutions of learning to come up with Raila Odinga Institute on governance and democracy and human rights. You know, something that depicts exactly what he stood for the better part that you know he served us in public. So I would encourage, you know, any public university to think about, you know, Raila Institute for governance, democracy and human rights, and where, you know, his thoughts and memoirs and books that will be written, biographies. Of course, he's one of those few leaders who started writing about himself and telling us about his... Raila was an open book, so anybody can sit down who has the time. And even what I've shared with you, if I decided to write a book about Raila, just, you know, putting those anecdotes together, it will be a book. So we want all those publications, and anyone who therefore worked with Raila and had an occasion to interact with him closely, those who have served as his advisors, those who have served with him in the party, to try to help us understand, and future generations understand who Raila was and what motivated him at every stage. And some of us who saw him transform from the aggressive Raila that he was in the 80s and 90s to a more refined statesman that has now rested, you know, can also put together those ideas and publication, of course, in consultation with the family, so that we don't have the kind of cases currently going on about, you know, the book being published, the biography being published about William Ole Ntimama. You know, the family has gone to court to stop an author who had already started the work with Ole Ntimama himself. But now the family thinks that, you know, if he's allowed to continue, he may say certain things that that do not paint them in a positive light, and so on and so forth. So some of these things we have to consult with the family, you know, constantly check with them, because in the end it is about the dignity of the person. And you know, our constitution, having been one of the co-conveners of the technical committee on citizen and Bill of Rights, talks about dignity both in life and in death. And therefore, you know, those sensitivities must be taken into account. So I would personally, you know, over and above, you know, public utilities that can be named after Raila. We already have, you know, the stadium in Homa Bay. Somebody may say that's a bit tucked in the rural areas. Can we rename, you know, some of those facilities, amenities, hospitals and so on? But if you asked me, as somebody who is interested in reading and continues to read, I would love to see an institution come up with the Raila Institute on governance, democracy and rights in post-independent Kenya.
After all that personification of Raila, I think the best thing we can be able to remember him is making sure what he believed on, we live to it. If it's about devolution, can we have a workable devolution? If it's about parliamentary being oversighters and being representative of the people, can we do it? If it's about ending corruption, can we be able to do it? Can we give people that power? That's what I think that we can be able to give now Raila a deserving service, what he have done to us. Making sure what he believed, what he fought for. He fought for devolution, he fought for a new constitution, he fought for reforms. So what we can give him and his family, not just all this naming his, of course we now roads have been named after him, stadiums and all that, but now what is more deserving to Raila Amolo Odinga is living his dream. A devolution that is working, leaders who are working for the people, people who are not poor, we are able to uplift our people. That is the thing that we can be able to give him. Yeah.
All right. Love that. Make sure that his legacy actually gets to live on, and also the issue of an institute for democracy, freedom and human rights, right? Yeah, important, very, very important. Right now, I want to bring you up to speed with what you're watching on your screen. Of course, the viewing of the body continues at the Nyayo National Stadium. And that, Kenyans have thronged that particular stadium to be able to view the body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who died on Wednesday in India. And he will be laid to rest, that is on Sunday, at his home in Siaya County, that is Bondo. And of course, the communication that we've received just a few minutes ago is that the program has changed somehow, whereby the body was supposed to have to be taken back to his to his residence at that is Karen here in Nairobi for an overnight stay. But that has changed, and the communication that we have received is that the body will be taken back to Lee Funeral Home for preservation in readiness for airlifting tomorrow, where it will be flown to Kisumu County for another session whereby Kenyans will be given another opportunity to be able to view the body from 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And then later the body will be transported to his home in Bondo, that is Siaya County. And of course, he'll be laid to rest on a Sunday. All right. But before we continue this conversation, I want us to listen to what Mama Ida did say during the funeral service that was held at the Nyayo National Stadium, and her reflection on the 52-year marriage with Raila Odinga. Let's listen to that.
Raila Amolo Odinga. For those who don't know me, I've got a very long name. They call me Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga EST. Now, these names don't just come like that, but they are names that are given. I cannot forget the name that the public has given me, called Min Pin. That name is a very heavy name because it is a name that puts a lot of responsibility to the owner of that name. I'm also gotten the name of Peace Ambassador. And for that reason, even before I say something else, I'd like to say something about peace. One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive in a situation, in a chaotic situation. For that reason, I appeal, today I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace. I know you are all concerned. I know you are all mourning. You are sad about this, but let's keep peace so that the peace can prevail, not only here in the stadium, but also in the rest of the country. Coming to talk about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. I first met Raila way back in the early 70s, and we got married in 1973. For that reason, I've lived with this man for 52 years. Many of the people that I see or who are in this stadium could have easily be our children. No wonder you call him Baba. That name did not come from nowhere, but came from the experience and the life that he has lived with and relationship that he has had with some of these people. During our union, we were blessed by 4 children. First, the first child was called
Fidel Castro Odhiambo Odinga. When Fidel was born, I was a bit hesitant the way he gives the name. I say, why do you call him Fidel? Then he said he was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the two names together, and we call the child Rosemary. It also has a meaning to us. When it came to the third one, and he named after his best friend and his cousin called Raila Kembo, with whom they shared the name. So we ended up with Raila Oginga Odinga. Last, there was a big gap, and I'll explain to you. Last came the fourth child. The fourth child, when I went to the hospital, and you know those mothers, you know, you end up somewhere in labor ward. And I was watching the television. And on the television, that's the time when Nelson Mandela had come out of prison. It was he's been there for 27 years. Raila also had been in prison, but that's not why we named her Winnie. And I was watching the television, I could see Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela holding hands as Mandela walked out of the gates of the prison. By then, I didn't know what kind of child I was going to get. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela. And therefore, Winnie Mandela arrived. And that's the fourth child. I see when you look at this naming of the children, I know these days you can name your child anything that you want, but I'll appeal to those who are still having babies. Give your child a meaningful name, because you name them people you never saw, you never heard of, simply because it saw the name written somewhere. There's nothing wrong with giving our children the names of the people who in our lives we think are the heroes. Our life was not smooth life. Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope, because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on. Now, that forgiving spirit was not only in the home, but is something that has spread to the Kenyan. You've seen how many times he has tried in the elections, but that forgiveness is paramount. So please don't carry grudges from one generation to another and from one group to another. We are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. We are sisters and brothers. We must learn to forgive easily and build together Kenya. towards the end, I'll not say everything. I would like to say everything, but time would not allow. And a span of 52 years is not a short time. I hope that when I get another opportunity on Sunday, I'll be able to say more. But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans, we must urge Kenyans to live in peace. He kept on repeating that. We must repeat it to our Kenyans, we live in peace. Raila hated dishonesty. He hated dishonesty. He hated greed. The greed that have affected the main fabric of our society. The greed that leads to stealing from the public coffers. The greed that leads to corruptions. That's the kind of thing that Raila would not have liked to see. So, you people, you Kenyans, I'll tell you more. But I thank you. I thank you, those who have come and those who are watching us from other places. I thank you for standing with this family. I thank you for being here for us. And I thank you for helping us to mourn Raila. May his soul lie in eternal peace. And for the people of Kenya, I wish you well, thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Right, and of course, that is Ida Odinga, the wife to former Prime Minister, the late Honorable Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, that was during the funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church of Kenya at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, reflecting on the 52-year of marriage with Raila Odinga and how that was for the both of them, what he treasured most, what he preached most of the time. And of course, Ida, they are stressing that Raila Odinga was a man that called on Kenyans to live in peace and continue living in peace. Says that is a message that he kept repeating to her, that we should urge Kenyans to be able to live in peace. This is a man, let me start with you, Churchill, that in terms of how we've seen the family reflect on him, personal reflections from the daughters to the son to now the wife and also the brother, that he was, to some extent, the nation might have forgotten that he was also a man that belonged to a family of his own, that we embraced him and took him as our own father, forgetting the fact that, because some of the statements were like, he is a person that believed in the better of a country at some point to the cost of his own personal issues and also at the expense of his own family. So, a family man, who is he from what we've been able to gather?
Of course, from what, as you can see, and these are stories you have heard before, occasionally you people in the media have gone to interview Raila in his home state and got to experience how he cares for his family and so on. I think Mama Ida was very, very modest. And of course, she made it clear that there's not much time, and hopefully if she gets time on Sunday, she may be able to say more. But as a family, they paid, it came at a heavy price. That ownership of Raila that the public took away from them, yet, as a family man, he still had to you know, seek refuge in the family and solidarity in them. Ida, for example, you know, was forced to retire, you know, in what the government described as in the interest of the public. She was principal at Kenya High School when she received a letter terminating her services. You know, she was the head of the institution. She had, you know, served as, you know, a teacher. She's a teacher by training, had taught in several schools, gotten elevated, and even as, you know, her husband, you know, continued with the agitation. Ida was a civil servant, so to speak. So is Oburu. Oburu, you know, left the public service as provincial planning officer. Used to the his last station was in Kakamega. He was the provincial planning officer for the national government. That, you know, his late father, his brother, you know, used
so
to
he
agitate.
was doing that at the same time his brother is actually...
Exactly. Even Junior here is a civil servant. You know, a lot of Kenyans don't know.
Yeah.
Junior,
Raila Junior,
the surviving son, is a civil servant. So the Odingas have had this arrangement where, you know, the fact that a member of the family is part of the civil service and therefore part of the government does not stop you from, you know, asking questions and asking hard questions. So they have paid a price, as and Ida, Mama Ida alluded to it, trying to explain why there was kind of a distance between Junior and Winnie. And because, you know, those were one of the stints that Raila, you know, spent in prison, at times in exile. I remember as a student in high school, one time, you know, when Raila ran up to, you know, Norway, crossed into Uganda by boat, a very simple boat, dressed like a Legio Maria fella to disguise himself, and so on and so forth. So there are many things that the family went through that, you know, you cannot explain in a function like this, but perhaps, and I even saw when his nephew was reading the eulogy, there was a lot of, you know, because it's a long story that requires a whole book, which you cannot, you know, present with people. So I think as a family, he has done very well. All his children are educated despite the challenges they had. All children, you know, some of them have had occasion to work with the government. Even, you know, the youngest, Winnie, of course, is one of the members of the East African Legislative Assembly. So he had all these, you know, balls to juggle. On the one hand, he has a family to bring up because as Africans, you know, our success is measured in terms of how we have been able to bring up our family. They have all been able to get an education. They have, you know, of course, experienced a number of deaths in the family. Raila himself, you know, lost his firstborn son in a very abrupt and, you know, calamitous way. You know, the guy had left just, you know, to have fun, as everybody would do, only to come back in a condition where, you know, he lost his life. Then there are challenges, of course, with Rosemary. You know, she fell ill after that, and is still recovering. But one would say, you know, has you know, done fairly well in terms of recovery. So they have had those challenges, and of course the other members of the family that they have lost. You know, Jaramogi, at that time I remember we were in the university when Jaramogi died in 1994. And then we are told, you know, Jaramogi collapsed, was rushed to Aga Khan Hospital in Kisumu and pronounced. It's the same way that his son has left us. And so those have been challenges. And then, of course, Fidel, the brothers, Raila's brothers, that his elder brother Oburu enumerated. So like any other human person, despite, you know, the nerves of steel that Raila is perceived to have had. He lived like any other human person. And despite the fame and so on, there have also been those, challenges at a personal level, and I think that's what Mama Aida was referring to when, she said, they had ups and downs like any other person, but some of the experiences they went through as a family have come to bear on Raila's interface with the rest of society. And so some of those values that they embraced of being truthful to one another, being forgiving, searching for reconciliation and fraternal relationship is what Raila of the 2000, until now he has departed, came to represent. Because, there's a way in which experiences you go through at a personal level and at a family level impact on the community and the larger society that you interact with. And I think those are valuable lessons that the rest of us can take moving forward. And it helps us to understand some of the difficult decisions or decisions that at some point when they took them, we found very objectionable. The Gen Zs find this latest very objectionable, and of course called him all manner of names and so on. But remember, Raila the other day said he doesn't care what people think. Even when he was, he was reflecting on the CDF, and he thinks now that, more than a decade after the advent of devolution, we can no longer have, MPs superintending over the constituency development fund, yet we had county governments that should be the one taking charge. And that therefore means that our members of parliament, whether they are in the Senate or the National Assembly, are compromised, they are conflicted. At a time when we have even had a law passed and assented to, the conflict of interest bill, which is now a law. So those are some of the things that Raila, has unfortunately left before he could see through. And I'll tell you this, to illustrate the transformation that Raila continues to. When we were at Bomas, Raila had no problem with the many counties, for instance. In fact, the Bomas draft toyed with the idea of 74 counties. Because at that time we had 74 districts that had been created. But now, when we were developing the constitution, we said, why can't we? Because some of those districts were so tiny, not economically viable, would lead to a lot of so much, many human resource and so on. We said, the administrative cost would be unbearable. But of course, scholars came and told us that the current structure that we had those same administrative structures we were talking about. So we said, okay, let's base it on economic viability. We want units that can be able to generate resources also.
Its own resources.
And so on and so forth. So that's when, we reduced them to 47. And it was based on the District Act of 1991. So if you go to the District Act of 1991 and you want to understand why 47 counties, they were districts as they obtained under the District Act of 1991. And the description, even the boundaries. So at times when we see counties quarreling over boundaries, we even wonder. But it's all because those who have taken over the leadership of those counties were never part of the reform process. Most of them were opportunists who were looking from the comfort of their balconies. Some of us were struggling for change and already mapping how they would, swoop into those positions without understanding how some of those boundaries came, why the naming. Because even if you want to, why 001 Mombasa? That is how they are listed under the District Act of 1991. So you just Google District Act of 91, you will get, so it starts with Mombasa coming all the way. And we said, this is what serves our interest, because people have always complained that Nairobi has taken the center stage, it is where our resources are accumulated, and then you say, this is the list that makes Nairobi last, 47. So let's demonstrate that, this new constitution is there to remove the tradition, the historical marginalization, you know, that counties in the coast, in northern frontier districts, and so on and so forth. So that is how we came up with the 47 counties.
Okay,
and
still,
we wanted
still on the 47.
Yes,
because I think I missed something there. You said initially we had
74
districts.
Because by the time we were writing the constitution in 2002 and 2003, 2004, those districts had multiplied twice. Remember, even when Kibaki came, and later, you know, forming a grand coalition government with Raila, the two gentlemen used to criticize Moi for creating districts by the roadside. But they too could not resist the temptation to create districts. So out of Kisumu came Nyando, a separate from. Out of almost, you know, every district came. In Murang'a, you would now say east, west, what, and so on and so forth. So by the time we were doing the constitution, we had 74 districts.
74. So in terms of now going back to the 47, now we went back to the 91 Act.
We went to the District Act of 91.
So we did not follow what had actually come after in terms of
we said, you know, we are going to have too many units and so on and so forth. So we reverted to that. But now, Raila, what does Raila say recently about those district counties? He says even Nigeria, whose, you know, territorial expanse is much bigger than Kenya, has fewer states than Kenya. So Raila was now beginning to reflect on even the viability of some of these.
47 is
quite so and I think at some point, you remember, even at one of the devolution conferences, he tried to encourage the governors to consider merging some of these units. And I remember in that very function, the governor for Vihiga County, Wilberforce Otichilo, was brave enough to say he wouldn't mind, you know, surrendering, persuading his people in Vihiga to consider merging Vihiga and Kakamega into a more viable and sustainable unit. The same Raila, under the BBI, you know, and they added this together with Uhuru Kenyatta, wanted to have the CDF entrenched in the constitution. What does Raila now think about CDF? It needs not to be entrenched in the constitution. And he had been, towards his demise, threatening MPs and saying, you cannot go on with that law until it is taken through the people. And he was sure you'd make sure they lose. So Raila was a very dynamic guy who would learn at every stage and review things, whether they were working for us or undermining our constitution. And so that is the transformative Raila that I'm talking about. That with the time, if you look at Raila, you see a completely transformed Raila who now practice real politics. In fact, one of the articles I've done since his demise was to liken his politics to that of, you know, what I was calling Bismarck. That Raila had Raila's Bismarck strategies. Because if you look at the history of Europe and how Bismarck in the 80s, you know, fought to consolidate the different German ethnic communities under one entity, and how he would go out of his way to protect those ethnic Germans from external aggression, especially by the France and so on and so forth. So I've submitted a piece for possible publication in the People Daily about Raila's Bismarck strategies that kept him an enigma in Kenya's politics. Some of the tactics that Bismarck used to use. And I say coincidentally, Raila went to school and college in Germany, and perhaps, you know, he one of these books, you know, lessons, Bismarck lessons, you know, what we can see about, you know, peace building and so on. And that for me explains the Raila, the Raila of the 80s and 90s, and how different and transformative he became, you know, towards the end of his life.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Kamau, this is a man that most people like to believe in their 30s, 20s, have known all their lives. That it is this one politician that did not get to resign from the political scene despite his age. If he stayed alive, would he have seen him resign from the political scene, or it was just bound to happen like this?
I have not been long into politics, but politics is very addictive. When you join politics, the chance of you resigning are very hard. And most of the time, even the great people like the Bismarck is talking about, the person who unified Germany, he was fired by the Kaiser, that time Frederick II. Politicians rarely do resign. Even if that relevance, when you lose that relevance, that's what you call politicians. They might even say they might even serve their time, like how our former president have served his time, like 10 years tenure as president. But somehow, you cannot just let it go. You're born a leader sometimes. It's within you. It's hard for you to say, now I'll never again. Even Moi, when he retired in 2002, 2005 he was back into constitution, against constitution. Bombers, then 2010 he was still there. 2013 he was still campaigning for Mudavadi. It's very hard for someone who has tasted power and of course politics to just surrender it out. So the chances of a politician leaving to good is maybe losing that that disconnect, and you say, now I cannot be able to influence again. Okay. But as long as that leader feels that he can still influence the people's daily life, it's very hard for them to resign. So it's something that is in. For me, I have joined politics just 3 years ago, and now I just like being proud. You know, you just like sometimes you see it's just
the political bag has beaten you.
Yeah, some you say you just want to come out and of course share all your ideas with people.
But let me ask you, still on that, because we've spoken about the kind of sacrifices that he had to make, and even the family itself had to bear that particular brand and suffer in the process of him giving himself to the nation. As a young politician, is that a price you are willing to pay?
Yeah, I am willing to pay it. Let me just give you a very good example. When we were registering our political party, I have to leave my work. You know, we did our first, having offices across the country. First we send money to the people and do it. We failed. So I have, on my own behalf, to leave my home, leave my everything, pack my bag, and start going around the country. All 30 counties, Mombasa, Kilifi, all the way to Kisumu, Migori, down there. Every part of this country. Because of what? Because that is what within me.
You have to make friends from strangers.
Yeah. You have even, you're even sleeping somewhere that you're not even sure where you're sleeping. I was in Kapsabet, somewhere I've never been. I have been Doret, been Vihiga, been Chwele, up there. Just because of that sacrifice, leaving your everything back home. And when you're Ukas, because I'm in Kisumu, I'm doing this and that. Hey, just take care, just take care. You know how it is. That is exactly that. Every person who is willing to go there and serve the people have to take. That you have to pay it. You have to leave your people. You have to go around there and do all that. Yeah.
It's a heavy price, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is.
You know, at some point I wanted to join politics in 2007. And gradually I realized how politics can dehumanize somebody. Because when you want to join politics, and I wanted to run in my rural constituency, you have to, you are only in the city effectively on Tuesday, Wednesday, because Thursday you must plan for the weekend. And then increasingly I realized, I'm losing my values. So at times when I see what politicians do, seeing us as voters, because that's what we mean to them, I realize how it happens, because you establish contact with people on the ground, and then of course at times politicians take advantage of the reason they do a lot of politics on weekend days is because they take advantage of church gatherings, funerals,
weddings,
and so on, because you don't have the resources. As an MP, you are not a political party leader, you want to call a rally. So you take advantage of those self-convening gatherings.
Okay. So if you
But with the time, I realized I was losing myself because your people on the ground would say, hey, there's a prominent person who has died here. This one you can't miss. And then with the time I found myself talking well of people I had never met. You know, you are at a funeral and of course you must say something good about them. But you know, and at times you have arrived there after, you know.
When you're talking about people you've never met,
Yeah.
Who has fed you that information?
You see, it's somebody in your constituency.
Yeah.
It is not possible that because you want to run, you have met everybody.
Yeah, totally not.
But then you are told there's this funeral is going to be packed. So you want to go there and find a gathering that you can convince that you are the right candidate. So with the time, my people on the ground would be the first from Wednesday, Thursday. They peruse the papers. Not everybody's death gets announced in the newspaper.
Yeah.
So for you to be able to be put on the newspaper, you must be really prominent.
Yeah.
And that gives you an indication of how many people either depended on this person or friends he had made, connections, and how crowded. Then you say, this is a funeral I cannot miss. Now, it reached a point where I was saying, and in a week, there might be no such, prominent burial. So reach a point where you call your people on the ground and say, things are okay. Unfortunately, there is no funeral. So I said, so these people are wishing that
people die.
People die. You see how politicians lose themselves. So as you join politics, be careful. Because you can continue drifting and see such a point where you start seeing people as objects.
They are no longer
but I'll confess to you, even though I did not go up to the ballot, of course created a name recognition and so on, I realized when I stopped and said, no, I've done enough. I just wanted to create name recognition, let people know that I'm also around. But when I checked at who the person that I was when I entered, and the person that I had become when I stopped briefly, I realized I was losing my values, and became to realize how politicians, see things, how they go to a funeral, like they were doing today, and claiming how they would continue to be in solidarity with the Odinga family, and that's the last time you are seeing them,
The moment that is
yeah,
done,
and we have seen them, whenever other prominent Kenyans die, they say they'll support the family. Then later on you hear that the children of those at whose funeral they say they will support have dropped out of school, have dropped out of college.
Oh, they are being disinherited.
So politics in Africa, and that's a lesson I learned. Our politics is still so primitive that even the handouts that the bishop was talking about, the good bishop was talking about, by the way, he had a very good sermon that was, captured Raila's worldview about, influencing people and so on. Raila was not the kind who does money.
Yeah, I
yet, he had a very staunch following that would die. If there's any politician, if Raila had a way of saying, who is ready to die on my behalf? Those followers you see causing mayhem in his funeral, as they mourned him, who would have died on behalf of Raila. But unfortunately, when yours comes, it is you who has to go. No other politician in this country has such a following. And that's why, we have only had one Raila. And no matter how influential we get leaders in future, Raila will always remain Raila. Those leaders will also. But even among his contemporaries, the young Turks that he did politics with, Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, James Orengo, I've worked with those people. And I'll tell you that none of them has anyone who can say, if somebody wanted to kill Professor Nyang' Nyong'o or James Orengo, that there's somebody who will say, kill me instead. But Raila had those people.
All right. Okay, so I believe right now I want us to cross over to Kisumu, where Principal Secretary, Minister of Interior, Raymond Omolo is actually speaking. Let's listen.
A lot of them try to access the stadium even tonight and stay here overnight. That's a complexity that the security personnel may want to put into consideration. Have you considered that?
Yes, we have made the necessary arrangements, working with the protocol team from the Orange Democratic Movement Party, the leadership that is here represented, as well as working together with our security officers.
When will the gates be open?
This place is open.
It's open. It's already open.
But
How do you come in?
the most
No, it will be open.
Yeah,
It will be
okay.
open. It will be open, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Senator.
So we know that there are many people and these emotions are high. All we are requesting for is order, peace by the people themselves. These are people's function. Let them just maintain order more than Kasarani. That's all we are requesting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
All right, and of course, that was a short briefing in regards to the preparations for tomorrow's body viewing of the late former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, in Kisumu. We've seen that's the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, Raymond Omolo, of course, accompanied by other leaders, including Eddie Okatch, of course, giving us a briefing in regards to what they expect tomorrow. And of course, we've seen Eddie Okatch calling on calm and peace. So that says it is a people's function. So that what they are calling for is for the people of Kenya to be able to maintain just peace and calm during that particular process as they view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, which will be flown to Kisumu Jomo Kenyatta grounds in the morning. And of course, that particular process is supposed to start at around 9 a.m. and it will continue all day until 3 p.m. in the afternoon, where the body now will be taken to his home in Siaya County, and that is in Bondo at his farm, of course, where they also the preparations for his burial already kick-started yesterday with the arrival of his brother, that is Oburu Odinga, who now gave the go-ahead when it comes to now announcing to the family that Raila Odinga was dead, opening the compound once again to the public for mourning. We saw also the grave digging exercise already commenced. Of course, he'll be buried next to his parents, and of course, just like he wished when he was alive, within the 72-hour period that he had indicated. Right. Let me come to you, because you're still talking about this man, Raila Amolo Odinga, and from what they have said and the communication that I know we didn't catch the whole of it, but just the aspect of calling on the public to be very calm, as they do that give Raila Odinga the final salute tomorrow. What would you expect to see tomorrow as a young Kenyan?
I think there will be a lot of people from different counties to Kisumu, from maybe people all the way from Homa Bay will be going to Kisumu. You know, Kisumu is center of maybe Nyanza region, and a lot of supporters will be there. That's why I think that the Interior Minister is asking people to be calm, to be peaceful, train up well, to stop maybe what happened in Kasarani yesterday from happening again in Kisumu. Because Raila is loved, very much loved, and people will be there. There will be a surge of people. So I think that's what they are trying to ask people, so that we can be able not to lose other people like we lost people yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I think that is in order for them. All right. Yeah, make sure our Kenyans are safe as they celebrate the life of former Premier. Yes, yeah.
Churchill, before we crossed over to Kisumu, you've spoken about the kind of following, and there's some people in the political scene call it a suicidal kind of following. People that will say we'll die for Raila Odinga and all that, and they say you've interacted with some of the leaders who are have associated with him, and none of them has that particular following. Right now, these are individuals that have no one to rally behind. Where do they get solace? If it is a constituents that has always believed Baba is the voice that I need to listen to. Now, moving forward, who do we listen to? be included?
Oh yes, of course. There's a way in which I mean, some of us who believed in Baba as our ideological soulmate have been rendered orphans, so to speak, politically. But of course, leaders will always emerge. You may never get the same leader that espouses the same ideologies that inspired you, that made you admire them and follow them and so on. But I believe that just like it happened, for me, I'm experiencing this for a second time. Earlier, those of us who were born at the peak of the Cold War, when there was, East and West, the East and West divide, and some of us found ourselves, leaning, towards the East, ideologically, socialist in orientation. And that's why most people, found Raila's ideology and standpoints on a number of issues pro-people. So there'll be a lot of that gap. There are, of course, other people who believed in him and who shared the same ideology. People like Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, Governor James Orengo, and so on. But because of their current positions as governors, they find their hands mostly tied to what they have to do on a day-to-day basis, because they are they are holding executive positions. So there is still that ideology within Raila's following, and I think in the fullness of time, just like some of us felt orphaned when Jaramogi died. Little did we know that another leadership will emerge through his own son. I'm sure there are people that have worked with Raila that will emerge as an embodiment of the vision that he had and the ideologies that he held around socio-economic and political issues. So there's going to be a bit of groping in the dark for some time.
So it's not an immediate thing.
I was happy to see that the party has already moved to put in place an interim leadership that Oburu, who actually accepted that when it came to politics, Raila was his leader. So that means that he understands the thinking that Raila had, and of course they share together and so on and so forth. So in a sense, there's going to be a break, yet some form of continuity as time goes by. But of course, we all know that generation of people have enumerated are not growing any younger. Oburu, Nyong'o, even Orengo himself is not growing younger. And so in the next 5 or so years, some of them may want to call it a day. There's no position, for example, that Professor Nyang' Nyong'o can aspire to beyond his second and final term as governor. I think he's also celebrated his 80th birthday last week. You must have seen that on social media. So is Oburu. Orengo is slightly, but not by many years, again 2 or 3 or something like that. They're not far apart in terms of people who are, once called the Young Turks. So there's going to be a generational change in leadership. There's a whole crop of leaders that have been working with him. We believe that now that we are approaching the 2027 elections, there's going to be an opportunity for somebody to emerge, and good leaders are those that emerge, not those that are crowned in boardrooms or by council of elders. So there is, of course, going to be that gap, but after the burial and moving forward, and luckily there are by-elections, so we'll be seeing those who will be going to those constituencies to articulate the vision of the party. And it is that leader who will be seen to be an embodiment and able to articulate that vision that Raila had, that will ultimately bag the prize that of course comes with the responsibilities.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course you have to be courageous. You know, it's not just about articulating, just like a microphone, any megaphone can do, but you must be passionate, be seen to believe in those things. You know,
and luck.
Yeah, you know, and of course, you know, all these things that Raila owed his leadership to charisma. It still accounts for a lot of leadership. Today we see a lot of following by, you know, that, you know, the immediate former deputy president enjoys in certain. Yeah, the guy is charismatic in his own way. He's very creative when it comes to sloganeering and so on and so forth. So that's how leaders are made. Yeah, okay. And leaders are made during crises like this. So who is going to be that leader who is not just going to be opportunistic, you know, taking advantage of the crisis to apportion the leadership to himself, but, you know, genuinely and being perceived to be genuine about what you say and how you conduct yourself and how you embrace the concerns and aspirations of the people.
Let me ask, we saw the family speak, and maybe we shouldn't go there, but we will. You know, the kids come out and, you know, eulogize the father. And if at all you say during the when Oginga Odinga died, there's a particular lot that felt, okay, we are orphaned. Then we found a father under his son. Are we likely to see one of the Odingas actually taking over the mantle?
Yes and no. At times it doesn't happen seamlessly like that. I'm seeing leaders across the region struggling with that transition. At times, fate as a way of also managing things. So yes, it may not be seamless. We saw, for example, what happened with the Kenyatas. You saw the hiatus between when the senior Kenyatta, you know, passed on, and when Uhuru came up. So there was quite a break. And so the same is going to happen. Today we still have the second Kenyatta, but don't write off the Kenyatas. There's a Kenyatta who will come. Yes. So yes, even with the Odingas, the same will apply. It may not happen immediately. For now, we have. I mean, the party has considered it wise to, you know, also, you know, because party positions will be articulated even during this burial ceremony. Nature abhors a vacuum, so anybody may want to take advantage. There may start to be grumbling that can tear the party apart. So they did the right thing. I think the timing was good. That, you know, yes, you know, let's go back to the elders to hold us together as we figure out how to give our final respect to the party leader and so on and so forth. And remember, even the deputies that were assigned leadership positions are relatively young people. Ososi was my junior at the university. Anytime we meet, he calls me chairman because I served as chairman of the students' organization for 4 years. Because I was doing a science course that ran for 7 years. So I served as chairman of the Students' Union of Egerton University for 4 years. So anytime we meet with Ososi, he says, "Chairman, how are you doing?" Cecily Mbarire was my vice chair. Just though she was 1 year ahead of me, but she was my vice chair. Joe Ageyo, who is now the chief editor-in-chief at Nation, was my student representative to the council. So these are people who are now occupying leadership positions in different cadres and so on and so forth. So these things will happen, and I believe that even the following that Raila had and continues to have, and will continue to have even in his death, will be inherited by a leadership that will be perceived by that following to be the embodiment of the vision and ideologies that he held. And of course, it does not happen, again, there is a way in which these ideas also get impacted by what happens, the context. So that leader ought not to be one who once believed in socialism. But today's ideology is about good governance. It's about respect for rights. It's about transparency and accountability. Those are the ideologies of today, and which he really help to articulate.
Okay.
So we would want to see leaders who are pragmatic, moving forward, borrowing from Raila, yet of course embracing the new as we move into the future.
Okay, Kamau, before I come to you on what exactly you're going to pick before somebody else comes up, or you could be the one that is actually coming up and taking that particular space. I believe that, right? You have those ambitions, eh? Yeah. He told me he has a party and he is actually looking at the possibility of running for office. I want us to listen to what happened earlier in Kisumu, where the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior was actually addressing and giving an update as far as the preparations for the venue, that is the one that will see former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's body being viewed in Kisumu. Let's listen in.
Joined by the Senator for Migori, Honorable Eddie Okech. We have the MP of the area, the Honorable Oron. We have the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kisumu and members of the County Assembly, together with the team from the executive of the county. For purposes of just trying to look at our readiness to host the body of the Prime Minister tomorrow morning for public viewing, which will be happening in this stadium. We expect the body to arrive by 8 a.m. in the morning, and therefore we expect members of the public at the very least to be in or to start streaming in by 7 a.m. in the morning. So the order of events is that as soon as the body is here, there will be no public speeches. There will only be a quick prayer by the clergy, and then the process of viewing will begin. And it will go on until 2:30, latest 3 p.m. for the body to be moved to Bondo at the late Honorable Prime Minister's homestead for an overnight stay. So that is the communication based on the discussions that we have had. And of course, this is with the authority of the committee that is co-chaired by His Excellency the Deputy President and the Honorable Senator for Siaya, Dr. Oburu Oginga. So with that, I'll ask the Governor, who is our host, to speak to the people of Kisumu and also to welcome the rest of the country tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much, Ray. I think Ray has put it very exactly, and we are grateful for the cooperation and the support by the national government in ensuring that the viewing in Kisumu will go on well. And our people will have the opportunity, those who may not make it to Bondo, to say their farewell to our leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, tomorrow. What we appeal to people is to understand that it is a solemn occasion tomorrow. It is a mourning, not a merrymaking or a feast. So we request the people to come here early. There will be marshals showing people how to line so that everybody gets an opportunity to see the Prime Minister and then leave. There will be no other meeting here. There will be just the opportunity for the prayers and people to view the body of our great leader and then go home and give chance to the others to do so. It's a very simple process. And we only appeal for you to appeal to people that we really would like to make it a decent and honorable occasion for the farewell to our party leader, our leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much. Please spread the message, encourage people to come so that they don't regret that an opportunity was provided to say farewell to the Prime Minister and they didn't make it because they didn't know. Let them know. Thank you very much.
Maybe just a question. The initial plan was the body will be flown to the airport, then by road to this particular point. Is still that the point, the position we agreed?
I wasn't aware of that initial plan.
It was already communicated.
So the body will be flown here. Yes, so there is no movement to the airport tomorrow. Yeah. And then from here by road to Bondo. If there will be any changes, we will also make you aware. Yeah, but just lastly is to appreciate Kenyans and all our friends who have been part of this mourning process. We've had a good event today at Kasarani. We expect at Nyayo, sorry. We had Kasarani on the other day, yesterday, and we know that we'll have a good event, viewing and farewell exercise here tomorrow, and subsequently on Sunday in Bondo. So we are calling on all of us to be peaceful, so that then we don't have the dignity that is expected of this mourning process watered down. Thank you.
But, this is a very rare occasion, one of its kind, and that we need to accord our party leader the best of the best in this region. On the second hand, I want to say that we, the people of this region, are very grateful to the government, and especially His Excellency the President. He's taken his time, resources. There is nothing that has been spared to accord our party leader the sending off that befits his status. And for that reason, we must say thank you. Up to so far, we spent the whole day with the President at the airport, Kasarani, up to 8-9 p.m. That is very, very rare. And Bwana PS, say thank you on behalf of these people up to where we've reached so far. Thank you.
Okay. Can you allow me to ask if there's any change?
We shared with you together with the Senator. The body will be here by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we expect the body to be viewed by the public, members of the public, including the leaders from around. And then by 3 p.m. burial service will happen on Sunday at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University.
We are told that out of the love that the people have for Raila Odinga, we may see a lot of them try to access the stadium even tonight and stay here overnight. That's a complexity that the security personnel may want to put into consideration. Have you considered that?
Yes, we have made the necessary arrangements, working with the protocol team from the Orange Democratic Movement Party, the leadership that is here represented, as well as working together with our security officers.
So when will the gates be open? Yeah.
This place is open.
It's open.
It's already open.
But
the
most...
No, it will be open. Yeah. It will be open. It will be open, don't worry.
All right, and of course, that was earlier on with PS Raymond Omolo, accompanied by other leaders, including Kisumu Governor, that is Anyang' Nyong'o, giving a briefing on the state of affairs in regards to the preparations for the viewing of the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga in Kisumu tomorrow. Of course, there is just inspections of the ground, calling on Kenyans to be very peaceful when it comes to viewing the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who will be flown to that particular venue tomorrow. The viewing, according to the Principal Secretary, says will start early in the morning, that is at 9 a.m. all the way to around 2:30 to 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Then the body will be moved to Siaya County, that is at his Bondo or home via road, and of course where he will actually be laid to rest, that is on a Sunday. Now, the plan initially was to have the body of the former Prime Minister be taken to his current residence today in the evening, but that plan has been changed, and instead of going to Karen for a night vigil, the body will be taken back to Lee Funeral Home for preservation before it is preservation and readiness for its airlifting to Kisumu, that is tomorrow. A repeater is that what we've witnessed just a few moments ago is the briefing in regards to what was the preparations that are underway in Kisumu for the viewing of the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga by Kisumu residents. Now we continue with this coverage, and also just to bring you up to speed is that the viewing of the former Prime Minister's body is continuing right now at the Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, it started at around 1 p.m. with after the funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church of Kenya, attended by different dignitaries, including Ethiopian President, that is Taye Selassie, and of course the President of Somalia, that is Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, who are in attendance. Also include the fourth President of the Republic of Tanzania, that is former President Jakaya Kikwete, and of course former President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the fourth President of Kenya. We also have the Vice President of Tanzania, Philip Mpango, of course, was also in attendance, and also we saw the South Sudan Vice President, that is Rebecca Nyadeng de Mabior, was also in attendance during that particular funeral service at the Nyayo National Stadium. Leaders eulogized, of course, the former Prime Minister as a champion for democracy and somebody who believed in the rule of law, with his family calling on Kenyans to maintain peace and live in peace, and also promising to continue championing for some of the things that he was championing for when he was still alive. And of course, just the conversation around how best do we honor him. Well, the former president of the Republic of Kenya, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, called on Kenyans to be very vigilant when it comes to protecting some of the things and protecting and defending some of the things that the former prime minister did fight for. Quite a lot of tributes from different leaders across the globe, including the Prime Minister of India, that is Narendra Modi, and also just other leaders across the continent and also the globe sent their tributes, and some sent their representatives to the funeral service that was conducted today. I want us to go back to what we witnessed during the funeral service, and especially focus on the Bishop David Kodia in regards to what he was actually speaking to, because now he's been trending online for the better part of this afternoon. Churchill.
Yeah, I think Kodia captured the lessons that that Kenyans need to learn. He anchored his preaching on what Raila stood for, juxtaposed it with what he sees happening around, the looting of public resources at the two levels of government, including, in Raila's own backyard. We have had instances where, just in his own Siaya backyard, not too long ago, over 380 something workers, health workers, were hoodwinked into believing that they had been employed, and some of them, bribed to get those positions. And so that is what Kodia was talking about. That, here lies a man who stood for everything against what he sees around. And he says the best honor that we can give to departed party leader and veteran, opposition leader and politician is to discard those bad habits of pinching public resources, that, of humility, of not using his, and it's not that Raila was a poor man. Raila and the Odinga family is one of the wealthiest, in fact, among the top 2, if not top 3 in this country. But you do not use that to cheat the people of their power, and to wink them into believing that you mean well, when in actual fact you don't. And so Father Kodia's, Reverend Kodia's preaching, I think, will continue, not just to trend on social media, but to be a point of reflection on the leadership that is espoused under Chapter 6 of the Constitution, leadership of integrity, leadership of honesty, leadership of servant leadership, that is quite elaborate in Chapter 6, or leadership where the left hand does not know what the right hand has given. Yet that what he sees around on display is a display of opulence, part of what the Gen Zs prompted the Gen Zs to take to the streets, because they were beginning to see people in position of leadership, people entrusted with the positions of leadership and resources to be able to deliver services, beginning to display wealth and using it
for the display of even donations to churches, donations to different process in the country by the political class. Why did it become so important to be able to show that I'm donating 3 million so the public has to see that?
Yeah, you know, we have increasingly as a society abandoned values, gone into brinkmanship, politics of brinkmanship, where, you know, instead of people humbling themselves before those that elect them and those that they serve, what we see increasingly is money taking, you know, the role of money in leadership, so that even as my friend here, you know, aspires to take his party and aspirations to the next level, there are people who will meet him and not see him in terms of his ideas, but whether he's worth what he is going for. And so we have had that challenge, you know, coming to the fore, and it got prominent during, you know, towards the end of Moi's leadership, and especially with the advent of multi-party politics. I would give you an example. In the period leading to 2022, we had all these leaders, empowerment programs, and especially in central Kenya. But what did that empowerment leave in its wake? What we have seen in its wake are young people taking to alcoholism. So in civil society, when we do projects, we go back and evaluate the impact. So what did it achieve? Did it achieve anything? I can tell you that, you know, there is no evidence in the world that you know, handouts have ever led to, you know, people being economically and socially empowered. There is nobody who can say, I have, you know, I'm this well off because of handouts. Because the way people treat handouts is that, you know, it's a whirlwind. It's something that has come my way. It's like wind. So so you get it, you go and use it for purposes of leisure, not investment. And at times, even during the Moi days, when you used handouts to invest and you fell out with the regime, they'll come for you and seek to undermine, you know, whatever investment you had made. They'll make sure that they collapse that investment and so on and so forth. So I think increasingly we must...
Just before you continue, and of course there, the Nyayo National Stadium, I believe what is happening at the moment is that the viewing of the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga has already been concluded. Of course, the public has been doing that for the better part of this afternoon. And right now we can see that the coffin has been closed already and ready for transportation back to Lee Funeral Home, where it is going to be set there for preservation overnight. And of course, before being airlifted, in readiness for airlifting tomorrow to Kisumu, where another session, of the public, section rather of the public will actually be viewing the body. That is the Lakeside region Kenyans who will be given that opportunity to also view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga before he is buried on Sunday. And of course, we just yet preparing to experience to witness that a journey from now the Nyayo National Stadium all the way to Lee Funeral Home. Right. You mentioned
just to comment on this change of program, I think it is informed by the lessons learned yesterday. First of all, they have realized that the viewing ought to start earlier tomorrow. They have realized the potential logistical nightmare of taking the body to Karen, and that night vigil, and how, you know, some of those perhaps who may not have had a chance or feel they did not get enough time to mourn him. You know, the way people are being, it's like cattle going through the deep. So you are chaperoned, you know. There are people who, you know, are very emotional and so on and so forth. So I think it is a good lesson that has come to inform this decision not to. So if because even that tomorrow after the night vigil, you may still want to prepare the body for transportation, and having to bring it back to Lee and so on and so forth. So I think it is a good decision. But now focusing on Kisumu, because that's where we are heading to, you see, this is a leader who had following, and I suspect that people who occupy North and South Rift, the regions of starting from Narok, Bomet, Kericho, Nandi, and so on, Uasin Gishu, would find, Kisumu closer. Kakamega, where, he had quite a following, and even used to explain that he originated from the Wanga clan. From the Wanga, exactly. Yeah, in fact, there are those who would say, this guy is not even Luo. Yeah,
there's been that conversation though.
Exactly. Yeah. So he originated from that clan, and so on and so forth, and how the Wanga clan are linked with the Ugunja and Ugenya, and that's why even there are people who will tell you that this guy CS for energy. Iwandai is not Luo. In fact, when he did his homecoming, who was the person ushering people in? The governor of Kakamega. And people from Luo Nyanza would come and say, you say, welcome home. And then he would ask, so what do you mean? I say, you people are forgetting, this is one of our own. This is our son, we lent to you this side. And so on and so forth. So, and then as he had pointed out, the 4 counties of Nyanza, Siaya itself, because there'll be no viewing when the body reaches Bondo, I think. So some of them will want to come. It's a state affair, and therefore there'll be a bit of security cordons and arrangements. Kisumu itself, neighboring Homa Bay, Kisii, Nyamira, and of course Migori. So that population, and being Raila's stronghold, will need time to go through the motions of viewing the body. So I think it is a good decision, and will help them, avoid the logistical nightmare of taking the body into a residential neighborhood where, people may need their peace. And so
would that have been chaotic, if at all?
It would have been very chaotic. It would have been very chaotic because, if you met somebody from Kibra, he will tell you, I come from Lower Langata. So they would find a reason to go to his homestead, as they did when the news broke out about his death.
Yeah, totally.
And that could have caused a lot of logistical nightmare and even security breakdown, because once the state announces as a funeral, the body of the departed becomes a property of the state, and so they may have been wanting to avoid those lapses that we kind of saw.
And I want us to talk about that. You see, we are looking at it, looking at the coffin, of course, draped in the Kenyan flag. Why was it important for this man, Raila Amolo Odinga, to be given a state funeral? I mean, what does that mean entirely?
I mean, it is one of those rare recognitions that people are accorded based on what the enormity of the contributions that they have made to the progress of the country in a particular field. Raila's role has been overarching, because when you impact on governance, it permeates almost all spheres of human endeavor, whether it is sports. I was going through the papers, and the last few pages, the sports pages of most of today's newspaper have been dedicating to showcasing how Raila was very passionate about sports. Whether it's rugby, whether it's athletics, whether it is football, which was his popular pastime, and his nephew talked about watching. It is his own son who talked about watching
Arsenal together,
and that's a team we shared with him. It requires people who are patient, as he was. You know what Arsenal has gone through, and so on and so forth. So being accorded a state funeral is one of those epochal, recognitions that any individual can, achieve. Unfortunately, posthumously, they are not part of the emotions that come with it. But of course, if somebody is spiritual and says, the dead are only, physically away from us, then, it's the pinnacle of respect that even his family and those of his following and those who believed in his ideology and Kenyans in general appreciate. Even those who disagreed with him, when you meet him, you say, this guy was a great man and deserved this. So I think it is an honor that Raila, that befitted Raila and his persona and the contribution that he has made in this country.
Right. Okay, of course, that is the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, of course, leaving Nyayo National Stadium to Lee Funeral Home, where the body will spend the night, and of course, in readiness for tomorrow. That is when he will be flown to Kisumu for the residents of the larger western parts of the country to get an opportunity to view his body before it is taken to Homa Bay via road for the final send-off and actually burial, which will happen on a Sunday at his home in Bondo. Now, of course, there were plans to take the body back to Karen, but those plans have been suspended. And of course, the body now will be taken back to Lee Funeral Home. And of course, just gotten a glimpse of, or rather, trying to make sense of exactly why that decision was important. Of course, Churchill here was speaking to us and telling us of the logistical issues and also just issues to do with security and how chaotic it would have been if at all we would have gone to, that is Karen. Of course, Kenyans there feeling the pain and just celebrating the life that is of Raila Amolo Odinga and the kind of impact that he has had in the political scene and also just the country at large. A lot of people, like Churchill had said earlier, have been left orphans, not just a man that belonged to his family, but also belonged to the whole nation. And that has been evident with what we've been able to witness since yesterday, since the arrival of his body at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, all the way to Kasarani. The kind of drama that we witnessed and the kind of humanity that flocked the streets of Nairobi to be able to escort the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga all the way to Kasarani from Jomo Kenyatta, receiving him at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, escorting him all the way to Kasarani, the viewing of the body last evening, and of course even today after the funeral service was conducted at the Nyayo National Stadium, and also just the humanity that was there to be able to get that opportunity to view the body and a proper the evidence of the kind of impact and the kind of man that he was in this particular country. And of course, leaders have eulogized him as a champion for democracy. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, of course, said that we had lost a leader, not just a national leader, but a global leader based on what we've been able to receive as far as condolences are concerned. That is, of course, the house that will be carrying his body all the way back to Lee Funeral Home. That is where the casket is. The casket, of course, dropped in Kenyan flag, and of course, the military being the pallbearers in this particular case, taking charge of this statesman that breathed his last on Wednesday and is set to be buried on Sunday. All right, as we witness this, let me come to you. If you are to speak to the Raila Odinga's legacy in general, just as a Kenyan, what would you say is one thing that maybe he leaves you with as just come out?
That democracy, freedom that they fought with other group of reformists back in 1880s has given us a chance that no matter how small or no matter how civil you are, just as somebody, you can be able to go out there and register a political party, have people run with their party as a party, just like any other party. You know, back in the days, it used to be maybe KANU, only KANU, but they fought for that space. I think it's about now, there's no detention. People are now going through the process of court. It's, you know, we have that freedom of even expression now. You can be able to express yourself, no matter how you disagree. The way you used to say, like in your DM, we can disagree. Sifuna can his own views
in terms of whatever is happening.
Yeah, Sifuna can have your own views. Another one can have their own views. But at the end of the day, we will sit down as a party and agree. Now from there, we can now be able to discuss under one voice. You know, that kind of belief that you have to give each and every person their own chance of coming out with their own ideas, their own, no matter how bad they might be in terms of political. Like you have an agreement with the president, there's someone who is against it. He's just there. He's not just telling you just go. He's just accommodative. You know, I wish we can have that kind of a life that we are able to accept other opinions. Not all of what I say has come out from the We Alliance Party is the take. That we take other people's views. We accept what they are saying. We sit down now, discuss democratically, say, oh, your Kamau, your views, we have disagreed maybe by majority of our neck. And now our nini is this. This is what we say as a, now we agree all. That's what I think that can be able to say Raila or give us that kind of a nini life in terms of politics. Yeah. Another thing about family, we know now the way we have in terms of current life, people are now running away from families. They're not as strong as their family they used to be. But now you see how Raila and his wife Ida, the way they celebrated that love for the past 52 years, that is something that every person can be able, of course, to say, I wish I can have that type of family, that my wife is there, my kids are there, you know, bring your family up to the last days of your life, you know. That is something that every man desires to have. You might have all the money, but having your daughter or having your son, your wife being there for you for the rest of your life is something you can say he has taught us the value of family. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, that is the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga leaving Nyayo National Stadium. Destination is Lee Funeral Home, where the body is going to spend the night there for preservation and of course in readiness for tomorrow's airlifting to Kisumu, where now another section of the public, that is the larger Western region, will get an opportunity to view the body in Kisumu before it is transported to Homa Bay. And of course the viewing of the body in Kisumu will start at around 9 a.m. and it will go all the way to 2:30 to 3 p.m. Of course, that communication has been made by the committee, the funeral planning committee. And of course, we did see the principal secretary in the Ministry of Interior, that is Raymond Omolo, accompanied by other leaders, including the Kisumu governor, that is Anyang' Nyong'o, you know, making rounds on that particular ground, ascertaining that everything is actually ready for tomorrow. And they said that they are set. They were calling on the public to be calm and mourn Raila Odinga in peace and say it is a people affair, but also just to maintain peace in that particular process. Now, what was happening today, of course, so the funeral service, then later on, we did have the body viewing that started around 1 p.m. all the way to, at this particular moment, which is about 5 p.m. And now that particular process has been concluded. The public has finished viewing the body of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Nyayo National Stadium. And now the body has left for Lee Funeral Home, right? Did you expect it to end this quickly?
It has really not ended quickly as such, because remember, this is a process that started yesterday at Kasarani. So a number of people who perhaps had viewed the body, perhaps just dispersed after the service. There is so no need to go and view it again. In any case, it is the same body. But again, looking at the level of organization and efficiency that we have seen today, they have been able to, you know, first of all, ensure there is order, and especially, you know, the queuing around where the viewing was happening, and people are not, you know, taking too long. People are not taking you know, selfies and so on and so forth. It was about, you know, passing to show your last respect to the departed leader. And it was not one queue. People would go in droves, and you know, you view as you go on. And you have seen towards the end, it was now open for the people that have been providing security. Some of us, when we were not speaking, I was watching the screen and I was seeing now towards the tail end, it was now the security themselves, because at times they miss out on all this, including elections. Yet, you know, they get impacted by policies that are made by people, leaders who are elected. So I think it was a good thing to also allow the security people to also have a chance to view the body and pay their last respect to the departed leader. So, in a nutshell, combine this with what happened yesterday, because yesterday, even after the disruption, so those who had not viewed were allowed at 6, as late as 6. So the body was leaving Kasarani, you know, towards 8:39, and I think because of those lessons learned and the constant appeal that we saw, including from Mama Aida herself, you know, appealing for people to be calm. We have already seen Kisumu people being prepared that, you know, if indeed you had respect for Raila, and this is your last chance to pay your last respect to him, let us be orderly. And I'm convinced that, you know, if people follow that on a first-come, first-served basis, come, and they have already ruled out, you know, speeches. It's not a rally. It's a chance for ordinary people that, and even political leaders that would want to, you know, pay their last respect. It will be open from 8:30 all the way to 2:30, and they seem to be ready to extend up to 3. And because part of the reason, they can easily lift the body to Bondo. But I think, you know, as a man, a son of the soil, they would want to say Raila to, you know, travel by road. So those that may not be able to, you know, come to Kisumu from around Busia and Siaya itself, and even parts of Kisumu, particularly Seme area and the Kisumu Rural, what used to be called Kisumu Rural, can line up along the road, and, you know, and pay homage as the body moves. And I'm sure it will be moving at a snail's pace. Bondo from Kisumu is not very far, but it can take hours depending on the number of people that would be turning out to pay their last respects.
Yeah, because yesterday we did see from Jomo Kenyatta all the way to Kasarani. It took 5 hours.
Exactly. And that's why they want to leave as early as 3 at the latest, so that, you know, they are able to maneuver. Even, you know, it's a distance that ordinarily can take you 30 minutes by driving, or an hour. But I suspect tomorrow it might take as many as 3 hours.
Okay. Let me understand, you know, I believe even as we come closer to a close, do we understand, he enumerated it in terms of what he believes in, what he has picked from Raila Odinga. And I saw a comment online, you know, people having a debate on exactly, you know, because you see, as much as he was loved, there's some people that will have other negative things to say about him. Then there's this conversation in regards to, give us a breakfast. Let us mourn the man that we know Raila Odinga was, because you have no idea what he represents and what you are enjoying right now that he represented and fought for. Do you believe the younger generation has that particular idea on why this man is being given this kind of, you know, respect after his death?
They may not, but luckily there is a lot now that is being exchanged on social media, even from his brief history, and I'm sure even the eulogy that was read, I'm sure there will be a, you know, a softer version of it on social media platforms, so that people. So if you look at the entire expanse of Raila Odinga's life, you see a man who kept his eye on the prize, no matter how long it took. You see a man who had the patience to be an Arsenal supporter. You see a man who was resilient. You know, he would be put in detention, come out with a clenched fist. In one of the pictures I've seen and videos I've seen on electronic media, He's captured on a still picture when he left one of the stints. He left detention and being received by his father, and his father is greeting him, holding him on the shoulder. That picture was taken on one of the many occasions that he left prison. So you see, persistence. You see resilience. You see a man who is able to bounce back, and that has characterized his life. Even when his opponents during elections taunted him, that this time around we are taking you to Bondo. They are the same ones who would reach out to him and say, "Can you come to my rescue?" Yeah. Because they could not proceed without him. Okay. And so that is the gentleman that will be buried on Sunday. He's a man who, believed. In fact, the immediate former president captured one of the beliefs that Raila had, knowing that without external vigilance, you can easily lose some of the gains you have made. And the former president Uhuru Kenyatta was saying, we must not cede ground on some of those gains that we have made as a country. And Raila constantly believed in that there is no democracy in the world, no matter how perfect, that has reached a stage of perfection where you do not want more. And if you are not vigilant, there are forces that will always want to claw back on those gains, and that is what the former president was voting as against. And now that, in the light of the fact that Raila, who always mobilized, that vigilance is gone, we need to be on the watch out, so that and we have seen it since 2022. Attempts to take us back to those days when you needed permits to hold assemblies. We have seen encroachment on our right to protest. We have seen extrajudicial killings and many other ills.
So should we stand against some of these things, especially on the issue to do with the, because there's been that conversation in regards to how best do we practice the right to assembly, because some people believe that it has been violated and we need to somehow control that.
We don't need to. We need to establish a culture that respects dissent. You see, even at home, people will protest immediately somebody is born. That cry that a newborn baby gives is a protest. The newborn finds himself or herself in an environment it was not used to. Okay. So that cry is a protest. Yeah. That's when it begins. It is a right that is due to us by virtue of being human beings. The mere fact that gives us the freedom to protest. I think what we need to watch on, first of all, and revolving around all this thing of compensation, is to make sure that even if the courts will allow the compensation to proceed, we must put in place safeguards, guardrails that will ensure that we don't relapse into the very situation that has led us into compensating survivors and victims of protests. Okay. So we need to review that law, the Public Order Act. That is the law under which the right to protest is exercised. It's a law that was passed way back in 1952 during at the peak of Mau Mau revolt. The state of emergency by Sir Evelyn Baring, and so the law was made to manage the situation at that point in time. Unfortunately, despite Kenyans adopting a very liberal constitution that respects the right to protest under Article 37, we still have that law as the only law that is used to manage public assembly and protest. Okay. And so we need to seize the opportunity, review that law, make sure that it measures up to international standards and best practices and principles on the right to protest, including the right to be held to account in case any law enforcement officer violates that right.
All right. Let me get your final remarks as we wind up on this conversation.
I have heard you saying about whether the young generation will know whether Raila fought for something meaningful in his life. I believe people like us, we never met Tom Mboya. But through reading books and, of course, history, we were able to know in 1965 they have written a certain book, a certain paperwork by Mwai Kibaki. So I think and I believe if, with the support of the government, of course, the government is the one who makes in the policies, the people who are behind us, of course, even us, they will start now studying about maybe devolution. They they will look at the history of our devolution. They will look at 2007, between 2007 to 2010, who was the main proposer of that constitution, that changes of devolution? Raila Amolo Odinga. So we might disagree politically because everything is all about politics, so he's a politician. We might say he never did this, he never did that. But if you look at the main proposer of that constitution 2010, it was all about him. Even when I was young, when I was in high school, 2007, I used to hate Majimbo. There was that propaganda from, you know, I come from Central Kenya. There was that propaganda about Majimbo, that me moving from Nairobi maybe to Murang'a or to Kisumu, I'll need a passport. Those were just propaganda. But when we came to realize, oh, now we have our own governance in every county in in Central Kenya. We have another government in Mandera, another in Mombasa. Now with that kind of course, reading, people now realize, oh, this man meant this. Devolution, he is one of the people who was proposed of this constitution. Because if we have left NAC regime under Mwai Kibaki, for sure, maybe we could still under national government. But because of his infight in 2007, he fought for it to the last minute, and now we have a constitution. Now it's us now, the upcoming leaders, now to realize what are the other things that Raila fought for, like CDF. Do we really need CDF to be controlled by Parliament? Of course we don't need. Parliament need to be oversight, or to need to oversight. You know, now we have to be open and discuss him now, because now he is now history now. Now we have now to look at what he was talking about, now discuss it openly and of course soberly, without us saying that he want to become president. Now he will never again fight for presidency now. But now we have to look at what was he talking about. Is it time for us now to look at this and change it for the betterment of our country? Yeah, that's my take. From the We Alliance Party. As I said, I come from the We, a new registered political party, which was registered this year on February 10th. We got our certificate, and we have two candidates in these by-elections, one in Magarini by the name Karisa, another one in Chwele ward, in Chwele Kabuchai ward in Bungoma, a young man by the name Kizito. Magarini is a man by the name Emmanuel, and we'll campaign for them. And maybe this time for us now to shine and of course showcase our own ability as a party, that we can be able to form a government, to form in one way or the other. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Of course, Kamau, thank you. Churchill, 2 minutes. Let's see, final remarks in regards to the whole demand that is Raila Odinga.
Yeah, I think we must also respect the rights of people who want to see Raila differently. He was a human being. He had his strengths, he had his weaknesses, and so we must allow those who say no. Stop feeding us on this, narrative. As far as we are concerned, this is the Raila we knew, and it can be likened to the proverbial blind men who were told to touch different parts of an elephant, and each one of them had their own description. So when they were asked, "Can you describe the elephant?" and those who touched the snout, you are saying it's a long, tubular thing. So that is the imagination of the elephant. Those who touch the tail, oh, it's something with, hairy and so on and so forth, and so on. So we must also not be so intolerant as to wish away those who have a different view of Raila, because that's the Raila they interacted with, or the experience, and it all boils down to 2024 moving forward. There are also, of course, those who interacted with Raila earlier, who also have very unsavory things to say about Raila. There are those who perhaps reach out to him and say, I want you to give me a ticket, a direct ticket. I don't want to go through the nomination. And then that does not work out. And then, of course, they will say all manner of things about him. There are those who have, attempted to run for elective positions, not, won, or he has campaigned against. You don't expect everybody to say, the same things about him. So we must also allow those who have a different perspective of Raila, the man, to also express those views, because everybody experienced him differently and in different circumstances and different occasions. But the Raila I experienced and interacted with was a very persistent, resilient politician who, if you threw him out through the door, had his own way of coming back to the same house through the window. And we always saw him bounce back, what you commentators say as reinventing himself. He had a way of looking at adapting to situations as they evolved. Raila knew when to consolidate gains and pause and say, rather than throw away the baby and the bathwater, now that we have a baby, let's throw away the bathwater because the bathwater is dirty, but let's keep the baby. Okay. So he had a way of ensuring, because he realized that Kenya has adopted an evolutionary approach as opposed to revolutionary approach. Kenya has developed, a way of incremental civilization. We have built on what we have gained at every stage of the way, as opposed to a revolution, which is what, of course, the Gen Zs were going for. But coincidentally, Associated Free Press went to the Gen Zs who were demonstrating in Madagascar, and they were asking, the media were asking them, we can see you want Rajoelina out. Do you have anybody in mind? They said, we don't. We have not even thought about it. Now it's in keeping with what our own Gen Zs had here. Yeah. They have no idea. I remember one time a group of Gen Zs being
that conversation is like, we have no idea who we want.
We have not thought about it. We don't care, but we want him out. Yeah. So that's typical Gen Z reasoning. Okay. All right. And so we understand where they come from. They are young people, idealistic, and therefore going by the motions of the ideas, they want certain things done. They can figure out what happens later, but that at the moment is not what will occupy them immediately. Okay.
Thank you so much, Suba Churchill, of course, and have come out from We Alliance. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for making time for us here on Media Max, both Kabeme and K24 TV, to try and make sense of the events that are happening today. As we continue with our coverage of the funeral of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and today, of course, it was the funeral service that was conducted at the Nyayo National Stadium. And of course, then later on, we did have the public viewing of the body. And of course, the body has now been taken to Lee Funeral Home in preparation for what will be happening tomorrow, which it will be flown to Kisumu for the public viewing that will start at 9 a.m. all the way to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, then transported via road all the way to Bondo, and that is in Siaya County, where he will be buried on Sunday. My name is Brian Amuai, and we'll continue with this particular coverage. Of course, Churchill, you did say that Raila is a persistent, resilient, and politician that is persistent and resilient. Somebody that if you kicked him through the door, he will find a way of coming back through the window. Right? I leave you with what was happening today. And that is the sermon that was issued by, Bishop Professor David Kodia of the Archdiocese of Bondo during the funeral service of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga at the Nyayo National Stadium. Let's do this again, and God says we do. Good evening.
This is the time that God wants to talk to all of us as we give our last respect to our Baba. If he were to be here addressing you, he would start by saying, higher, higher, and all will be well. So I'm also saying, higher, higher, and let it be well. So His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and all distinguished guests, Mama Ida and the Odinga family, as we celebrate the life of our fallen hero, I just want us to pay attention to what God is telling us, for that is the purpose for which we came here to have this state service. So I want to ask for your indulgence friends of Raila, that let's spare a moment just to listen to what God is telling us. Paul, in his address to Timothy, makes it very clear that in the presence of God, of Christ, he will judge the living in view of his kingdom. I give you this charge. Preach the word. Be prepared in season and out of season. Correct, rebuke, and encourage. Those are powerful words. When Paul gave a strong charge, saying, "Come and listen, for this is my word that I give unto you. Proclaim the things that God has commanded you to proclaim." What the theme of my sermon is: the power of the word. God has given us his power in his word, and that word must be proclaimed in order to have effect on us. That power has been given unto us so that the world could be a better place. That power has been given to us so that all of us would be able to live in freedom and in liberty. Power to correct, power to rebuke, and power to encourage. The Prime Minister was given that power, and he used that power effectively. The power to proclaim the new dawn in the Republic of Kenya. The power to proclaim the new freedom where now all of us can be able to say whatever we feel we need to say. The power to proclaim liberation of mankind from the state of fear to the state of boldness. Being given the power to proclaim. All of us, in one way or the other, we have been endowed with that power to proclaim something. When His Excellency is given the power, is also given the power to proclaim certain declarations with far-reaching effects on the entire Republic. Power to proclaim. The question is today, which we are all asking, as we celebrate the life of Baba, is how do we employ, how do we apply the power to proclaim that God has given us for the good of the nation, for the good of all of us, for the good of humanity. Baba is one such politician that never used the power of money to intimidate people or to lure followers. Today we have very bad manners amongst most of our politicians. They have taught our people the culture of handouts, that wherever you are, you must give part with money. And woe unto those who drive big vehicles, they are in trouble. Whenever you are seen, you are only seen in terms of money. What can you be able to give? Baba Raila Amolo Odinga
never used the power of his wallet as a convincing tool to others, but he used the power of persuasion. He used the power of persuasion. He used the power of the word. Let's allow ourselves to be used of God so that the power he has given us may be the power that is correcting, the power that is reconciling, the power that's rebuking what is evil and what is not evil. We as preachers, sometimes we are also tempted to fall into temptation of compromising the message that the Lord has given us, because sometimes we feel we must make some people happy. I want to tell you for free that God has called all of us only to proclaim His will, and once we proclaim that, we remain stronger than ever before. We become more charged to speak the truth than ever before. How many can fit in the shoes of Raila Amolo Odinga today? How many can fit in that shoes today as I speak? I am addressing you when I'm in the Spirit of God to proclaim that God wants us to do things right all the time, everywhere, so that Kenya could be free and all of us could be free to live in a united nation of our republic. That was the wisdom that God had given him. And I want to charge you in the name of God that from today, please, as we honor the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, let's see ourselves as Kenya First, not from the point of view of our tribes, of our classes, of regions, where we come from. Kenya is too small to be subdivided into regions. As I conclude, because I was given only 2 hours to preach, now as I conclude, it is hardly a month ago when I had breakfast with Baba. We were with Mama Ida, and we talked about things touching on the church. And one thing I say, I saw a man who was ready to meet God anytime. I saw in him a man who had made peace with God in everything that he said and everything that he did. I saw in him a man who was ready to walk the journey with the Lord at whatever level. A humble servant that many people never listened to. A man who believed in God that many people did not know. I tell you, as his bishop, he is a person that we have lost. He is a person who was at the heart of our diocese. Some people think that for you to be a good churchman, people must see how you give. Sometimes you give by the right hand, the left hand may not have to know what you have given. A person who knew how to work for his Lord. That is the person whose life we are celebrating today.
And I want to say without contradiction, Your Excellency the President, what you have done, this service and this state honor, there is no one who would have deserved this other than the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And when we are proclaiming the word, we should not be fearful. Word proclaimed must have the power to transform, must have the power to make us renewed in our strength for the liberation of our country from those who are looting everything from us, from country level to everywhere. If there is anyone here, I want us to make a testament. I want us to make a testament with the people of Kenya. If there is anyone here, at whatever level, be you a governor, be you an MCA, be you whoever it is who has looted this country, you know you stand the chance of being condemned. So when we are talking about a person of the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga, we are seeing in him those strands of justice which are yet to be won. We are seeing in him those strands of peace which are yet to be achieved. We are seeing in him the strands of reconciliation which we are yet to see. We are seeing in him the Kenyanhood being at the center of everything else. May God bless you all. May God lift you up as we bid farewell to Baba. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
So please note the official flight number is now RAO 001. RAO 001. RAO 001.
Dynamic TV, Muthegi wa Rũrĩrĩ.
We're all in this thing together, then why can't we all just live as one? Greetings, Kenya, Mambo Pepe. This is Lieutenant the Messenger inviting you when K24 presents the Good Vibes Festival live in Nairobi, Kenya at the Jamhuri Park Sugar, Saturday, November the 22nd, 2025. Go get your tickets. It's going to be epic. Run, go and get your ticket. I'm coming up to Kenya to rock it. See you there.
Judgment, I go pretty iniquity. Unity is strength, and the strength is the power.